Hi guys, tonight we slip into a world where the air is a solid thing you chew, not breathe. It is a broth of river fog, coal tar, and the slow decay of a million wooden beams pressed together for too long. The light when it comes is the colour of a day-old bruise, seeping through a ceiling of perpetual smoke and damp. You're about to become a resident of a Victorian slum in the year 1870, and you already know you probably will not survive this in real life, not without a set of lungs lined with leather and a spirit that has learned to fold itself into very small, very quiet spaces. So before you get comfortable, if these journeys to the raw edges of human history help you appreciate your own quiet corner of the world, consider liking the video and subscribing to the channel. Your support allows me to rebuild these forgotten places brick by sensory brick for you to explore. And as always, feel free to tell me your location and the time where you are listening from. It is a small wonder to think of this story weaving its way from this grimy past into your present moment, wherever you are. Now, dim the lights. Let the sounds of your own room, the hum of a device, the distant traffic, fade into a low, distant murmur. We are leaving that world behind. We are descending now into a different kind of silence, the silence of a place too crowded to ever be truly quiet. The darkness you awaken into is absolute. It is a black so complete it has weight and pressure against your closed eyelids. You do not wake from a dream, but from one form of nothingness into another. The first sense to report for duty is not sight, but smell. It arrives in distinct, overwhelming layers. The foundational note is damp, a cold mineral smell of brick and earth that has not been dry in 100 years. Upon this is a pungent, greasy layer of old cooking fat and rancid meat. Cutting through that is the sharp, eye-watering sting of ammonia from the communal bucket in the corner. And over it all, binding it together, is the sweet, cloying and unmistakable scent of human waste and unwashed bodies. A smell so thick it feels like a woolen blanket pressed to your face. This is the air. This is what you will breathe today. Your body announces itself next, not as a whole, but as a collection of complaints. A sharp ache blooms deep in the small of your back, the legacy of the rope lattice you lie upon. It is not a bed, but a shared framework of coarse sacking stretched over knotted cords, rented by the night. This rope hospitality was the final frontier of cheap lodging, a fact of life for those with only a handful of coppers to their name. To your left, a man's body is a furnace of heat and movement, his elbow pressing into your ribs with each ragged breath. To your right, another sleeper turns, muttering a stream of slurred, anxious words that dissolve back into a guttural snore. You're not an individual here. You're a unit of occupancy, a warm body filling a paid-for segment of darkness. Sound begins to crystallize out of the blackness. It is not one sound, but a symphony of distress. The man to your left does not snore. He coughs. It is a deep, wet, rattling convulsion that starts in his boots and shakes his entire frame, sending vibrations through the shared ropes. Somewhere closer to the door, a baby wails, a thin, piercing sound of pure misery that rises and falls but never quite stops. Underneath it all is a constant, skittering rustle, the sound of rats, bold and plentiful, moving through the walls and across the floor as if they own the place, which, in many ways, they do. And beneath even that, a soft, rhythmic asterisk, plink, plink, plink asterisk of water dripping from a leak in the low ceiling onto a tin plate placed on the floor. This is the room's heartbeat. You move slowly, with an economy of motion born of conserving warmth and avoiding contact. Your clothes are a pile on the floor beside your rented space. You sit up, the ropes groaning in protest, and feel for them. The linen of the shirt is stiff, crusted with yesterday's sweat and grime. It smells of you, of smoke, of this room. You pull it on, the rough fabric scraping against your skin. The trousers are damp at the cuffs. Your boots are nearby. You slide your feet into them, not bothering to lace them fully. The leather is cold and cracked. standing as a careful operation in the pitch dark. You know the dimensions of this cellar by bruised shins and stooped shoulders. Your head clears the blackened ceiling beams by less than an inch. You step over the forms of other sleepers, their outlines just slightly darker pools in the absolute gloom, and feel for the ladder that serves as stairs. The common room upstairs is a haze of moving shadows cast by a single, foul-smelling tallow lamp. The air here is warmer but thicker, saturated with smoke and the smell of boiling cabbage and unwashed wool. A handful of men are already hunched on benches, passing a clay pipe in silence. A woman rocks a fretful child by the feeble hearth, where a few lumps of cheap coal struggle to produce more smoke than flame. No one makes eye contact. The windows are opaque with grease and soot, but a faint, dirty greyness behind them signals the world outside is beginning to stir. You push open the heavy door, and the cold of the alley hits you like a physical blow. For a single shocking second, it is cleaner than the air inside. Then your nose fills with the alley's own perfume, the smell of wet stone, rotting vegetable matter, and something faintly sickly sweet from the gutter. The sky above is a narrow ribbon of lead grey, pinned between the sagging rooftops of two leaning buildings. The day has claimed you. Your first mission, shared by every soul in this warren, is not for work or wealth, but for the two most basic elements, water and a mouthful of food. The fight for survival begins not with a bang, but with a slow, shuffling trudge towards the communal pump, your empty stomach a tight, cold fist inside you. The shuffle towards the pump is less a walk and more a communal drift, a slow current of bodies moving through the stone gullet of the alley. You're not alone. Doors open, and more figures spill out, joining the flow, men with hollow eyes, women with shawls pulled tight over hair that hasn't seen clean water in weeks, children whose faces are already set in lines of pinched endurance. No one speaks. The energy for morning greetings does not exist here. The only sound is the slap of worn leather on wet stone, the occasional cough that echoes off the closed walls, and the distant metallic shriek you are all moving toward. The air grows colder, damper as you approach the shared yard that houses the pump. You can already see the crowd, a dark, shifting knot of humanity gathered around the iron handle. The yard itself is a morass of churned mud and refuse, the ground having long ago surrendered to the constant traffic and spillage. The queue is not a line, but a tense organic thing, a semicircle of bodies pressing inward. There is no official order, only an unspoken, fragile understanding enforced by weary glares and the occasional sharp elbow. You find a place at its periphery, feeling the pressure of bodies behind you. The pump stands as a rusted idol in the centre, its green paint flaked away to reveal bleeding sores of orange iron. A woman is working the handle now, her entire body leaning into each downward pull. For a few strokes, nothing happens. Then, with a deep bronchial gurgle from underground, a thin brownish stream sputters into her bucket. It is not clear. It carries within it the colour of the earth, of old pipes, of things you don't want to name. She looks at it, her lips pressed into a thin line of resignation, and fills her pot anyway. Clean water was a theory here, an abstraction discussed in distant newspaper articles about cholera. The reality was this, a liquid that was wet, and that was all you could afford to ask for. You watch a small, grimy boy, unattended, cup his hands under the dribble from the pump spout and drink eagerly, the water dark against his palms. No one stops him. Thirst is a more immediate master than fear. When your turn finally comes, the iron handle is shockingly cold, its surface gritty with rust and frost. You grip it, the metal biting into your already calloused palms. You pull. It resists with a shudder, then gives with a screech that travels up your arms and sets your teeth on edge. You work it up and down, a monotonous, muscle-burning piston. For what feels like minutes, only air and a deep rattling protest come from the spout. Then the water comes. It is not a gush, but a reluctant erratic trickle, the colour of weak tea. It smells distinctly of metal and of something else, something damp and organic like the root cellar of a forgotten house. You hold your small dented tin pail underneath until it is half full, You do not let it fill further. To take more than your share is to invite conflict from those waiting behind. You step back, the weight of the water a sudden precious anchor in your hand. You look into the pail, particles swirl and settle in the murk. You raise it to your lips and drink. The water is frigid, numbing your lips and tongue, and it tastes overwhelmingly of iron and soil. It does not quench your thirst so much as announce its presence, cold and foreign in your gut. But it is wet. It is a fact. You pour a little into your cupped hand and splash it over your face. The cold is a brutal, clarifying shock, scraping away the last cobwebs of the cellar's sleep. The hollow ache in your stomach, momentarily silenced by the shock of the water, now returns with a sharper, more insistent pang. The next ritual awaits, the search for breakfast. You leave the yard, the tin pail now await at your side, and move back into the alleyways where a different kind of commerce is stirring. Here, the air is pierced by sharper smells, the acrid smoke of cheap coal from braziers, the dubious scent of frying fat that has been used and reused for days. You follow the smell to a corner where a man with a face as greasy as his trade stands over a sizzling pan. What he is frying is ambiguous. The lumps are a pale, mottled grey-brown, sizzling in a film of fat that has gone dark. They could be offal, they could be potato mixed with sawdust, they could be something else entirely. In a world where inspectors rarely ventured, food adulteration was not a crime, it was a business model. You fish a single worn penny from the depths of a pocket. The exchange is wordless. He takes the coin, bites it briefly with a stained tooth to test it, a common enough practice, and uses a piece of old newspaper to scoop a steaming slab from the pan into your waiting hands. The heat is the first, the only luxury. It burns through the newspaper and into your frozen palms, a pain so welcome it borders on pleasure. You bring it to your mouth, blowing on it, and take a careful bite. The exterior is a tough, greasy shell. The inside is soft, hot, and almost flavourless, save for an overwhelming saltiness and the pervasive taste of the old fat. It is not good, but it is hot and it is solid, and as you chew slowly, making it last, a wave of simple animal satisfaction spreads from your stomach outward. For these few minutes you're not hungry. As you eat, leaning against a damp wall, you see a small girl, her dress a collection of rags, staring at you from across the alley. Her eyes are fixed on the food in your hands. You break off a small greasy corner and hold it out. She does not smile, does not thank you. She darts forward, snatches it from your fingers and is gone, vanishing into a doorway, the prize already at her mouth. Your own meal now feels smaller, but the act of sharing, however tiny, has left a different kind of warmth in its place. The transaction is complete. You've traded a penny for a few minutes of respite from hunger and cold. The ledger of the day is still deeply in the red, but the first, most basic entries have been made. The pump has been worked. The stomach has been quieted, however falsely. The grey light has strengthened from a seep to a steady, dull glow. The true work of the day, the long, uncertain search for the coin that will buy tonight's rope and tomorrow's fried slab, now begins. You set the empty newspaper down on a pile of other rubbish, wipe your greasy hands on your trousers, and turn your face away from the relative safety of the familiar alley. You must now venture toward the wider streets, toward the docks and the factories and the markets, where the city's hungry machine might, if you're very lucky, have a use for you. The shuffle becomes a walk, the walk a trudge, your boots finding a familiar weary rhythm on the cobbles. The slum is waking up in earnest now, and you are part of its grim, determined pulse. The walk out of the Warren is a journey through layers of sound and smell. The narrow, choked alleys give way to slightly broader lanes, then to streets where carts can barely pass. The air changes too. The dense organic stench of the slum's core, the human and animal waste, the rotting food, begins to blend with, then be overtaken by other industrial odours. The sour tang of the tannery by the creek, the sulphurous belch of a brewery's chimney, the dry mineral dust of coal shaken from the 100 sacks and carts. The noise grows from a murmur to a roar. Cobbles rumble under iron-rimmed wheels. Horses snort and stamp. 1,000 different voices shout, haggle, curse and cry. You move through this river of sensation like a stone, your own silence a hard shell against the chaos. Your destination is not a place, but a possibility. You join a cluster of men already gathered on a damp corner near the entrance to the West India docks. They're a ragged regiment, leaning against walls or sitting on the curb, their eyes fixed on the gate where the foreman will appear. This is the daily lottery of the casual poor, the docker's call. There is no contract, no promise. Only the chance that your face, your build, will be the one picked from the crowd for a day's back-breaking labour unloading tea or sugar or timber. You find a space against a cold brick wall and settle into the wait. It is a special kind of work, this waiting. It consumes hope by the minute, turning it into a heavy residue of boredom and dread in your gut. You watch the faces around you, the young men with a flicker of anxious energy, the older men, their faces carved with permanent disappointment, who know the odds. Someone passes a bottle. It is not ale, but cheap fiery gin, a morning fuel for the desperate. The smell of it cuts through the damp air. You decline with a shake of your head. You need your wits, such as they are. An hour passes, the grey sky lightens imperceptibly. The foreman does not come. Rumours ripple through the crowd. They're taking only 20 today. The asterisk perseverance asterisk is in, full of mahogany. Foreman's in a foul mood. The information is worthless, but it is traded like gold. It gives the waiting a shape, a narrative. Your feet grow cold and numb on the stones. You shift your weight, your shoulders aching already from the mere anticipation of labour. Finally, the gate groans open. Not the foreman, but a clerk with a clipboard steps out. He doesn't even look at the crowd. He calls out a name, a single name, of a man who is known, who is owed a favour. The chosen man steps forward, a ghost of a smile on his face, and slips inside. The gate clangs shut. A collective sigh, a release of held breath, passes through the 50 men left behind. It is a sound of profound emptiness. The lottery for today is over. You've not even been seen. You push off from the wall. The burn of rejection is familiar, almost comfortable in its predictability. Plan B is always the same. The warren of small workshops and slop shops in the maze behind the commercial streets. Here the work is not heavy, but it is fine, tedious and toxic. You find yourself outside a door with a faded sign for a matchbox factory. The smell hits you before you enter, a sweet, cloying chemical scent that lodges in the back of the throat. Phosphorus. Inside, the light is dim, the air a visible haze of dust. Women and children, their faces pale and spectral, sit at long tables. Their fingers move in a blinding, repetitive blur, dipping tiny splints of wood into trays of the poisonous compound, laying them out to dry. No one speaks. The only sounds are the click of wood, the soft slap of the dips, and a constant low-level coughing. A forewoman with a sharp face looks you up and down. "Too big for the benches," she says, her voice rasping. "Can you lift crates?" She points to a stack of wooden boxes filled with finished matches. The pay is a pittance, less than the docks would have been, but it is a pittance in your hand, not a possibility in the air. You nod. The work is simple. Move the crates from the packing table to the loading door 20 feet away. The first crate is deceptively light. The 10th is an agony. The phosphorus dust coats your hands, your sleeves, the inside of your nose. It has a peculiar, faintly luminous quality in the gloom. You know, everyone here knows that this dust eats bone, that the women at the table sometimes develop phossy jaw, a rotting of the face. But knowing is an abstract thing. The copper coins at the end of the day are not. You lift, you carry, you set down. Lift, carry, set down. Your world narrows to the wooden grain of the crate, the counting of steps, the dull protest in your lower back. Time is measured in crates stacked. The women at the tables never look up. The world is the size of a splint. Yours is the distance between two doors. After 3 hours, the forewoman presses 2 pennies into your palm. Your fingers are stained yellow. The sweet smell is in your hair, your clothes, your lungs. You stumble back out into the alley, blinking in the comparatively clean grey light. The coins are warm in your hand. You've traded a portion of your future health for the certainty of tonight's lodging. It feels less like a trade and more like a slow, inevitable seepage. With the grim security of the pennies in your pocket, your pace changes. You're no longer a seeker but a transient observer. You drift through the midday streets, a spectator in the vast theatre of poverty. You pass a piggery, a sweatshop for cheap clothing, where the rhythmic thump of 100 sewing machines creates a vibrating hum you feel through the soles of your boots. Through an open door you see rows of girls, their heads bowed over the frantic needles, their fingers guiding fabric in a dangerous blur. The air smells of ozone from the machines and the oily scent of the cloth. You move on. In a narrow court, children swarm over a mountain of refuse, a dust heap, picking out bits of coal, bone, metal, anything with a sliver of value. Their shouts are sharp and excited, a game of survival. You see a man being quietly, efficiently relieved of his pocket watch by two boys in a doorway. Their hands are so fast they seem to barely touch him. He walks on, unaware. This is not grand crime, but the daily friction of need. You pause by a street corner preacher, a man with a wild beard and fiercer eyes who shouts about hellfire and redemption to a crowd of bored and listless listeners. His words are grand, apocalyptic, but they bounce off the grimy brick and the hungry faces. Salvation is a concept for tomorrow. A full stomach is a concept for right now. Further on, a cheap tavern spills its noise onto the street. The tinny bang of a piano, a roar of laughter, the clatter of pewter pots. The smell of stale beer and boiled meat is a siren call to spend your pennies, to trade an hour's numbness for an evening's deeper hunger. You clench your fist around the coins in your pocket and walk past. The calculus is too precise, too brutal. Your wanderings take you to the edges of the slum, where it bleeds into slightly less desperate neighbourhoods. Here, you see the other side of the equation. The pawnbroker's 3 brass balls signifying a graveyard of lost possessions. The grim-faced officials of the Poor Law Union office, where a queue of women and elderly men wait for the scant, shameful relief. A charity soup kitchen run by earnest, overwhelmed ladies from a church. Their faces masks of pity and faint disgust as they ladle thin broth into outstretched bowls. These are the institutions that manage poverty, that corral it, document it, and dispense just enough to prevent riot, but never enough to foster change. You observe it all from across the street, a part of it yet separate. Your 2 pennies a tiny island of agency in this sea of systemic despair. The light is beginning to fade, the grey taking on a colder blue tint. The theatrical spectacle of the day is winding down. It is time to turn your steps back toward the only place that passes for home, your body a catalogue of the day's toll. The cold numbness of the wait, the chemical burn in your throat from the matchworks, the ache in your back from the crates, the hollow echoing fatigue from simply witnessing it all. The walk back into the heart of the warren feels longer, heavier, as if the gathering gloom has physical weight, pressing you back down into the earth from which you briefly crawled. The walk back is a journey inward, a slow retreat from the vast, noisy theatre of the city's struggle into the tighter, more intimate drama of the alleyway. The blue-grey dusk acts like a muffler, softening the sharper edges of sound. The cartwheels seem to rumble more softly, the shouts from tavern doors are blunted, absorbed by the rising damp. Your own footsteps, however, grow louder in your ears, a steady, tired rhythm on the cobbles that marks the closing distance to the only place you can claim any rest. The smells change too, shifting from the industrial and commercial to the domestic and desperate. The sharp reek of the tannery fades, replaced by the smoke from 1,000 poor hearths, a smoke that smells of damp coal, of burning rubbish, of whatever wood could be scavenged. It is a homely smell, if home is a place of perpetual scarcity. You push open the door to your lodging house, and the wave of heat and smell is almost welcoming in its familiarity. It is the same foul air, but it is your asterisk foul air. The common room is more crowded now, alive with the muted industry of evening. The fire in the grate is stronger, fed by the day's meagre collections of fuel. Its light is the centre of the universe here, painting the worn faces of your fellow residents in flickering ochre and deep shadow. You see the woman from the morning, her child now asleep in her lap, its face peaceful for the first time all day. The men who argued over debt are now sharing a pipe, the tension replaced by a weary, silent camaraderie. You find a space on a bench, your body sinking onto the wood with a gratitude that is purely physical. The rituals of possession begin. You take the 2 pennies from your matchbox labour and the single greasy penny left from the morning, and you hold them in your closed fist. This is your accounting. 3 pennies, 1 for the night's rent on your length of rope, 1 for a scant supper, 1 to keep, a tiny bulwark against the absolute zero of having nothing. You pay the lodging house keeper, a grim man with a ledger, his fingers stained with ink. He takes the coin, makes a mark, and says nothing. The transaction is the most important relationship you have. With the 2nd penny, you buy food. Not from a street seller, but from a collective pot simmering at the edge of the hearth. A watery stew of potatoes, turnip tops, and a few scraps of fat back, contributed to by several residents. You receive a bowlful, along with a chunk of the hard, dark bread that is the backbone of every meal here. You take it to your corner. The first spoonful is so hot it scalds your tongue, but you don't care. The flavour is of salt and onion and smoke, and it is, in this moment, magnificent. You eat slowly, methodically, dipping the bread to soften it, savouring each mouthful. The simple act of consuming hot food transforms the space around you. The room feels less like a pit and more like a refuge. The shared meal, the collective warmth, creates a fragile, wordless bond. For these few minutes, you're not fighting the world alone. You're one of many, drawing warmth from the same fire, eating from the same great pour pot. It is not happiness, but it is a cessation of war. After the bowl is clean, licked as discreetly as possible, the 3rd penny feels heavy in your pocket. It is a seed of tomorrow. You take out the 1 piece of clothing that must last, your coat, and examine it by the firelight. The seam is coming apart at the shoulder. You find a needle kept with a few lengths of thread in a twist of paper, and you begin to mend it. The work is finicky in the low light. You push the needle through the thick wool, pull the thread tight again and again. The repetitive focused motion is calming. It is a small act of order, of repair, in a life defined by entropy. As you sew, you hear fragments of conversation around you. Talk of a job heard about on the docks, a rumour of a fever in the next court over, the price of coal. It is the news of this tiny nation, spoken in low, grumbling tones. No one speaks of the wider world, of politics or empire. Those are forces of nature like the weather, immense, uncaring and irrelevant to the immediate calculus of rent and bread. But the evening is long, and the 3rd penny in your pocket begins to feel less like a seed and more like a weight. It represents a choice, security for tomorrow or solace for tonight. The fatigue in your bones is a deep, dull ache. But the memory of the matchwork's chemical smell, the echoing emptiness of the dock gate, the endless grey walking, it all sits in your mind like a cold, heavy stone. The sounds from the tavern down the lane grow louder, more inviting. You hear a burst of laughter, real and raw. You hear the clumsy, joyful crash of a piano. The promise of forgetfulness, however brief, is a powerful lure. You find yourself standing, your mending forgotten in your lap. The 3rd penny is hot in your hand. You nod to no one in particular and step back out into the twilight. The walk to the tavern is short. You push through the door, and the wall of sound and smell hits you like a physical blow. The air is thick with tobacco smoke, the sour tang of spilled beer, and the pungent juniper sting of cheap gin. The heat is oppressive, coming from a packed press of bodies and a roaring fire. A man is banging on an out-of-tune piano in the corner, and a few people are singing along to a bawdy song, their voices slurry and loud. You squeeze up to the rough wooden bar and place your penny down. The barman, Moving with the swift efficiency of a man who has seen every form of thirst, slides a clay mug of gin across the wet wood. It is clear, vicious-looking liquid. You take it to a quieter corner, if one exists, and drink. The first swallow is a fire that races down your throat and explodes in your stomach, sending an immediate false warmth radiating out to your fingertips. The second swallow dulls the sharp edges of the day. The third begins to blur them. The noise in the room, which was an assault, becomes a blanket, a buzzing cocoon that separates you from your own thoughts. You watch the faces around you, the red-faced man arguing amiably with his friend, the woman with two bright eyes trying to catch someone's gaze, the old sailor staring into his drink as if it contained a lost sea. Here, in this smoky, noisy, desperate carnival, everyone is equal in their escape. The gin does not bring joy, but it brings a pause, a merciful interruption in the narrative of struggle. For a penny you have bought an hour of being nobody, of feeling nothing beyond the warm, numb haze spreading from your core. It is the most expensive and the cheapest thing you will buy all day. When the mug is empty, the world tilts gently. The walk back to the lodging house is through a softer, quieter darkness. The cold doesn't bite as deeply. The weight of your body feels less. The third penny is gone, spent on this small chemical vacation from yourself. You've traded tomorrow's scant security for tonight's numbness. As you fumble your way back down into the cellar, the ropes groaning under your weight, you know it was a bad bargain. But as the familiar coughs and snores rise to meet you, and you close your eyes against the spinning dark, you also know, with a certainty that admits no argument, that you would make the same trade again. The descent into unconsciousness is quicker now, aided by the gin's false warmth. The sharp details of the day are sanded down into smooth, vague shapes. The last thing you feel is not a thought, but a sensation, the profound, enveloping relief of the fight being over, of the ledger, however disastrously balanced, being slammed shut for a few precious hours. The outside world, with its pumps and foremen and chemical dust, ceases to exist. There is only the deep, rolling tide of exhaustion, now buoyed by a cheap and burning spirit, pulling you down into the silent, depthless dark. The descent into the cellar is a surrender to gravity. The gin's warm haze, a fragile defence against the world, thins with each step down the ladder, burned away by the cellar's chill and the dense, waiting smell of sleep. Your rented ropes groan as you lower yourself onto them, a familiar, protesting sound. The darkness here is different from the tavern's smoky gloom. It is absolute, a velvet blackness so complete it feels like a substance against your skin. You lie back. The gin has done its work. The sharp, jagged edges of the day's memories are blurred. The foreman's dismissive glance, the weight of the match crates, the chemical sting in your throat, they are now distant, muffled echoes. In their place is a thick, cottony numbness, a blessed absence of feeling. But the body, ever honest, begins its final report. The ache in your lower back from the ropes is no longer a sharp pain, but a deep, constant pressure, as if the earth itself is pressing up against your spine. The burn in your palms from the phosphorus dust has faded to a vague, itchy tingle. Your feet, frozen and aching since the wait at the docks, now feel distant and heavy, like blocks of cold wood attached to the ends of your legs. You're aware of them not as parts of you, but as separate, suffering entities you carry. The gin's false warmth has retreated to a small glowing ember in your gut, and the cellar's chill seeps in to claim the rest of you. It starts at your extremities, a creeping cold that climbs up your ankles, your wrists, the back of your neck. You pull the thin, scratchy blanket over you, but its protection is a myth. The cold is inside the room, inside the very air you breathe. And then the sounds begin their shift. The daytime noise of the slum, the shouts, the carts, the commerce of survival has died. What replaces it is the night shift, the intimate symphony of the house. The man beside you, the one with the cough, is now asleep. His cough has softened from a racking convulsion to a wet rhythmic whisper on every other exhale. Asterisk. K. K. It is no longer an interruption. It has become the metronome of the room. From the shelf above, a woman snores, a soft whistling drone that rises and falls. In the far corner, someone is crying again, but the sobs are exhausted, hiccuping things that fade into the general murmur. Underneath it all is the constant scurrying industry of the rats in the walls, a dry, rustling counterpoint. You close your eyes, but the darkness behind your lids is no different from the darkness of the room. Your mind, unmoored from the gin and weary to its core, starts to drift. It does not form thoughts or stories. Instead, it replays sensations from the day, but stripped of context, like discarded pieces of a broken film. The shocking cold of the pump handle, the greasy feel of the fried slab in your hand, the way the dust in the matchworks caught the dim light, looking like 1,000 tiny malevolent stars. The smell of the tavern's gin, sharp and clean compared to the cellar's fug. These fragments float in the blackness, vivid but meaningless. They are the day's sensory debris being slowly cleared away. A new layer of discomfort announces itself, the lice. As your body relaxes into the cold, their movement becomes perceptible, not as individual bites, but as a general crawling unrest on your scalp, along your waistband, a phantom itching that seems to be everywhere at once. You have long since passed the point of fighting it. The itch is just another texture of existence here, like the damp or the smell. You shift slightly, and the ropes groan again. The cough clock ticks on. Asterisk. K. Time loses all meaning. It could be midnight, or an hour before dawn. The concept holds no relevance. There is only this eternal dark present, measured in coughs and snores and the skittering of rats. Your breathing begins to slow, to deepen, pulled into sync with the slower rhythms around you. The cold, which was an assault, becomes a simple fact, the medium in which you are suspended. The aches and itches begin to blend together, merging into a single, unified sensation of being alive in a suffering body. This is not peace, but it is cessation. The struggle to find work, to find food, to simply stay warm, it has all been deferred. The night is a truce. And then a subtle alchemy begins. The individual sounds of suffering, the cough, the snore, the cry, the scratch, start to lose their distinct edges. They don't stop, but they begin to blend, to harmonize in a way that is strange and unexpected. The cough's rhythm starts to match the pattern of the dripping water. The snore weaves around the rustling in the walls. Together they cease to be signs of distress and transform into a kind of music, a low, resonant drone that is the collective breath of the house. It is the sound of exhaustion itself given voice. This drone vibrates through the ropes, through the floor, into your bones. It becomes a lullaby, not in spite of its origins, but because of them. It is the most honest sound you know. Your own sense of self, already frayed by fatigue and gin, begins to dissolve at the edges. The boundary between your body and the man's body next to you softens. His heat is your heat. His cough is a vibration in your own chest. You're no longer John, or whatever name you once had. You're a point of awareness in a network of shared misery, a single thread in a worn, dirty blanket of sleep. The memories of the green field from childhood, the taste of clean bread, they are stories about someone else, a character from a book you half remember. They have no power here. Here there is only the drone, the cold, the weight. The drone grows deeper, richer. It seems to swell beyond the cellar, to absorb the distant sounds of the sleeping city. The last rumble of a late cart over cobbles a mile away, the faint call of a watchman, the sigh of the wind finding its way through a canyon of rooftops. It all becomes part of the same hum, the great weary exhalation of London itself. You're not just in a room anymore. You're inside the city's dreaming, restless body. The immense, crushing weight of its poverty, its industry, its countless struggling lives is no longer a thing to fight against. It is the sea you are floating in, and its very vastness is perversely comforting. Your own struggle is infinitesimally small. You're allowed to stop. Consciousness becomes a faint flickering candle in a vast, dark cathedral. The sensory input, the drone, the cold, the pressure of the ropes, doesn't stop. But your awareness of it as separate from yourself begins to wink out. The drone is not something you hear, it is what you are. The cold is not something you feel, it is your temperature. The final gentle release is not into sleep, but into a state of pure, undifferentiated being. There is no use to feel tired or cold or itchy. There is only the continuous slow pulse of the darkness, the deep resonant hum of survival on pause. The last flicker of you observes this dissolution with a sense of profound, wordless gratitude. Then it too is gone. And for you, the listener, who has followed this long grey day into its deepest heart of darkness, let this final unification be your guide. The struggle on the screen has not ended happily, but it has ended completely. The individual aches have merged into a universal hum. Let that hum now fill the safe, quiet space of your own room. Let the distant sounds of your modern night, the gentle hum of a refrigerator, the far-off whisper of a car, become part of this same peaceful drone. The story has given you its weight, its cold, its exhaustion. It has poured its tension into this soft sonic blanket. Now feel the contrast. Feel the profound softness of your own bed, not as a given, but as a miracle. Feel the clean warmth of your own blankets. Feel the absolute safety of your solitude. The desperate communion of the cellar has done its work. It has made your own isolation seem like a palace of peace. Breathe in time with the slow, remembered rhythm of the cough clock. Let your own breath be that deep, that slow. Let the imagined drone of the sleeping slum become a real, soothing white noise in your mind, washing away the clutter of your own day. The ledger is closed, the fight is over, the watch is ended. There is nothing more to witness, nothing more to endure, nothing more to become. You have journeyed all the way to the still, silent centre of exhaustion, and found there not horror, but a strange, profound rest. Now let that rest be yours. Carry the silence with you, and sleep. The profound silence that follows is not an absence, but a completion. The resonant drone, that collective exhalation of the house and the city beyond, has not faded. It has been internalized. It has moved from being a sound in your ears to a vibration in your marrow, a fundamental frequency to which your own weary systems have finally tuned themselves. The cold, the itch, the pressure of the ropes, they have not vanished. They have simply been catalogued, filed away as immutable facts of the universe no more remarkable than the force that pulls a stone downward. Resistance is a concept for the waking world. Here, in this deep trench of the night, there is only acceptance. Your breathing has become so shallow, so slow, it is nearly imperceptible. Each inhalation is a tiny, cool sip of the dank air. Each exhalation is a release so complete it feels like a minor death. The rhythm is no longer your own. It is a sub-rhythm of the greater house drone. You have become a passive component in a larger organism, a lung for the building itself. The boundary between your physical form and the sacking beneath you, between your warmth and the chill of the air, has dissolved entirely. You're a vaguely warm spot in the cold, dark cellar, a temporary configuration of matter that will, for a few hours, hold this particular shape. In this state of utter passivity, memory ceases to function linearly. The past does not unspool as a story. Instead, it erupts in isolated sensory flares across the dark canvas of your mind, disconnected from time or meaning. The bright metallic taste of the pump water flashes once, sharp and clear. The greasy print of a newspaper against your thumb, the particular angle of a grey cloud over a chimney pot at midday, the hollow thud of a match crate hitting the floor. These are not remembrances, they are physiological echoes, the final firing of nerves stimulated hours before. They are the mind's equivalent of the body's twitches as it settles into paralysis. Each one appears vivid and startling, and then is consumed by the waiting darkness, leaving no trace. A new sound gently insinuates itself into the drone, or perhaps it was always there, waiting for you to be quiet enough to hear it. It is the sound of the infrastructure, the faint, high-pressure hiss of gas passing through a pipe in a wall somewhere, servicing a street lamp in a wealthier street, the deep, almost subauditory groan of a water main under the street, a giant sigh. The skittering in the walls takes on a new dimension. You can hear the minute crunching as teeth find purchase on wood or plaster. This is the sound of the city's hidden life, the perpetual maintenance and decay that goes on unseen, the nervous system and digestive tract of the great beast. You're not just in a room, you're listening to the building's metabolism, the slow, secret processes that continue regardless of the human drama playing out within its skin. Time has not just slowed, it has changed states. It is no longer a river flowing from asterisk, then asterisk to asterisk, soon asterisk. It is a pool, deep and still. All moments coexist. The chill you feel is the chill of every winter night you have ever endured. The exhaustion in your limbs is the accumulated weariness of every laborious day. The faint residual warmth from the gin is the ghost of every small cheap comfort you have ever grasped. Past, present, and the unimaginable future all compressed into this single continuous asterisk, now asterisk of rest. There is no anticipation of dawn, no dread of tomorrow's search. There is only this profound, eternal present of not having to do. Your sense of self, already attenuated to a thin whisper, makes one final gentle shift. You're not a person with a name and a history. You're not even a body with aches and needs. You're a point of awareness, a single quiet witness floating in a sea of sensation. You're observing the cold. You're observing the drone. You're observing the last fitful sparks of memory. And then you begin to observe the observer. The asterisk that is watching begins to soften, to blur, to lose its point of view. The witness is dissolving into the witnessed. The listener is becoming the sound. The drone begins its final transformation. It sheds the last remnants of its origin as cough and snore and scratch. It smooths out into a pure, deep, harmonic tone. It is the sound of mass, of gravity, of silence itself held under pressure. It is profoundly neutral. It is not good or bad, peaceful or disturbing. It simply asterisk is asterisk. It is the auditory equivalent of the colour grey, of the feeling of weight, of the passage of time beyond measurement. This tone fills you. It becomes the only thing you are, the only thing that exists. And then, without fanfare, the last thread of connectivity snaps. The tone does not fade. Your awareness of it does not cease. Instead, the two merge completely. There is no longer asterisk to hear a asterisk sound asterisk. There is only a unified, seamless state of being, the deep, dark, resonant hum of existence at rest. Consciousness has not gone to sleep. It has returned to its source, like a drop of water falling into a still black ocean. The drop is not lost. It has simply rejoined the whole, indistinguishable and at peace. There is no dream. There is no thought. There is no self. There is only the long, slow, healing dark. And for you, the listener who has held vigil through this entire arduous journey, let this final wordless unity be your permission to release. The story has meticulously built a world of struggle, detail by sensory detail, brick by grimy brick. It has done so not to burden you, but to fully conjure the weight, so that the act of setting it down might feel all the more profound. The struggle is not just over. It has been absorbed, transmuted, and resolved into a fundamental, soothing frequency. That frequency is your signal. It is the sound of a battle completed, a vigil ended, a watch passed. Your own mind does not need to fight such battles. Your own body is not braced against such cold. The contrast is now absolute, and it is yours to feel. So feel it. Feel the immense, spacious silence of your own room as a gift. Feel the clean, soft support of your mattress as a luxury beyond the reach of kings. Feel the gentle, uncomplicated rhythm of your own breath as a miracle of peace. The narrative has poured its entire being into achieving this quiet. It has given you its exhaustion as the offering. Accept it. Let the imagined hum of that far-off sleeping cellar become the very engine of your own tranquility. Let it cancel out the faint, buzzing anxieties of your own day, the way a deep sound can cancel a higher pitch. There is nothing more to follow, no more sensations to track, no more decisions to make. The character you accompanied has reached the end of sentience, and in doing so, has cleared a space for you. That space is safe, it is warm, it is yours. Carry the quiet with you now, not as a memory of a story, but as the prevailing condition of your own being. Let your breath be the only movement. Let the darkness behind your eyelids be the only sight. Let the deep, resonant stillness be the only truth. And as you float in this perfect, borrowed peace, allow your own consciousness to gently, effortlessly, and completely dissolve. The long, seamless dark begins at its furthest edges to thin. This is not the approach of dawn, not yet. Dawn is still a theory, a rumour from the world of clocks and schedules. This is something more subtle, a slight lessening of the darkness's density, as if the immense weight of the night is being incrementally, infinitely slowly, lifted by a single thread. It is not a change you see, for your eyes are closed and sight is a forgotten language. It is a change you feel in the quality of the silence. The deep, resonant drone of collective existence softens its lowest note, by a degree so minute it is felt in the bones rather than heard by the ears. The pressure in the room lightens, as if the building itself is taking a preparatory shallower breath. In this liminal state, the body begins its most delicate work of reclamation. The numbness in your feet, which felt like foreign blocks of ice, begins a retreat. A faint, prickling sensation announces the return of blood to the capillaries, 1,000 tiny, painful stars igniting in the darkness of your flesh. It is not warmth, but the potential for warmth. In your hands, the phantom memory of the match crate's rough wood grain fades, replaced by a dull, throbbing awareness of your own pulse in your fingertips. The cold, which had been a total environment, begins to differentiate itself. You become aware that it is sharper on the side of your body exposed to the room's dank air, and slightly less so where your weight presses into the sacking. These are the first tentative surveys of a body preparing to belong to itself again. The soundscape undergoes a parallel refinement. The unified drone begins to fracture gently back into its component parts. The cough from the neighbouring ropes re-emerges as a distinct wet rhythm. The snore from above reasserts its irregular whistle. The skittering in the walls becomes purposeful movement again, not just ambient texture, but they do not return as the harsh intrusions they were hours before. They're familiar now, expected. They are the voices of your nocturnal community, each performing its part in the final movement of the night's symphony. Even the distant groaning water main and the hiss of the gas pipe seem to speak in softer tones, as if the city's infrastructure is also shifting from deep sleep into a state of drowsy preparation. A memory surfaces, but this one is different. It is not a sensory flash from yesterday. It is a simple, wordless image of a spoon scraping the last of the thin stew from a bowl. It holds no emotion, no satisfaction, no regret. It is merely a fact, a clean, geometric shape in the mind, the curve of the bowl, the arc of the spoon. It is the mind, now partially rested, beginning to sort the debris of consciousness into neutral, manageable forms. It is a sign that the machinery of thought is being oiled and tested, not for deep reflection, but for the basic procedural cognition that the coming day will demand. The chill in the air now carries a new signature. The damp mineral cold of the deep night is tinged with the faint sooty promise of the thousands of coal fires that will soon be lit across the metropolis. It is the smell of the city stirring in its sleep, a particulate greyness that precedes the light. Along with it comes the very first, almost imaginary sound of a single cartwheel on a distant cobbled street. A merchant starting his round far earlier than the law technically allowed, a sound of hustle that exists in a world parallel to your inertness. Inside you, a profound metabolic shift is nearing completion. The exhaustion, which had been a leaden passive weight, has been processed. It has not vanished, it has been converted. It is now a pool of potential energy, a deep, still reservoir of calm. The frantic animal anxiety of survival that fueled the day has been banked like a fire. What remains is a pristine, hollow quiet at your core. This is the true product of the night's labour. Not sleep, but the transformation of desperate fatigue into a state of passive readiness. Victorian physiologists might have spoken of nerve force being replenished. In the cellar, it is simply the feeling of being temporarily emptied of want. Your breathing, which had synced with the house drone, now begins to gently disentangle itself. It finds its own rhythm again, slightly deeper, slightly slower than the waking breath of the day. It is the breath of a body that is neither asleep nor awake, but perfectly suspended between worlds. With each inhalation, you draw in the cold, soot-tinged air. With each exhalation, you release the last microscopic vestiges of the matchwork's chemical scent, the grease of the fried slab, the gin's juniper ghost. You're being ventilated, cleansed by the simple, endless tide of air. The darkness behind your eyelids is no longer pure black. It is a deep, velvety grey, shot through with faint, swirling patterns that have no source. The mind's own internal light show, a gentle, autonomic activity. You watch them without intention, as one might watch clouds form and dissolve in a slow-motion sky. They are meaningless, beautiful, and utterly soothing. Then, the most significant change of all occurs, and it is entirely internal, the point of awareness. That tiny, quiet witness that had been floating in the sea of sensation makes a conscious, though wordless, choice. It does not turn towards the gathering grey light, the returning sounds, the prickling feet. It turns away. It chooses the deep. It lets go of the thinning thread of ambient sensation and allows itself to be pulled back, not into unconsciousness, but into a deeper, sweeter, more concentrated layer of rest. It is the final, voluntary surrender before dawn's involuntary summons. All the sounds, the cough, the snore, the skitter, the distant cart, they do not fade. They simply cease to be information. They become once more a blanket. But this time, a blanket not of shared misery, but of profound isolation. You're alone in the best possible way, alone inside the perfect self-contained fortress of your own restorative silence. The world outside, the world of the cellar, the alley, the city, ceases to have any claim on you. You have completed the circuit of its demands, and you have returned for this final, precious hour to a state of unassailable, pre-conscious peace. The grey light strengthens, but you do not see it. The house truly begins to stir with the first faint clatter of a pot upstairs, but you do not hear it. The cold sharpens its edge as the last of the night's residual warmth escapes, but you do not feel it. You've gone deeper than the night. You've found the silent, still centre beneath the struggle. You are for now absolutely and completely free. And for you, the listener, whose own night may be waning or just beginning, this is the final gift of the narrative. The journey has meticulously carved a path through noise, smell, touch and effort, all to lead to this, a pristine, empty quiet at the end of all sensation. The character has finally achieved a perfect escape. He is not waiting for the dawn. He is blissfully unaware of its approach. You can now claim this quiet for yourself. The path is clear. The struggles witnessed, the hunger, the cold, the labour, were the keys that unlock this profound stillness. Having shouldered their weight, even in imagination, you have earned the right to set them down. Feel the incredible lightness of their absence. The constricting alleyways are gone. The crowded room is gone. The acid taste of fear and want is gone. All that remains in the space they occupied is a vast, welcoming silence. It is a silence you can step into. Let your own awareness make that same gentle, turning away choice. Turn away from the faint concerns of your own tomorrow. Turn away from the gentle hum of your own room. Turn inward, toward your own deep, still centre. There is nothing to prepare for, nothing to remember, nothing to solve. There is only this boundless, tranquil void offered to you across time by a soul who, for a few hours, has managed to leave all burdens behind. Step into it. Let it hold you. And as you are held, feel the last distinction between listener and story, between present and past, between you and the quiet, gently dissolve into peace, into stillness, into the deepest, most restorative sleep. The final retreat from the common room's hearth feels like the true end of the day. That circle of flickering light and shared wordless company was the last outpost of society. Paying your penny and turning back towards the cellar stairs is an act of leaving the world of even minimal communion and re-entering the realm of pure solitary endurance. The warmth from the fire and the weak tea lingers on your front while your back is already cold, anticipating the dank air below. Each step down the ladder is a step into a colder stratum, the temperature dropping noticeably as you descend into the earth. The smell changes too, from the smoke and food smells above to the older, more fundamental odours of mould, damp stone and sleeping humanity. Your entered space on the ropes is as you left it, an impression in the sacking already grown cold. The tallow dip in the far corner is a dying ember of light, its flame guttering so low it seems to be drowning in its own molten fat. The shadows it casts are long and trembling, making the still forms of the other sleepers look like shrouded hillocks in a strange dark landscape. You navigate by memory and faint outline, stepping over a leg, avoiding a prone form, until your hands find the familiar rough texture of your own sacking. You sit, then slowly lie back. The ropes protest with the same series of groans, a language that speaks only of weight and strain. The blanket you pull over you is stiff and damp at the edges, smelling of cellar and old wool. Now, the final watch begins. This is not the passive surrender of earlier, but a conscious, weary holding of a fragile perimeter. The body is a territory under siege, and the mind is its tired sentry. The first assault is always auditory. The sounds you'd grown accustomed to in the common room, the low talk, the crackle of the fire, are gone. Here the sounds are raw, intimate, and relentless. The man 2 spaces over is not just coughing. You can hear the liquid rattle deep in his chest, the desperate wheezing intake of breath that follows each paroxysm. It is no longer a background rhythm, but a detailed, alarming physical process happening a few feet away. A woman on the far side whimpers in her sleep, a high, thin sound of distress that comes and goes. Someone else grinds their teeth, a dry, grating scrape that sets your own jaw on edge. And beneath it, always, the scratching. Not just the rats now, but the sound of fingernails on cloth, on skin, as sleepers subconsciously fight the lice. You close your eyes against the dim, dancing shadows, but this only sharpens the hearing. The sounds begin to layer, to build upon one another. The cough provides a bass rhythm. The whimper becomes an erratic melody. The grinding teeth a percussion. The scratching is the constant, shimmering hi-hat of the ensemble. For a long time you simply listen, your mind tracing each source, identifying it, a futile exercise in cataloguing misery. This is the last resistance. The mind's attempt to impose order, to separate self from the chaotic symphony of other. The next wave is tactile. The cold, which you kept partially at bay near the hearth, now launches its full offensive. It seeps up from the stone floor beneath the boards. It drifts down from the clammy ceiling. It finds the gaps in your clothing, the space between the blanket and the sacking, the exposed skin of your neck and ankles. It is a patient, pervasive cold that promises to leach all warmth from you by dawn. Concurrently, the lice begin their nightly feast in earnest. The itching is no longer a general awareness, but a series of precise, maddening points of contact, a sharp pinch behind the knee, a crawling sensation across the scalp, a persistent irritation along the waistband. You shift, you twitch a muscle, but it only moves the torment to a new location. The body is a map, and they are exploring every inch of it. In this state of heightened defensive awareness, the memories try to return, not as flashes, but as full sensory echoes with emotional weight. The foreman's dismissive face at the dock gate, not just as an image, but with the sinking feeling in your gut that accompanied it. The weight of the match crate in your arms, not just as a memory of weight, but with the renewed ache in your shoulders. The taste of the gin, not just as a flavour, but with the fleeting, foolish warmth it promised. These are no longer neutral fragments. They are the emotional receipts of the day, presented for review in the dark. And the review is bleak, a ledger of rejection, bodily strain, and spent pennies. The mind, playing sentry, starts to tally the accounts, and the sum is despair. This is the critical juncture, the moment before the final surrender. The sentry is tired, the assaults are continuous, the territory, your own peace, is impossible to hold, and so a strange strategic retreat begins. You do not fight the sounds, you start to listen asterisk through asterisk them. The cough is no longer a sign of a sick man, but becomes a wind through a hollow reed. The whimper becomes the cry of a distant seabird. The grinding teeth become pebbles tumbling in a slow stream. This is an act of imaginative alchemy, born of utter exhaustion. You are translating the language of human suffering into the language of the natural, or at least the non-human, world. It is a desperate, beautiful lie that the mind tells itself to survive. The body follows suit. The cold is not an enemy to be fought, but a condition to be observed, like the depth of a lake you're floating in. The itching is not an attack, but a weather pattern on the landscape of your skin, a swarm of tiny, predictable storms. You stop twitching, you stop shivering. You let the sensations happen, but you withdraw the investment of panic from them. You let the territory be occupied while you, the consciousness, retreat to the innermost citadel. Inside that citadel there is only your breath. You focus on it with all the will you have left. The cool in, the warmer out, the slight pause between. You match its rhythm not to the cough or the snore, but to an imagined, slower, grander rhythm. The tide on a shore you've never seen, the swell of a vast, dark ocean. The external sounds, now translated and neutralized, begin to attach themselves to this new internal rhythm. They become part of its texture. The cough is a wave crashing. The scratching is the receding hiss of foam. The distant final clang of a shutter from upstairs is a lone bell buoy. The alchemy deepens, moving from translation to integration. The separate sounds lose their individual identities completely. They blend into a single, resonant and oddly harmonious asterisk. Asterisk, hum, asterisk, asterisk. It is the sound of the building breathing. It is the sound of the hundred sleeping, coughing, dreaming souls within it, vibrating at a shared low frequency. It is the sound of the very bricks and mortar saturated with decades of soot and sorrow, releasing a slow sonic sigh. This hum is not pleasant, but it is immense, stable, and all-encompassing. It is the sound of the system itself, the system of poverty, of overcrowding, of urban survival. And in its vast impersonal monotony, there is a perverse kind of peace. You're not a person suffering. You're a note in a chord of shared exhaustion. The immense weight of your individual struggle is subsumed into the collective burden, and in that sharing it becomes lighter. Now, the final dissolution. The you that is listening to the hum begins to soften at the edges. The boundary between the sound outside and the awareness inside starts to blur. The hum is not outside you, it is in the room. Then it is in your head. Then you're in the hum. The sentry stands down. The citadel doors are opened. The consciousness stops defending its separateness and allows itself to be absorbed into the ambient noise of existence. Thought ceases, not with a bang but with a smooth, seamless fade. The memories stop their parade. The accounting stops. There is no past, no future, no John, no hunger, no cold. There is only the continuous dark, resonant vibration of being. The body is still there on the ropes, but it is a distant fact, a ship you have quietly abandoned in the night. You are the ocean now, deep, dark, moving with a slow, inevitable pulse, untroubled by the storms on the surface. The grey light of dawn will come. It will touch the grimy window high on the wall. It will coax the cough back into a racking spasm, turn the hum back into a chorus of distinct complaints, and call the sentry back to its dreadful post. But that is for the next world, the world of daylight and pennies. For now, for this long, precious and hard-won stretch of time, there is only the deep, welcoming, silent heart of the hum. And you are gone. Hi guys! Tonight we're stepping out of the storybooks and into the pre-dawn gloom of a Victorian factory town. The gas lamps cast shaky pools of light on wet cobblestones, and the air already carries the sweet, heavy smell of raw cotton and coal smoke. It's the kind of scene that feels historic, almost cinematic from a distance. But if you had to actually live this life, especially as a young woman, you would likely break before the first week was out. The reality is simple. The mill was a giant machine for grinding down human beings, and if you had to work inside one for 14 hours a day without ear protection, decent air, or a living wage, you'd discover quickly that your biggest enemy wasn't poverty, or even the overseer. It was the relentless consuming machinery itself. You wouldn't last a day, not without understanding how to survive it. So before you get settled, if you want to truly understand the human cost woven into the fabric of the modern world, take a moment to like and subscribe. And if you're with me right now, drop your location and local time in the comments. I love seeing where in the world you're joining this journey from. It begins not as a sound, but as a deep, resonant tremor in the fabric of the world itself, a vibration that reaches you through the thin straw pallet, through the damp floorboards, through the very marrow of your sleeping bones. For a dislocated second, you are nowhere and everywhere, a body suspended in the blackness of a Manchester slum, feeling a distant giant stir. Then the scream follows. It is the steam whistle of the mill, a long, piercing shriek that tears through the last clinging veils of sleep, through the thin walls of the rented room, through the foggy darkness outside. It does not invite you to wake. It announces that your time, which had briefly belonged to you in the oblivion of exhaustion, is now irrevocably over. It is a sound of pure authority, cold and metallic, and your body understands its language before your mind can form a coherent thought. A familiar cold knot tightens in your stomach. Your lungs constrict, drawing in a breath that already tastes of the day to come, coal smoke and damp wool. Muscles that had stiffened into a semblance of rest during the scant hours of darkness now ache in fresh protest, remembering the old pains, anticipating the new. This is the true sunrise of your world, not a gentle lightening of the sky, but a violent sonic extraction from whatever fragile peace the night could offer. The room is a capsule of shared exhaustion. You share it with two other girls, their shapes barely visible in the profound gloom, mere mounds of shadow breathing the same thick air. There is no spoken greeting, no murmured acknowledgement of the new day. Speech is a currency too precious to spend here. The silence is a language of its own, heavy with a mutual understanding that borders on despair. The ritual begins with a fumbling, graceless struggle. The air is bitterly cold, a damp chill that seeps from the brick walls and settles on your skin. You reach for your clothes, not by sight, but by the memory in your fingertips. The coarse weave of the wool stockings, rough against your shins, the heavy patched fabric of your skirt smelling faintly of lanolin and yesterday's sweat, the stiff linen of your blouse, its buttons cold to the touch. Dressing is not an act of preparing for a day, but of assembling a uniform, of armouring a body that is about to become a component in a vast, indifferent machine. Each garment is a layer of identity you assume, the mill girl. You pull your hair back, twisting it tightly and securing it with ruthless efficiency. Loose hair is a luxury, a danger near the machines. In the corner, a cracked basin holds a few inches of water from the night before. You splash it on your face, the shock of the cold, a brutal, clarifying jolt that scours away the last grit of sleep. There is no mirror, and you're glad of it. You know what you would see. A face too pale, eyes shadowed with a fatigue that has settled into the bones, a mouth set in a line that has forgotten how to smile freely. Breakfast is an abstract concept. Perhaps your fingers find a hardened crust of bread in the pocket of your skirt, saved from yesterday's meagre dinner. You clutch it like a talisman, a small, solid promise of a moment's respite hours from now. Then, with a final shared glance that says everything and nothing, you're out the door, leaving the little cell of relative safety, stepping into the throat of the industrial night. The city at this hour is a ghost of itself, a negative image printed in shades of grey and black. The grand buildings that speak of commerce and empire are mere hulking silhouettes. The world is reduced to sound and sensation underfoot. You join a river of shadows flowing through the narrow, cobbled streets. Hundreds of figures, men and women and heartbreakingly small children, emerge from countless doorways and alleyways, all converging into the same silent, purposeful current. The only illumination comes from the occasional gas lamp, its flame hissing behind glass, casting a small, jaundiced pool of light that makes the surrounding darkness seem even more absolute. Your breath fogs in the chill air, merging with the exhalations of the crowd, creating a faint, moving mist above you. The sound is a low, collective murmur of footsteps on stone, a shuffle of worn leather on damp cobbles, punctuated by a cough here, a muttered word there, quickly swallowed by the vastness of the pre-dawn. But ahead, something else dominates the horizon. Not the dawn from the east, that comes later, paler and irrelevant, but a different kind of glow. A dull orange pulse against the low clouds, emanating from a colossal block of darkness, the mill. It does not sit in the landscape, it dominates it. A fortress of brick and iron, its rows of windows already lit from within, glowing like the eyes of some slumbering beast awakened too early. It is a cathedral, yes, but one dedicated to a new, demanding god of production and profit. Its chimneys, great brick pillars against the sky, begin to belch thick, black smoke that rolls upward, staining the coming dawn. As you walk, the vibration you felt in your bones grows stronger, rising through the soles of your thin boots. It is the deep rhythmic thrum of the steam engine, the beating heart of the beast, calling its parts to order. Your approach feels less like a commute and more like a grim pilgrimage. There is a dreadful anticipation in this walk, a tightening coil of fear for the assault on the senses that awaits, mixed with a thread of grim necessity. This is your life, your bread, your fragile claim on existence. You are not yet inside its walls, but already the mill has you. It has measured your sleep, dictated your waking, and now draws you inexorably into its fiery, deafening belly. The gate ahead is not an entrance, but a moor. You take one last deep breath of the cold, soot-tainted air of the open world and step forward into the raw. The transition is absolute. One moment you're in the relative silence of the yard, the cold air still clinging to your clothes. The next, your hand pushes against the heavy wooden door to the spinning room, and a solid wall of sound hits you with the force of a physical blow. It doesn't enter your ears, it invades your entire being. First, the deep foundational asterisk. Thud, 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 asterisk of the great steam engine in the basement, a seismic heartbeat you feel in the pit of your stomach, in the fillings of your teeth, a rhythm that sets your own pulse into a frantic, discordant syncopation. Layered over this is a vast, shrieking whine, the song of 100 spinning mules, their countless spindles a chorus of maddened insects amplified to an industrial scale. Cutting through it all is the sharp, leathery slap and whir of endless belts and drive shafts crisscrossing the ceiling, a web of frantic motion transmitting power from the central engine to every hungry machine in the room. This noise is not an environment, It is an entity. It presses in from all sides, erasing thought, drowning any attempt at speech. To hear your own voice, you would have to scream directly into another's ear, and even then, the words would be shredded, lost. Your hearing doesn't adjust, it surrenders. A strange, high-pitched ringing begins to weave itself into the roar within minutes. A personal tinnitus that will become your constant companion. A phantom echo of the mill you will carry into your few silent hours. This is the first theft. The theft of quiet. The precondition for conversation, reflection, or simple mental peace. You're not just working in noise, you're being dissolved by it. As your body reels from the sonic assault, the atmosphere of the room closes in, a second tactile prison. The heat is the first thing you feel after the noise, a thick, wet heat that wraps around you like a sodden blanket. It is kept deliberately cruelly high, near 85 degrees, and the air is drenched with humidity. The logic is coldly mechanical. Dry air makes the cotton fibres brittle, prone to snapping. So the human body must sweat and swelter to keep the threads compliant. The air you breathe is a broth. It smells of hot iron and scorching oil from the machines, of the sweet, cloying dust of raw cotton, and overwhelmingly of human perspiration. 100 bodies, including your own, steaming in the artificial tropics. But the true lord of this air is the fluff. Cotton dust. It fills the vast room like a slow-motion snowstorm, visible in the shafts of light from the gas jets, a swirling golden haze. It settles on every surface, on the machines, on the windowsills in thick, felted layers. You breathe it in with every gasp. It coats your tongue with a dry, sweet paper taste. It sticks to the sweat on your neck and arms, mixing into a gritty paste. It films your eyes, making you blink constantly, your lashes gathering tiny white clumps. Most insidiously, it journeys deep into your lungs. You can feel it there, a faint itchy constriction with every inhalation. By mid-morning, you will have developed the mill cough, a dry, hacking bark that does nothing to clear the persistent tickle. The older women have a permanent phlegmy rattle in their chests, a wet, unhealthy sound that speaks of years of this internal felting. They call it factory fever, or mill asthma. The doctors, when they see these women, might use the term bicynosis. You know it simply as the price of drawing breath in this place. The air, which should sustain life, is slowly, imperceptibly petrifying it from the inside out. Your eyes, already smarting from the dust, must now navigate a world of distorted and failing light. The high windows are almost opaque, crusted on the outside with soot from 1,000 chimneys, on the inside with the accumulated fluff of years. They permit only a dull greyish glow, a suggestion of a world outside that has ceased to have any relevance. For illumination you rely on the gas jets. They hiss from pipes along the walls, their flames dancing behind wire cages. The light they cast is jaundiced, unsteady and cruel. It flickers with the pulsations of the machinery, creating a strobing, disorienting effect where moving parts can seem to jump and stall. It throws enormous leaping shadows of the spinning mules across the vaulted ceiling, a carnival of monstrous angular shapes that dance to the engine's deafening rhythm. This light strains the eyes to the point of pain. You must squint to follow the individual threads on your machine, your world narrowing to a few inches of hypnotic, whirling linen. This visual torture accomplishes what the noise began, the complete annihilation of context. There is no day, no night, no weather. Time is no longer measured by the sun, but by the empty gnawing feeling in your stomach, by the creeping numbness in your feet, and by the long, slow arc of the overseer's shadow as he paces his circuit. Space, too, is obliterated. The room is vast, but your universe is the narrow aisle between two shuddering rolling mules. The world beyond your immediate station, the other girls, the far wall, the door you entered, melts into a dim, roaring periphery. You're trapped in a liminal box of sound, heat, dust and bad light. A box where the only things that are real are the ache in your back, the whirring spindles before you, and the constant, vigilant fear of a breaking thread. The machine has not only claimed your labour, it has successfully dismantled your sensory connection to the natural world, rebuilding your perception to serve its own monotonous, endless rhythm. Your world, which moments before had been reduced to a roaring, oppressive blur, now snaps into a terrifyingly specific focus. Before you stands your master, your nemesis, your reason for being here, the spinning mule. It is not a single machine, but a regimented battalion of them, stretching the length of the cavernous room in 2 opposing rows, leaving a narrow aisle of hell between them. Each mule is a behemoth of iron and wood, over 30 feet long. Its most prominent feature is the carriage, a massive, wheeled frame holding hundreds of upright spindles. With a groaning of metal and a hiss of steam, this entire carriage begins to creep backward towards you on its rails, the spindles whirling with a rising demonic whine as they draw out and twist the cotton rovings into thread. This is the draw. Then, with a deep mechanical sigh, it reverses, rolling forward again, winding the newly spun thread onto the spindles in a process called the return. The motion is slow, relentless and powerful. To stand in its path is to be crushed. This is the dance, and you are its partner. Your job piecing is an exercise in perpetual anxious motion. As the carriage rolls back, your eyes, strained and dust-filmed, must scan the hundreds of rapidly thinning threads. One snaps. In the fraction of a second before it tangles, you must dart forward. Your hands, your most vital tools, perform the miracle. With fingers toughened by countless repetitions, you snatch the broken ends. One from the supply roving, one from the spindle, and with a quick, rolling motion of your thumb and forefinger, you marry them back together. The skill is in the speed and the imperceptibility of the join. The thread must not weaken. Then you're already moving to the next break and the next, your body swaying and stepping in a sidelong shuffle to keep pace with the rolling giant. The mule is indifferent. It does not care if your head aches, if your feet burn, if you're thirsty. It demands constant, flawless attention. Its rotating spindles, gleaming and sharp, are hungry. Loose thread, a moment of dizziness, a sleeve caught, and it will pull you in, breaking bone without a change in its rhythm. You are not operating the machine. You're servicing a deity of production, and your worship is measured in miles of unbroken thread. The body you bring to this service is already uniformed for its submission. Your clothing is a lexicon of hardship. The wool of your skirt is coarse, woven for durability, not comfort, its rough weave trapping the ever-present dust and holding the dampness of sweat and humid air. Your blouse of the cheapest linen is stiff with dried perspiration from yesterday, the underarms stained. Your hair is pulled back so severely from your face that it stretches the skin at your temples, a practical mandate to keep it from being snatched by the machinery, a rule enforced by the grim examples of those who are not careful. It is a denial of vanity, a locking away of anything soft or feminine. On your feet, thin-soled leather boots offer little barrier between your flesh and the cold, hard stone floor. They are wearing through, and you feel every uneven flagstone. But look at your hands. They are the true testament. They are small, yes, but they are not delicate. The skin is dry and calloused, particularly on the thumb and forefinger of your right hand, hardened from the endless rolling and pinching of threads. Fine, white lines of old scars crisscross your fingertips and knuckles, the souvenirs of moments when the thread slipped or a spindle nicked you. Your joints, especially in your fingers, are beginning to swell slightly, a dull ache that sets in after the first few hours and never fully leaves, a precursor to the deformities you see in the older women, whose hands are twisted into near claws. These hands are your lifeline and your sacrifice. They are the point of contact between your will to survive and the machine's demand for product. Authority in this roaring chaos is not shouted, it is carried. The overseer moves through the aisles, and his symbols are silent. The most potent is the watch. It is a heavy silver thing drawn from his waistcoat pocket with deliberate ceremony. He consults it not to tell the time, but to asterisk and force asterisk it. His glances at its face dictate the moments of your brief respite, the length of your working day. His time is absolute, measured and valuable. Yours is a subjective eternity of fatigue, measured in the creeping progress of a sunbeam across the floor you cannot see, in the growing numbness in your limbs, in the count of 1,000 more carriage rotations before the whistle might blow. His watch divides the day into segments of paid labour. Your body experiences it as one unbroken sentence. The other symbol is the whistle that hangs from a cord around his neck, smaller and shriller than the factory's great steam horn. Its blast cuts through the din for a single piercing purpose, to signal a stop, a start, an infraction, an emergency. It is the voice of immediate command, a sound that overrules even the thunder of the engines. Together, the watch and the whistle represent totalitarian control over the most fundamental human experiences, time and sound. You're granted one and subjected to the other. Amidst this vast, grinding expenditure of energy, the provisions for sustaining the human engine are pathetically meagre. In a corner of the room sits a wooden pail of water with a single tin dipper. The water is not cool and refreshing. It is tepid, tasting faintly of wood and metal, with a dusty film of cotton fluff floating on its surface. You drink it not for pleasure, but from a desperate physiological need, the warm liquid doing little to slake a deep thirst. Your food, the crust of bread from your pocket, is consumed with ritualistic slowness during any permissible moment. You do not eat it. You worry at it, breaking off tiny fragments with your fingers, letting each one dissolve on your dusty tongue, making the pitiful sustenance last as long as possible. This is not a meal. It is a carefully metered fuel injection, calculated to keep the body functioning just below the point of collapse. The water bucket and the bread crust are the starkest of reminders. In this place, you're not a person with needs for nourishment and comfort. You're a biological unit, and your inputs are managed with the same ruthless efficiency as the coal fed to the furnace. Your survival is permitted, but your well-being is irrelevant. Every sip of warm, dirty water, every crumb of stale bread underscores the brutal transaction at the heart of this new world. Your life, compressed to its most basic functions, in exchange for a few coins to do it all again tomorrow. The pain begins its careful cartography not with a shout, but with a quiet, insistent claim. The first territory it annexes is your feet. Within an hour of standing on the unyielding stone, a low, hot ache blossoms across the soles, as if the bones themselves are protesting their constant static burden. This is not the healthy fatigue of a long walk, but a deep, grinding discomfort that seeps upward. It climbs to your calves where the muscles tighten into hard, complaining chords, a swelling sensation that makes you shift your weight incessantly, a futile dance on a stage of stone. The pain is a patient surveyor, moving methodically. By mid-morning it has established its central province, your back. A line of fire ignites along your spine, concentrated in the small of your back where the constant slight stoop over your work takes its toll. This is a burning, muscular resentment that no stretch can alleviate. It radiates outward, tightening your shoulders into a permanent defensive hunch, as if trying to protect your core from the assault of the air and noise. Then come the joints, the subtle, aching protest in your knees, with every minor adjustment of stance, the more pronounced stiffening soreness in your fingers, elbows and wrists, joints worn from thousands of repetitive, precise motions. The final dominion is your head. The noise, which at first was a shocking invasion, settles into a deep, throbbing pressure behind your eyes, a constant dull roar that lives inside your skull. The flickering gaslight and the strain of focusing on fast-moving threads weave a tight band of tension around your temples. This is the map of your day, drawn not in ink but in suffering, its borders expanding and its colours deepening from pale discomfort to vivid agony as the sun, unseen, climbs and then begins its fall. As the pain maps your interior, your senses, your bridges to the world are systematically dismantled. Your hearing is the first casualty. The initial wall of sound soon transforms. The specific deafening layers, the thump, the whine, the slap, begin to blur into a monolithic, vibrating hum. But within that hum, a new personal sound emerges. A high, pure, piercing ring, a tinnitus that is yours alone. It is the ghost of the mill living inside your ear, a permanent resident that will whisper to you in the silent hours of the night, in the chapel on Sunday. Your world grows quieter, not because the noise abates, but because your capacity to hear it fully is being eroded. Sight is next. Your eyes, strained by the poor, dancing light and the microscopic focus on threads, grow blurry. The world beyond your machine softens into a dusty monochrome smear. The sharp edges of things, the window frames, the other girls' faces, lose their definition. Your eyes are not for seeing beauty or distance anymore. They're reduced to a single tortured function, tracking the infinitesimal break in a line of cotton. Your sense of smell is utterly conquered. The complex cloying cocktail of hot metal, oil, sweat and raw cotton becomes the only scent that exists. You forget the smell of rain on earth, of baking bread, of fresh linen. Your nose is no longer an organ of pleasure or warning, merely a passive conduit for the factory's thick atmosphere. Taste follows, reduced to the persistent, papery flavour of cotton dust on your tongue, cut only by the flat warmth of the water or the dry neutrality of stale bread. Touch itself is perverted. The softness of a loved one's hand, the cool smoothness of a stream, these are memories. Now, touch is the rough rub of wool on skin, the hard pressure of the stone floor, the sharp, sudden bite of a metal spindle, the constant, gritty adhesion of dust to sweat. Your body, which once sang with a symphony of senses connecting you to a living world, is being stripped down. It is no longer a window, but a walled fortress under siege, its sole purpose to endure. The deepest agony, however, arrives not as a sharp pain but as a vast hollowing exhaustion. It settles in during the long flat hours of the afternoon. This is more than physical tiredness. It is a draining of the will, a siege on the soul itself. Your body continues its automatic enslaved ballet. Step, scan, dart, pinch, roll, step, but your mind begins to float loose, a separate, horrified observer. You watch your own hands move as if they belong to someone else. These scarred, diligent instruments performing their miracles without any conscious command from asterisk you asterisk. A profound disconnect opens up. The part of you that is you, that remembers your name, your childhood river, the sound of your mother's laughter, wants to scream, to flee, to collapse on the floor and let the roaring world go black. But the machine-tuned body ignores this silent scream. The muscles contract, the eyes scan, the feet shuffle. You're trapped in a waking sleep, automaton powered by fading biological fuel. Thoughts become slow, thick and heavy, like trying to wade through tar. Time stretches into a meaningless Tonku continuum. The promise of the final whistle feels like a cruel myth, a story told to children. This is the fatigue that doesn't just weary the body, it threatens to extinguish the spark of self. In this deep trench of the day, you're not a woman working. You're a reservoir of labour being slowly, inexorably drained. And at the bottom, there is only the echoing question of how and why and for how much longer this empty vessel can possibly refill itself for the next day's pouring out. The struggle is no longer just against the pain in your back or the dust in your lungs. It is a desperate, silent battle to remember that you're still there, inside the shell of your obedience, a flickering consciousness clinging to its own existence in the heart of the roaring, consuming dark. In the roaring, atomizing chaos of the spinning room, a fragile, profound society exists. It is a society built not on words, which are impossible, but on a language of glances, touches, and shared rhythms. The bond between you and the other pieces, especially the girl named Mary at the mule opposite yours, is the primary architecture of your mental survival. Your communication is a silent ballet, a quick, sympathetic meeting of eyes when the overseer's back is turned, a shared, almost imperceptible roll of the eyes at his pacing. When you stumble, fatigued beyond measure, it is not a hand that steadies you. Touching could cause a missed thread, an accident, but a sharp, concerned look from Mary that asks, "Asterisk, are you all right?" When she has a moment of rare, swift success, clearing several breaks in rapid succession, you allow yourself the ghost of a smile in her direction, a tiny celebration. This silent understanding is your first and most vital form of resistance. It asserts that you're not isolated units of labour, but a collective, a sisterhood of the suffering. It defies the machine's logic that seeks to reduce you to a pair of hands and eyes. During the brief, sacred respite in the yard, this bond finds a whispered voice. Huddled together against the brick wall, passing a crust of bread, you exchange fragments of yourselves. A complaint about a pain, a worried word about a sick sibling at home, a fleeting, daring mention of a boy noticed at Sunday market. These whispers are more than conversation. They are lifelines thrown across a sea of noise, reassurances that the person inside the worker still lives and feels. You share remedies for coughs, tricks for easing sore feet, warnings about the overseer's moods. This knowledge, passed in hushed tones, is a form of power, a shared intelligence for navigating hell. Your solidarity is quiet, but it is the steel thread that prevents your individual spirits from snapping. The authority that governs this world is embodied in the figure of the overseer, but he's less a man and more a function. He's not the classic tyrant, roaring and cruel for the sake of it. That would be inefficient, a distraction. Instead, he's the human embodiment of the mill's demand for optimal output. His tool is not a whip, but his gaze, cool, assessing, perpetual. You feel it on the back of your neck like a physical weight as he paces his slow, measured circuit. He watches for the telltale snarl of a bunch of tangled thread, the evidence of a lapse in attention. He times the frequency of your trips to the water pail or the privy. His presence is a constant low-grade psychological voltage, ensuring the internal overseer in your own mind never sleeps. You discipline yourself because he might be watching. You push through a dizzy spell because you cannot afford the docked wages his notation in the ledger would bring. He carries the ledger, the watch, the whistle, instruments of measurement, time and command. He represents the system's logic, emotionless, precise, and utterly committed to the flow of production. His power is so total it rarely needs to be displayed violently. A pointed finger, a sharp blast on his personal whistle, a mark in his book. These are enough. He is the conduit through which the abstract greed of the owners and the market is translated into the minute-by-minute pressure on your aching spine. You do not hate him as a man. You fear and resent him as a force, as the animate shadow of the machine itself. While your world is one of deafening, tactile struggle, other worlds exist, parallel and invisible, built directly upon your labour. Consider, in a stark, silent cut, the world of the mill owner. As your head throbs in the permanent twilight of the spinning room, he may be in his study, a room of profound, carpeted quiet. The windows are clean, offering a view of a curated garden, not a yard of coal and grit. The air smells of beeswax and old paper, not of sweat and fluff. His hands, clean and soft, trace columns of figures in a ledger, the abstracted results of your million daily motions. The profit from your 14-hour day may purchase a new velvet drape for his wife's drawing room, a room where the light is soft and the only sound is the gentle rustle of pages turning or the tinkle of a teacup. And in that drawing room, or in 1,000 middle-class homes across Britain, your labour finds its final, ironic form. A woman, whose own life is one of domestic leisure and social calls, smooths the skirt of a dress made from the very cloth you spun. She admires its fineness, its even weave, utterly disconnected from the reality of its creation. She feels no heat, hears no roar, tastes no dust. The cloth is soft, clean, and silent. In that moment, two universes touch, one of brutal sensory overload and physical degradation, and one of refined comfort and sensory pleasure. The cotton thread is the only bridge between them, a bridge that carries everything, the pain, the fatigue, the stifled coughs, in one direction towards profit and comfort, and nothing back but the meagre coins that ensure you will return to sustain the cycle. This is the ultimate social hierarchy, not just of boss and worker, but of experience itself. A hierarchy where one class endures the physical reality of production and another class enjoys its purified, sanitized products, blissfully free from any knowledge of the true cost. The mill's walls do more than contain noise. They carefully quarantine the reality of creation from the pleasures of consumption. The longer midday break is a deeper trough of respite, arriving when the body's fatigue has settled into a profound and heavy permanence. The walk to the yard is a sluggish procession of aching limbs. Yet, in this deeper exhaustion, a more complex and fragile social life flickers hesitantly into being. This is when the ghosts of the women behind the workers briefly materialize. In a sheltered corner, a small group might begin to sing. It is never a joyous sound, but a low, mournful hymn or a ballad of lost love and distant green hills, their voices thin, ragged, yet defiantly united in a melody that the machinery cannot mimic. The sound is haunting, a thread of ancient human expression, painstakingly rewoven through the industrial gloom. Others engage in small, deliberate acts of reclamation. A needle, produced from a hidden pocket, flashes in the dull light as a girl meticulously darns a hole in her stocking, each stitch a tiny rebellion against entropy and decay. Another, with a sigh that seems to come from her very core, carefully unwinds the severe knot of her hair. She shakes it loose, and with a comb of yellowed bone begins the slow, methodical process of teasing out the knots and the countless white flecks of cotton fluff caught in the dark strands. This is not vanity. It is a private, almost ritualistic cleansing, a reclaiming of her own body from the grip of the mill. A younger girl might use a damp corner of her apron to wipe the grime from her face and neck, tracing the pale skin underneath the soot and sweat. These are acts of profound dignity. They whisper, "I am not only a piecer. I am a person who mends, who cleans, who sings." Remedies and small comforts are shared in hushed tones. A folded dock leaf for a rash on a wrist, a secret sip of sharp, cheap gin from a shared bottle to quiet a cramp. Conversations turn cautiously to dreams, not grand fantasies, but simple aching wants. A full, unbroken night's sleep, a single day without the high-pitched ring in the ears, a dress untouched by the indelible stain of machine oil. For these 30 minutes, the yard transforms into a fragile oasis. A real, if weary laugh might bubble up at a shared grim joke. You see the harsh lines on her face soften as she speaks of a child waiting at home. The collective posture of defensive hunch relaxes, just for a moment. It is a shared communal sigh. But this reclamation is desperately fragile. The energy required for this softness is borrowed from reserves that are nearly depleted. The return to work after this break is often the most psychologically difficult, because you have been granted a tantalizing, painful reminder of a self that the mill relentlessly works to erase. The control exerted by the mill extends its cold logic to the most basic, involuntary human functions. The need to use the privy is a source of constant, low-grade anxiety. To address it, you must first petition the state. You catch the overseer's eye as he passes, a humiliating act of supplication. You raise a hand, or simply adopt a certain tense, awkward posture he has been trained to recognize. He assesses you, his gaze calculating the cost of your absence from the line against the mess a potential accident would cause. His nod is a curt permission that feels less like a grant and more like a temporary loan of your own body. The facility itself is a monument to contempt. A small brick shed in the far corner of the yard, its interior is dark, freezing in winter, fetid in summer. The air is thick with the smell of ammonia and decay. The arrangements are crude, often little more than a plank with a hole over a stinking pit. There is no privacy to speak of, only a desperate, hurried solitude. You're keenly aware that your absence is being timed. that every second is a deduction from your perceived worth. The experience is one of profound vulnerability and rush, a physical necessity stripped of all dignity and executed under the shadow of disapproval. It is the ultimate proof that in this system nothing about you is sacred or private. Your body, in all its functions, belongs to the schedule, to the overseer's watch, to the relentless priority of production. Even this most personal act becomes a managed industrial process, a reminder that you are a biological unit whose inputs and outputs are subject to efficiency review. The mind, under relentless siege, does not surrender. It retreats. It builds secret gardens where the machinery cannot reach. Your primary defense is a deliberate practiced dissociation. It begins with a single point of focus, a floating cotton fibre, caught in a stray beam of grey light dancing its slow, silent waltz. You follow it with your eyes, but your consciousness slips through it, like passing through a mirror. The white fluff becomes the head of a dandelion clock in a field you knew as a child, a field that smelled of damp earth and clover. The deep vibrating asterisk, thud, thud, thud asterisk of the steam engine transmutes, in the alchemy of memory, into the slow, heavy tread of your father's horse pulling a plough. The monotonous roar becomes the distant rush of the river where you and your sisters would wash clothes. The sound that once meant cool water on bare feet and the shriek of play, not pain. You're no longer in the aisle. You are there. You can feel the cool, slick mud between your toes. You can see the particular green of the willow leaves against a wide open sky, a blue so vast it makes your heart ache now in your chest. You rebuild your childhood cottage stone by stone in your mind, the smell of peat smoke from the hearth, the texture of the rough wool blanket on your bed. You hold a conversation with your mother, long gone, hearing her voice with a clarity lost to the real world. This mental fugue is not daydreaming. It is a vital survival tactic. It is the voluntary exile of the self from the prison of the present. The skill lies in maintaining this inner world while your body performs its automated dance with the machine. Your hands continue their work, your eyes scan the threads, but the core of you is elsewhere, nourishing itself on stolen memories of freedom, of a time when your body belonged to the rhythms of the sun and seasons, not the iron heartbeat of an engine. The return is always brutal. A sharp pain, a shout from the overseer, a particularly violent shriek from a bearing. Something shatters the delicate glass of your reverie, and you're slammed back into the heat, the dust, the roar. The loss is a physical pang, a mini-bereavement, but you know you will build the garden again. You must. When the memory garden feels too distant, too painful to visit, you turn to a different, more portable fortress, faith and superstition. These are the shields you carry in your pocket and your heart. Your faith is not the grand Sunday church theology of the mill owners. It is small, personal, and desperate. In the midst of the roar, you offer up silent, telegraphic prayers. Not long verses, but shattered pleas. Asterisk, Lord, let the thread hold. Mother Mary, let the pain in my back ease just for an hour. Sweet Jesus, let the whistle blow early. Your prayers are transactional and immediate, a direct line to a power you hope might intervene in the mechanics of this hell. In your pocket, your fingers worry a talisman, a smooth riverstone from home, a tiny wooden cross your brother carved, a button from your father's coat. Touching it is an act of grounding, a reminder of a world where love existed without the intermediary of wages. Superstition provides a shared framework for the unexplained and a semblance of control. The women share a belief in signs. A certain pattern of breaks in the thread might foretell news from home. A particular bird seen at the window in the morning could mean a good or bad day. If your right ear itches, someone is speaking ill of you. If your left, someone is speaking well. These are not childish beliefs, but a collective attempt to impose a narrative of meaning and predictability onto a world that is fundamentally chaotic and cruel. They create a hidden web of cause and effect where the mill's logic offers only brute force. The shared nod when a sign comes true is a powerful reinforcement of community. It says, asterisk. We are in this together, and we have our own ways of knowing. Asterisk. Faith and superstition do not stop the pain or shorten the hours, but they offer a crucial, fragile hope. The hope that there is a pattern, a reason, a watching presence, even in the heart of the indifference. They are the mind's way of refusing to accept the mill's reality as the only reality. The most insidious conquest, however, happens when the workday ends. You would think sleep is a sanctuary, a total escape. It is not. The mill colonizes your unconscious. Your dreams are not of fields or rivers. They are translations of terror. The spinning mules transform in your sleep into lumbering living beasts with spindle teeth, chasing you down endless hot aisles. You dream of your hands, but they are huge, clumsy things, unable to piece the threads that multiply and snap like whips around you. The steam whistle becomes the scream of a loved one. You dream of drowning in a warm, sweet sea of cotton fluff, struggling to breathe, waking with a gasp, your chest tight. Even in sleep your body is not at rest. You jerk awake, your legs twitching from the memory of standing, your fingers making the small rolling motion of piecing. You return to consciousness more exhausted than when you lay down, because your mind has been working a second, more terrifying shift in the factory of your nightmares. This erosion of the dreamscape is the final, profound victory of the system. It means there is no true respite. The boundary between work and self, between the external hell and your internal landscape, has been permanently breached. The factory has claimed not only your waking hours and your physical health, but the very content of your subconscious. Your private world of symbols and fears is now populated by its imagery. In this way, the oppression completes itself. You are never fully free of it. Even in the dark silence of your rented room, the mill's shadow stretches, reaching into the last refuge of your mind, ensuring that wherever you go you take a piece of its roaring, grinding essence with you. The ultimate defense, the retreat into unconsciousness, has been compromised. You're on duty in some fundamental way always. Resistance here is never grand. It cannot be. There are no barricades, no shouted slogans that could hope to compete with the machinery's roar. Instead, it manifests in 1,000 tiny, almost invisible acts of reclamation, a silent war waged in stolen seconds and suppressed smiles. The most common weapon is the deliberate, expertly calibrated slowdown. You do not stop working. That would be fatal. You learn the art of the imperceptible delay. Walking to the water pail, you take 3 shuffling steps instead of 2, letting the weight in your feet dictate a slower, more laborious pace. Dipping the tin cup, you hold it under the spout for a heartbeat longer than necessary, watching the dusty water rise as if it were a precious elixir being measured out. Drinking is not a gulp, but a slow, savouring series of sips, each one a tiny triumph over the urge to hurry. Returning to your mule, you might pause for a fraction of a second to stretch your back, a genuine expression of pain that also serves as a brief, glorious suspension of duty. These are not acts of laziness, but of profound psychological necessity. Each stolen second is a brick in a fragile internal fortress. It is a way of whispering to the system, asterisk. You do not own every atom of my time. I've taken this one back. The skill lies in making the theft undetectable, in blending it so seamlessly into the rhythm of genuine fatigue that even the overseer's suspicious eye cannot pinpoint it. This guerrilla warfare of tempo is a daily practice. It asserts a minimal but crucial autonomy over a body whose every other motion is dictated by external forces. In a world where 14 hours are demanded, claiming 15 silent seconds for yourself becomes a revolutionary act. Where seconds are stolen, a private language is born. In the absence of audible speech, you and the other girls have developed a rich lexicon of gesture and expression. A shared glance can carry a volume of meaning. A quick, almost imperceptible roll of the eyes toward the overseer's retreating back says, "He's in a mood today." A subtle tightening of the lips, and a slight nod toward a particularly noisy, faulty spindle communicates a shared grievance and a warning. The humour that survives here is dark, born of shared suffering, and communicated through this silent code. It is gallows humour, the laughter of those who have nothing left but the absurdity of their plight. When a new, particularly pious girl joins the line and is seen mouthing prayers over her work, an experienced woman might catch your eye and mimic the fervent, silent movement of lips, then give a tiny, weary shrug. The joke is not cruel, it is recognition of shared futility, a way of saying, "We've all tried that." When the overseer, strutting with self-importance, slips on a patch of oily cotton waste and barely catches himself, not a sound is made. But a dozen pairs of eyes meet in a fleeting electric moment of shared savage glee. A barely suppressed smirk is passed from face to face like a secret currency. Later, in the yard, a single whispered word, "slippery," might be enough to trigger a wave of silent, shaking laughter, a cathartic release that binds you together. This internal language and its bitter jokes are a vital defense. They transform isolation into camaraderie. They allow you to express anger, mock authority, and share a moment of levity without making a sound the system can hear or punish. It is a testament to the human spirit's irrepressible need to connect and to frame its suffering in terms it can manage, even if only through silent, shared irony. The departure of a girl from the line is an event that ripples through the collective spirit with complex, contradictory currents. When someone leaves, it is never for a good reason. She's carried out after a machine takes a finger, her face as white as the cotton, her apron dark with blood. Or she collapses in a fit of racking coughs, a victim of the mill fever, and does not return. Sometimes, very rarely, she leaves for what passes for a better life, a marriage to a marginally better-off labourer, a position as a domestic servant that promises a roof and regular meals, if not freedom. The reactions among those left behind are a tangled knot of emotions. There is always a sharp pang of envy. It is a visceral, painful thing. Asterisk, she escaped. The thought flashes, hot and bright. She's out in the air, away from the roar, the dust, the ache. You imagine her sleeping past the whistle, feeling the sun on her face at midday, drawing a breath that doesn't scratch her lungs. This envy is pure and desperate. But intertwined with it is a colder, more practical fear. Her empty space at the mule is a memento mori. It is a physical reminder of the ever-present dangers, the machine's hunger, the body's fragility. It whispers, asterisk, you are replaceable. That could be you. Her absence also means the loss of a companion, a face you read in the gloom, a partner in the silent language of glances. The work feels lonelier, the aisle wider. A small vital piece of your support network has vanished, and underlying it all is a grinding economic terror. If she left due to injury or illness, her fate is a warning of what awaits you with no savings, no safety net. If she left for marriage, it underscores your own trapped state, the lack of such an exit. You might offer a few whispered words of farewell, a touch on the arm. You might even help her gather her few things. But as you watch her go, the overwhelming feeling is not joy for her, but a deepened awareness of your own captivity. Her departure does not bring hope. It highlights the walls of your prison. The best you can wish for her, in your heart, is that her path leads somewhere truly softer, and the best you can do for yourself is to turn back to the whirring spindles, tighten the knot of solidarity with those who remain, and continue the slow, minute-by-minute war of endurance in the world she left behind. The climax of the day is never a dramatic event, but a silent, shared contraction of fear. It happens 2 aisles over. There is no scream, not one that can compete with the machinery. Instead, there is a sudden, discordant change in the rhythm, a metallic shriek that is different from the usual noises, followed by a heavy, wet thud that is felt through the floor more than heard. The collective consciousness of the room shifts instantly. 100 heads do not turn. Turning your head means taking your eyes off your threads, which is forbidden, but 100 pairs of eyes dart sideways, 100 bodies tense. You see a flurry of movement in your peripheral vision. The overseer is there in seconds, blowing his sharp, personal whistle. The great engine does not stop. Only a single mule in that aisle is shut down, its furious whine descending into a groan and then silence. creating a pocket of wrong quiet in the roaring room. You see a small cluster of overseers and a foreman now, their backs blocking the view. But you see the girl, Elsie, being half walked, half carried out. Her face is the colour of parchment, her eyes wide and unseeing, and her left hand is cradled against her chest, wrapped in a rag that is already blooming a deep, terrible crimson. She does not cry. She looks bewildered, as if she has been suddenly translated to a different silent planet. The knowledge passes through the room like a cold current. Asterisk, the spindle. It took her fingers. It is a fact, not a rumour. For a full minute the work continues, but it is a ghostly pantomime. Every woman feels the vulnerability of her own hands with a new electric intensity. The hungry iron feels closer. The space between a whirling spindle and your own skin feels infinitesimal. There is a collective silent sympathy, a raw ache in your own chest for Elsie, but it is immediately tempered by a more brutal, practical thought. Asterisk. There but for the grace of God go I, and she will not be back. The mule is cleared, the tangled threads cut away. A new girl, fresh from the hiring line and pale with terror, is positioned at the spot within the hour. The overseer gives a sharp nod. The mule is restarted, its whine rising to join the chorus once more. The incident is over. It has been logged, dealt with, and erased from the productive flow. The only monuments to it are the dark stain on the floor they will scrub later, and the permanent cold notch of fear now lodged deeper in every heart. Life and the relentless production of thread continues. The final hour is a realm beyond fatigue. Your body has passed through pain into a kind of numb, buzzing stasis. It is no longer a collection of aches, but a single heavy entity, a statue of flesh and bone that somehow continues to move. Your will is the only thing animating it now, a thin, taut wire holding up a collapsing scaffold. Your mind has shrunk to a single pulsating point of focus. Asterisk the whistle, the whistle, the whistle. The work is purely automatic. Your hands perform their tasks, but you watch them as if they belong to a stranger, admiring their stubborn, stupid persistence. Time, which had crawled all day, now seems to congeal. Each minute is a sticky, endless substance you must wade through. You begin to count the rotations of the carriage, a meaningless mantra to mark the passage of this trapped eternity. Asterisk 100, 101. Your vision tunnels further, seeing nothing but the hypnotic dance of the threads, your world reduced to a 2-inch band of trembling linen. The temptation to simply let go, to allow the threads to break and tangle, to sit down on the cold stone right there and surrender, is a palpable, seductive force. You fight it not with courage, but with a dogged, ingrained instinct for self-preservation. To surrender is to lose your wage. To lose your wage is to lose your bread, your room, your fragile hold on existence. So the wire of will holds, fraying but unbroken, sustaining the mechanical ghost of your labour until the very last second. Hands half raised. The order to cease is so absolute your nervous system doesn't know how to process it. Slowly, like rusted gears, you straighten. The pain held in abeyance by sheer focus now floods back with a vengeance, announcing every stiff joint, every screaming muscle, every burning foot. You shuffle out with the others, a river of grey, bent figures flowing now in the opposite direction, out of the gate, away from the glowing windows. The outside air hits you. It is cold, shockingly so, and cuts through the sweat-dampened fabric of your clothes, making you shiver. The world sounds hollow, distant. Your own footsteps on the cobbles are strangely loud. The walk home is not a journey of liberation, but a trudging exile. The freedom you have been granted feels like a vast empty space you're too tired to fill. There is no joy, only depletion so complete it feels like a new state of being. Your mind is a blank, wind-scoured plain. You do not think of tomorrow. You cannot. You think only of the next step and the next, and the eventual blessed moment when you can stop moving entirely. You pass the odd pub, hearing a burst of laughter from within, a sound that seems to come from another universe. You arrive at your door, your hand on the latch. You have survived another day. But as you step inside towards the cold room and the thin pallet, the victory is ashes. The silence rings, the body aches, and beneath it all, in the depths of your exhaustion, you already know. The truce is only temporary. The mill is sleeping and it dreams of you, and in its dreams the whistle is already screaming. The walk from the mill gate to the warren of narrow streets you call home is a journey through a different layer of exhaustion. The initial shock of cold, open air has worn off, replaced by a creeping, deep-seated chill that finds its way through the thin wool of your shawl. The streets here are quieter than the main thoroughfares, but no less alive in their own grim way. The air carries the sour smell of overflowing middens, of boiled cabbage and fried fish from a dozen open doorways, of damp stone and unwashed humanity. The sounds are intimate and bleak. A baby's thin cry from an upstairs window, a couple arguing behind a cracked pane, the scratch of a rat in the gutter. Your own doorway offers no promise of comfort, only a slightly different kind of containment. You push it open, and the familiar close smell of the room, old smoke, damp plaster, the lingering ghost of yesterday's stew envelops you. The other girls are already there, or arrive shortly after, their faces etched with the same hollow fatigue. Words are spare, functional. The kettle's on. Pass the bread. He docked me tuppence for a bunch. The fire in the small grate, if you can afford the coal, is coaxed to life, its meagre warmth a focal point for your silent congregation. The preparation of food is a skeletal ritual. A handful of oats thrown into a pot of water becomes a thin, grey porridge. A potato, if you have one, is boiled in its skin. The bread is hard, needing to be softened in weak tea. You eat not for pleasure, but for the mechanical refueling of a broken engine. As you eat, your mind, too weary for complex thought, performs its cruel, necessary arithmetic. The day's wage, minus the fines, minus the rent for this room, minus the cost of the coal and the oats and the threadbare shawl that needs replacing. The numbers are always the same, a pittance stretching towards an impossible horizon. The coins in your hand feel light, insultingly so, for the weight of the hours they represent. This calculation is a nightly practice in humility and dread, a reminder that your labour, which feels like your entire life, translates into a sum barely sufficient to purchase the right to repeat it. It is only when you finally stop moving, when you lower yourself onto the thin straw tick that serves as your bed, that your body stages its full, furious protest. The pain, held at bay by the momentum of the walk and the small tasks of the evening, now announces itself with vicious clarity. Your back is a solid plate of agony, muscles locked in the perpetual stoop of the workday. Your feet throb, each pulse a reminder of the unyielding stone floor. Your hands, resting on the rough blanket, feel swollen and stiff, the joints aching with a deep arthritic promise. And then the cough begins. It starts as a tickle, a rebellion of the lungs against the day's accumulation of dust, and builds into a racking, convulsive series of coughs that shake your whole frame and leave you breathless, tasting copper and cotton. The ritual of cleaning is a pathetic defiance against this physical betrayal. With a scrap of cloth and a little precious water from the kettle, you scrub at your face, your neck, your arms, watching the water turn grey with grime. You try to comb the stubborn cotton fluff from your hair. It is an attempt to shed the mill's skin, to reveal the person you are beneath. But the dust is in your pores, the ache is in your bones, the ring is in your ears. You can wash the surface, but the invasion is complete. Lying in the dark, listening to the soft, congested breathing of the other girls, the reality of your existence condenses into a simple, terrible equation. The only certainty in this uncertain life is the cycle itself. The profound silence of the room is not peaceful. It is merely the pause between roars. Your mind, too tired to dream of escape, can only trace the inevitable arc of the coming hours. A few scant moments of this stillness, this horizontal relief. Then the slow creep of a stiffening body. Then the fitful, machine-haunted sleep. Then the darkness before the dawn. Then the scream. Work. Exhaustion. Brief oblivion. Work again. This is not a life lived in years, but in rotations. The body is not a temple, but a clockwork mechanism being wound down each night, only to be forcibly wound up again each morning for another 14-hour revolution. The mill's rhythm has become your own circadian truth. As your eyelids grow heavy, the last conscious thought is not a prayer or a hope, but a deep somatic knowledge, as fundamental as a heartbeat. Asterisk. It will come again, and I will rise, and I will go. The cycle is not just your routine, it is your definition. In the liminal space between wakefulness and sleep, you're not a daughter, a friend, a woman with a past. You are the space between one whistle and the next, a vessel for endurance, waiting to be filled once more with noise and heat and dust. The legacy of these women is woven into the very fabric of the world you inhabit, yet it is a pattern most have forgotten how to see. The mountains of cloth they produced did not just dress an empire, they swaddled the infancy of the consumer society we live in today. The relentless, clock-measured efficiency they endured became the blueprint for modern production lines, for the very concept of the workday. Their suffering, the documented coughs, the maimed hands, the stunted lives provided the grim, irrefutable data that fueled the first hesitant factory acts, the early child labour laws, the very notion that a worker might have rights, however minimal. They were the human friction that sparked the first reforms, yet their names are absent from the ledgers. Elsie, Mary, the girl with the riverstone in her pocket, their statistics, if they're remembered at all. Their victory was not individual, but collective and posthumous, a slight softening of the world for those who came after, paid for with the currency of their youth, their health, their quiet desperation. They built a modern reality they were never meant to inhabit. This invites uncomfortable transhistorical question. We have cleared the literal cotton dust from our factories, silenced the deafening mechanical roar with automation, legislated against the 14-hour day. But have we truly escaped the fundamental dynamic they lived? What are the modern, invisible equivalents of the fluff in the lungs? Is it the constant low-grade anxiety that tightens the chest on a Sunday evening? What is the contemporary overseer's watch, if not the relentless ping of notifications, the quantified self, the performance metrics that measure our every digital and professional move? Our time is no longer stolen by a single bellowing steam whistle, but is it truly our own, or is it fragmented, auctioned and optimized by 1,000 silent, algorithmic demands? Our bodies may not ache from standing on stone, but do they not protest with new maladies, posture of stress, of a mind never allowed to be truly idle? We have exchanged the physical tyranny of the mill for a more diffuse, psychological one. We are no longer pieces of thread, but pieces of attention, our focus the raw material harvested by new kinds of engines. The question is not whether our lot is as hard as theirs. It is profoundly, materially different and easier. The question is whether we have become the willing architects of our own subtle, sanitized captivity, mistaking convenience for freedom, busyness for purpose. To remember them only as victims, however, is to commit a final injustice. The true, breathtaking legacy of the mill girl is the ferocious, stubborn resilience of the human spirit in the face of systematic annihilation. In conditions designed to reduce her to a biological machine, she fought a silent, daily war to remain human. She forged sisterhood in a vacuum of noise. She cultivated a secret garden of memory in a landscape of dust. She found humour in the gallows and dignity in the careful darning of a sock. She whispered prayers into the teeth of the roaring dark. These were not acts of weakness, but of supreme, defiant strength. She was a survivor, an innovator of the soul, crafting meaning from the meaningless and connection from isolation. Her greatest rebellion was her continued capacity to feel, to care, to mind what was happening to her. She was an unwitting historian, her body the document that recorded the cost of progress. In her silent endurance and her fragile bonds, she proved that the human core is not so easily extinguished, that even when everything is taken, the spirit can still carve out a space to whisper, to share, to be asterisk. This is her gift to us, not a warning of how bad things were, but a testament to how astonishing we can be. When the final, piercing shriek of the great steam whistle tears through the room, the effect is not relief, but a profound systemic shock. The machinery winds down with a series of shuddering sighs. The silence that follows is, as always, a physical presence, a ringing void that pounds in your ears. But now it is permanent. The release of pressure is so immense it feels like a kind of internal collapse. You do not move at first. Your body is stuck in the posture of work, bent slightly forward, and so let the final image return to the sound that began it all. That steam whistle tearing through the Manchester dawn. Listen to it now, not as the opening note of a single terrible day, but as something else. It is the collective choked scream of a generation. It is the audible edge of an entire hidden world of feeling, of fear, of resignation, of aching fatigue, of a hope so thin it was almost transparent. It is the signal flare of a new kind of time, industrial time, launched into history. That specific metallic shriek has faded from our world, but its echo has not died. It has changed frequency. It resonates in the quiet hum of server farms, in the scheduled ping of a calendar reminder, in the underlying buzz of a society still organized around the efficient extraction of human effort. It is woven into the social fabric, into our relationship with work, with time, with our own bodies. We live in the world their sacrifice helped shape and their suffering helped humanize. When you feel rushed, when you feel measured, when you feel the quiet pressure to produce, to perform, to persist beyond your limits, listen closely. Beneath the modern noise you might just hear it, the long fading echo of the whistle, a ghostly reminder of the price that was paid and a silent enduring question about the price we still choose to pay. Their day is done. Ours continues. The challenge they leave us is not to pity them, but to see clearly the systems we inhabit, to hear the echoes in our own lives, and to ensure that our own march of progress is measured not just in output, but in the preservation of the very humanity they fought so hard, in their silent, stubborn ways, to keep alive. So we leave her there, in the fragile silence between the whistle's echo and its return. We close the heavy door on the heat and the roar, but we carry the dust of that place with us in our minds. Her story is not a relic. It is a mirror, held up at a strange angle to our own lives. We have built a world of miraculous comfort atop foundations laid by such profound discomfort. The soft shirt against your skin, the predictable rhythm of your day, the very concept of leisure time. These are in part her legacies, but they were purchased with a currency of human spirit we would no longer dare to spend. This is the quiet, unsettling heart of the matter. Asterisk. The true cost of comfort is often paid by someone else, in a different coin. Asterisk. Before you click away, I want to invite you into the comment section below. Don't just let this be a history lesson you consume and forget. Let's make it a conversation. I am genuinely curious. After spending this time in the world of the mill girl, what sits with you most heavily? Is it the physical sensation, the imagined ache in the feet, the tickle of dust in the throat? Is it the psychological horror of time owned by another? Or is it the small, fierce acts of human connection that persisted in spite of it all? And here is the harder, more personal question for you to ponder, if you choose. Asterisk. Where do you see the modern echoes of her struggle? We are not piecing threads in a deafening room, but what are the invisible systems that measure, monetize, and manage your asterisk time? Asterisk your asterisk attention. Asterisk your asterisk energy. What are the fluffs we breathe in without thinking? The ambient stress, the endless scroll, the pressure to be perpetually productive. Where, in your own life, do you feel the gentle, insistent pressure of a new kind of overseer's watch? Share your thoughts. Let's uncover these hidden architectures of our own age together. These women were not passive ghosts. By their enduring, they shaped laws. By their suffering, they forced a reckoning. By their silent camaraderie, they proved that humanity cannot be fully mechanized. Their ancestors not of blood, but of circumstance, to every person who has ever felt like a cog in a machine too large to comprehend. Their story is one thread in a vast, dark tapestry of the forgotten. And so, I want to tell you where our journey will lead next time. We will step out of the satanic mills and into the gilded cages. We will leave the collective roar of the factory for the isolated, soundless silence of a different kind of Victorian prison. Our next descent will be into the world of the asterisk, live-in domestic servant, the housemaid, the scullery maid, the cook ... asterisk. If the mill was a hell of noise and crowd, their world was a hell of quiet and solitude. We will explore the endless backstairs drudgery, the constant invisible labour that polished the world of the wealthy, the rigid hierarchy below stairs that mirrored the one above, and the profound, lonely isolation of being always present, yet never truly seen. We will listen for the whispers in the servants' hall, feel the chill of the pre-dawn kitchen, and ask what it does to a soul to spend a lifetime making other people's homes spotless, while having no true home of one's own. If you think the factory was the only place where time and body were owned, wait until you see the contract signed in the shadow of the grand staircase. Thank you for walking these grim, necessary paths with me, for bearing witness. History is not just about kings and battles. It is about the weight of the air in a room, the texture of pain in a joint, the taste of dust on the tongue, and the stubborn, flickering flame of a spirit that refuses to be quenched. If you want to be there for our next descent into the hidden layers of the past, make sure you are subscribed and ring that bell so you won't miss it. For now, as you go about your day, feel the texture of your own clothes. Listen to the quality of your own silence. Be briefly, gratefully aware of the autonomy you have over your next hour, and remember her. Until next time, stay curious. Hi guys. Tonight we begin not in a castle, but in the silent pre-dawn dark of a Victorian slum. Your blanket is thin, the air is damp, but the thing that truly wakes you isn't the cold. It's the deep, hollow ache in your stomach, a sharp, familiar grip just below your ribs. It's 5 a.m, and your body is already calculating the day's first and most pressing problem: food. From history books, the Industrial Revolution looks like steam trains and iron bridges, a grand tale of progress. But for the millions who fueled it, the story was written here, in the cramped space between hunger and the next scant meal. The reality is simple. For the Victorian poor, food wasn't about culture or pleasure. It was the daily mathematics of survival. And if you had to feed a family on a labourer's wage, with bread that was often half chalk, meat that was a weekly rumour, and tea that was little more than brown dust, you'd discover quickly that your biggest enemy wasn't the overseer or the landlord. It was the relentless, grinding calculus of an empty cupboard. You wouldn't last a week, not without learning the hidden rules of this desperate game. So, before you settle in, if you're ready to step beyond the history books and into the true gritty reality of what it meant to put food on the table in the age of empire, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you find this deep dive into the past valuable. And if you're listening right now, I'd love to know. Post your location and the local time in the comments below. It's always fascinating to see where in the world we're gathering to explore these hidden stories together. The day does not begin with light or sound or the gentle stirring of consciousness. It begins in the dark with a familiar hollow ache, a tight, insistent knot just below your ribs that pulses with your heartbeat. This is your first and most faithful companion each morning: hunger. It is not the pang of someone who skips supper. It is the deep, systemic emptiness of a body that was never properly filled the day before. You're already calculating before your eyes are open. The mental arithmetic of survival starts in this bed, in this crowded room where the air is thick with the sleep of too many bodies. Asterisk, the bread. How much is left? The tea caddy. Is it empty? Did the price of bacon rise again last market day? Your mind, still fogged with weariness, becomes a ledger of scarcity. Across the city in bedrooms with the curtains drawn against the encroaching dawn, a different kind of waking occurs. There, the first thought might be of which waistcoat to wear, or what letters await. There, the stomach's demand is a mild, anticipated whisper, soon to be answered by the clatter of fine china and the smell of kidneys frying in butter, of eggs gathered warm from a country estate. Here, in the rented silence of the poor, the stomach's demand is a shout, a creditor pounding at the door of your consciousness. Food is not the first pleasure of the day. It is the central problem, the limited capital with which you must negotiate the next 14 hours of existence. You rise, your movements careful not to disturb the others, though the floorboards creak a protest. The heart of the home, such as it is not a welcoming parlour or a warm dining room. It is the kitchen, a term that grants it a dignity it barely possesses. In truth, it is a corner of the single room dominated by a small cold fireplace. This is your command centre. Your arsenal is pitifully small. A blackened kettle sits on the hob. A single large pot, its bottom thin from years of direct flame, waits for its daily duty. A few chipped earthenware bowls, a couple of tin spoons, a knife gone dull at the edge. On a shelf the meagre stores are arranged with a sort of desperate reverence. A linen bag holding perhaps a pound of flour, a smaller one with coarse tea, a blue paper cone of sugar, a ceramic jar with a precious few inches of dripping, a half loaf of bread wrapped in cloth. This is not a pantry for creating meals. This is a laboratory for the alchemy of necessity. Here the goal is not flavour, presentation, or even variety. The sole objective is transformation. You must turn these scant, often poor quality materials, hard grains, fibrous root vegetables, tough cuts of meat, cheap tea dust, into usable energy. This is not cooking as an art. It is cooking as a chemical war waged against inedibility, a daily battle to convert the cheapest substances available into the calories that will keep your family's hearts beating and limbs moving. Every action here, from lighting the fire to stirring the pot, is a tactical manoeuvre in the campaign of the day. The fire, once coaxed to a feeble smoking life, is for boiling water first. The tea is not a luxury, it is a medicinal ritual, a stimulant to shock the system awake. You measure the dark leaves with a frugality born of long practice, using the same portion 3, sometimes 4 times, until the water runs clear and flavourless. The resulting liquid in your cup is the colour of weak rust, hot and slightly bitter. The bread, yesterday's or the day before's, is hard. You might soften a piece of it in the hot tea, letting it become a warm, soggy mass that is easier to swallow. Or you might simply chew it slowly, washing each mouthful down with the faintly tannic brew. For the man of the house, if he's a labourer heading to the docks or the building site, this is his fuel. This is not breakfast. It is the lighting of a very short, very damp fuse. The few simple carbohydrates from the bread and the sharp caffeine from the tea are a calculated trick, a psychological and physiological sleight of hand meant to convince his stomach and his mind that sustenance has arrived, buying a precious 2 or 3 hours before the true, grinding hunger returns with a vengeance. He eats standing up, often in his coat, his eyes already on the door. There is no conversation, no lingering. The taste is irrelevant. The function is everything. As he leaves, the steam from his cup hanging in the cold air for a moment before vanishing, he carries that hollow feeling with him into the grey dawn. The war for calories has begun, and he marches out with his reserves already critically depleted. The rest of you are left with the quiet of the room the dying fire, and the profound, weighty knowledge that every single scrap left in the cupboard must now be strategized, stretched, and engineered to see you all through until he returns, hopefully with a day's wages in his pocket, ready to start the calculation anew. At the absolute, non-negotiable centre of this world of want stands the loaf. It is not the object we picture today, golden-crusted and airy. This is the ***, staff of life. *** in its most literal, brutal sense. It is a dense, formidable brick of sustenance, weighing a regulation 4 pounds, its crust a deep, uniform brown verging on black in places from the fierce heat of commercial ovens. To hold one is to feel its heft, its solidity. This is not food that invites, it commands respect and demands work. The first thing that strikes you is its colour. The flour within is not the fine, snowy white reserved for the tables of the rich. It is a dull, greyish beige, milled from the entirety of the wheat kernel, the bran and germ included, which gives it a coarse, gritty texture. But even this wholemeal honesty is often a lie. To stretch the expensive wheat flour, bakers, particularly those servicing the poorest districts, would add seconds or filler. Dried ground peas or beans were common, adding a faintly sour, earthy taste and a leaden quality. Potato flour, another cheap extender, could make the bread damp and clammy if used in excess. And then there were the outright adulterants, a handful of chalk dust or alum to whiten the appearance, a dose of plaster of Paris to add weight. You did not buy nourishment, you bought bulk. Your teeth might grit on an unexpected stony fragment. Your tongue might detect a suspicious chemical aftertaste beneath the predominant flavour of fermentation and heat. This loaf was the fundamental unit of economic and social life. A man's wage was often discussed in terms of how many loaves it could buy. A family's stability was measured by the presence of a whole uncut loaf on the shelf. To earn one's bread was to survive. To have bread was to have a claim on the next day. It was so central that its absence meant catastrophe. The cry of bread or blood was not metaphorical, but a direct statement of the equation between sustenance and revolution. Nutritionally, this dark bread was a paradox. In its purest, unadulterated form, the whole grain provided roughage, some B vitamins and minerals that the refined white bread of the wealthy lacked. It was, in theory, healthier. But the adulterant stole what little goodness it had. Alum could cause constipation and stomach cramps. Chalk and plaster contributed nothing but the danger of intestinal blockages and malnutrition, as they provided a false sense of fullness without calories. The poor were thus trapped. The very substance that was meant to sustain them was often laced with agents that slowly undermined their health, making them weaker, more susceptible to the diseases that flourished in the crowded slums. The ritual of its consumption was a study in precision and economy. The loaf was not sliced, it was hacked with a heavy knife, the thickness of each piece a careful calculation of who needed the most energy for the day's labour. It was rarely eaten alone. It was the canvas, the spoon, the plate. A thick slab would be piled with a smear of dripping or a scrape of butter if the household could afford it. More often, it was used to sop up the last traces of thin soup or gravy, absorbing every possible calorie and fragment of flavour. Stale bread, rock hard after a few days, was not thrown away. It was resurrected. Grated into breadcrumbs, it would be used to bulk out meat puddings or as a topping. Soaked in water or milk, it formed the base of a filling for a baked pudding. In its final stage, completely inedible, it might be dried in the oven and used as a primitive coffee substitute or thickener. Every molecule was forced to yield value. The contrast with the bread of the affluent was a daily silent lesson in the hierarchy of existence. Their bread was a snow-white, feather-light roll or a finely sliced loaf of crustless pain de mie, served in a silver rack, accompanying a meal, not constituting it. Its whiteness was a symbol of purity, refinement, and distance from the dirty processes of life. It was designed to melt on the tongue, not to challenge the jaw. To eat the dark, gritty loaf of the poor was to taste the very earth of the struggle, to feel the labour of digestion mirror the labour of living. It was a food that fought back, demanding effort for every calorie it yielded, a constant, chewy reminder of the hard, unyielding nature of the world you inhabited. If the loaf was the immutable pillar of existence, the soup pot was its beating heart, its ever-present, simmering soul. In a home with no larder to speak of, the concept of a discrete meal was a luxury. Instead, there was the ***, pot ***. A large, heavy, blackened cauldron of cast iron or thick ceramic, it lived in a state of near permanent occupation on the hob or at the edge of the hearth. Its fire was never allowed to die completely. Banked coals kept its contents in a state of perpetual slow transformation. This was not a vessel for cooking in the modern sense, but a digestive organ for the household itself, a communal stomach that broke down and amalgamated everything the family could scavenge or afford. The soup within was a living entity, changing day by day, week by week, but never ever being entirely finished. Today's dinner was merely a withdrawal from the perpetual fund. The base of this eternal broth was, and always would be, bone. A knuckle bone from a sheep begged from the butcher with a look of practised need. The cleaned carcass of a single scrawny chicken, boiled until every shred of flavour and gelatin surrendered. These bones were boiled and reboiled until they grew soft and porous, their marrow sucked into the liquid, giving it a faint milky opacity and a precious film of fat on the surface. Into this simmering foundation went the vegetables of the poor, chosen for their hardiness, cheapness and filling quality. The turnip, or swede, was a constant, a dense yellow-fleshed root that broke down into soft, sweet chunks, thickening the broth. Onions, their papery skins adding colour, provided a foundational sweetness. Potatoes, if they could be had, lent body and vital starch. Cabbage leaves, the outer ones too tough for sale, were chopped fine. This was not a recipe, it was a process of accretion. The pea and bread crustings from yesterday's plate into the pot, the few fibrous leaves of celery from the market stall's discard pile into the pot, the rind of the Sunday bacon, chewy and salty, boiled until tender, then chopped fine and returned. A handful of barley, bought by the ounce, would swell and thicken. The resulting concoction was a thick, hearty, mud-coloured gruel more than a soup as we know it. It was a calorie-dense slurry, designed to fill the stomach and warm the body from the inside out. Its flavour was deep, earthy and complex, a testament not to culinary skill, but to time and necessity, the slow alchemy of poverty that could make something vaguely sustaining from almost nothing. Its role was paramount. For children, the elderly, and those doing less strenuous work, this pottage, ladled over a hunk of the dark bread, was the main source of nutrition for most days of the week. It provided hot liquid, a sense of fullness, and a slow-burning energy from its starches and trace fats. The bones leached minerals like calcium and phosphorus into the broth, offering a crude, unquantified defence against the rickets that bent the limbs of so many slum children. The variety of scraps, however meagre, offered a wider range of vitamins than a diet of bread alone. It was the ultimate social food. The pot sat in the centre of the home, and its contents were shared equally, a daily ritual of ladling that reinforced the family unit. Its constant presence was a psychological comfort. As long as the fire burned and the pot simmered, catastrophe was held at bay. It represented the mother's tireless invisible labour, her skill in procuring scraps, her vigilance in tending the flame, her quiet determination to keep the life of the family literally bubbling along. To be invited to share from someone's pot was a sign of deep trust and intimacy in these communities. Yet, for all its communal virtue, the soup pot was also a gauge of desperation. The colour and clarity of the broth told a story. A rich, cloudy, meat-flecked soup meant a recent good fortune, a Sunday joint perhaps. A thin, watery pale liquid where a single turnip piece might be chased around with a spoon, spoke of a week stretched too far, of wages spent or work lost. The Eternal Stew was a brilliant adaptation, but it was born of a profound precariousness. It stood in stark, silent contrast to the clear consommé served in fine china at the wealthy man's table, a delicate, refined distillation of essence, designed to stimulate the palate, not silence the gut. One pot was a life support system. The other was an ornament. In the grim calculus of survival, there existed a separate, vital column in the mental ledger, not for nourishment, but for sensation. 3 substances, tea, sugar, and gin, formed a holy trinity of solace and stimulation, each a tiny burning aperture of relief in the grey monotony of want. They were economic vampires, draining precious pennies from the food budget, yet their purchase was defended with a desperation that spoke to a need far deeper than the physical. Asterisk, asterisk. Te asterisk, asterisk was the first and most sacred ritual. It was not the delicate china leaf of the drawing room, but a coarse black dust, often sweepings from warehouse floors, sold by the ounce in paper twists. Its preparation was a moment of solemn pause. For the exhausted housewife, after the men had left for work and the children were momentarily quiet, the act of boiling the kettle and measuring out the precious grains was a reclaiming of self. The few minutes spent waiting for it to draw were perhaps the only ones in her day that were entirely unquestionably her own. She did not sit in a parlour. She might stand by the hearth or lean against the scrubbed table, but in that posture, cradling the thick, warm mug in work-roughened hands, breathing in the steam that carried a faint, smoky aroma, she was momentarily more than a drudge. The hot liquid, bitter and strong, was a stimulant that sharpened her mind for the day's endless tasks, but its true value was psychological. It was a moment of asterisk asterisk, heated quietude asterisk asterisk, a tiny island of personal ceremony in an ocean of obligation. For the cost of a farthing, it offered a semblance of domestic peace and a fleeting sense of control. Asterisk, asterisk, sugar, asterisk, asterisk. The companion to tea was its own kind of magic. A hard, conical loaf, wrapped in dark blue paper, it was a luxury rendered necessary. A small lump, crushed between tongs or shaved with a knife, transformed the bitter tea into a sweet, energizing cordial. This was its primary practical function, a bolt of instant, cheap calories. For a labourer feeling faint, a lump of sugar dissolved on the tongue could provide a jolt to stave off collapse. But its power went beyond the metabolic. In a world devoid of pleasure, where every taste was utilitarian, starchy, fatty, salty, the pure, crystalline sweetness of sugar was a shock to the system, a direct line to a sensation of joy. For children, a rare taste of it was a event. It represented a break from the relentless savoury monotony, a proof that delight could still exist. This made it economically treacherous. The craving for this minute, affordable happiness could pull pennies away from more nutritious, bland foods like cheese or an extra egg. Families would go without meat to keep their tea sweetened, choosing the immediate psychological lift over slower bodily repair. Sugar was the opiate of the masses, not because it drugged them, but because it sweetened a bitter reality just enough to make it swallowable. Then there was asterisk, asterisk, gin, asterisk, asterisk. If tea was solace and sugar was joy, gin was oblivion. Cheap, potent, and readily available from every other storefront in the poorer districts, it was known as mother's ruin for a reason. For a few pence, a woman could purchase not just a drink, but a temporary annihilation of her circumstances. The numbing fire of raw spirit offered an escape from the damp chill of the room, the constant gnawing anxiety over money, the cries of hungry children, the ache in every muscle. In the harsh flickering light of a gin shop, she could be, for an hour, nobody's mother, nobody's wife. Just a being momentarily free of feeling. The economic trap was vicious and immediate. The pennies spent on gin were not just diverted from food, they were incinerated, yielding nothing but a few hours of borrowed numbness and a deeper thirst. It could unravel a week's careful budgeting in a single night, plunging a family from precarious stability into destitution. Yet, to judge its consumers harshly is to miss the point. Gin was not a vice of character, but a logical, if catastrophic, response to an unbearable environment. When reality offers nothing but unending pressure, the promise of a valve, however destructive, becomes a compelling necessity. It was the negative image of the tea ritual. Both were pauses, but one offered a moment of conscious quiet, the other a desperate flight from consciousness itself. Together, these three substances formed a perilous ecosystem of coping. Tea provided the daily small dignity. Sugar offered the occasional cheap thrill. Gin sold the dangerous dream of total respite. Each in their own way addressed a hunger that bread and soup could not touch. The hunger for a moment's peace, for a spark of pleasure, for a respite from the self. They were proof that the human spirit, when starved of all other comforts, will spend its last coin not just to feed the body, but to medicate the mind. The tragedy was that the very system that created this profound need for comfort also commodified it, ensuring that the poor's search for momentary relief became one of the most reliable ways to keep them poor. Protein was a spectre that haunted the working-class diet, a presence felt more in its absence than its consumption. It was not the centerpiece of a meal, but a fleeting ghost of flavour, a scarce resource to be deployed with strategic precision. The concept of a cut of meat, a chop, a steak, a joint of prime roast belonged to another universe. Here, meat came in forms that spoke of utility, preservation, and the utilisation of every last part of the animal the wealthy had no use for. The most common incarnation was preserved, salted, or smoked. A slab of bacon was the cornerstone of this category. It was not the lean pink rasher we know, but a thick fatty piece streaked with muscle and crowned with a tough, salty rind. It was a treasure chest of uses. Thin slices, fried until they curled and rendered their precious fat, could flavour a pot of beans or be laid upon bread for a rare, rich treat. The rendered fat itself was collected in a jar, becoming dripping, the primary cooking medium, and spread for bread. The rind, boiled for hours, would soften and be chopped into the eternal soup, imparting a deep, smoky saltiness. Tripe, The stomach lining of cows was a pale, spongy, faintly odorous commodity sold cleaned and parboiled. It required long, slow simmering with onions and milk to become tender, emerging as a bland, gelatinous substance valued more for its cheap protein and filling texture than any gustatory pleasure. Trotters Pig's feet, and shin bones were bought for the gelatin and minute shreds of meat that clung to them, destined for the stock pot. These were not foods of desire, but of biochemical necessity, vehicles for fats, proteins and minerals that the starch-heavy diet otherwise lacked. The other primary source was the market's final hour. As respectable housewives completed their shopping, the butchers' and fishmongers' slabs held the remnants, scraps of meat trimmed from larger cuts, offal that hadn't sold, small fish that were starting to lose their brightness. This was where the poor shopped, haggling for a penny's worth of pieces. These bits might be folded into a sweet pudding with plenty of onion and filler, stretched across a family in a form where the meat was a surprise rather than a promise. A single bruised mackerel or a few small herrings could be fried and flaked into a potato cake. This was protein as a rumour, a hint whispered through a mouthful of potato and flour. This made the Sunday roast not merely a meal, but the pivotal economic and emotional event of the week. It was an institution, a sacred expenditure. The joint was small, a cheap cut of beef like brisket or a piece of mutton, and its purchase often dictated the rest of the week's budget. The act of roasting filled the cramped dwelling with an aroma of such profound, savoury richness it felt like a physical blessing, a temporary transformation of the very air. The meal itself was a ceremony of order and portioning. The father, as breadwinner, received the best slice. The children got smaller pieces. The mother often took the ends or the bits that clung to the bone. The taste was monumental, hot, savoury, fatty, a shocking departure from the week's monotony. It was a taste of dignity, of participation in a national ritual, however scaled down. The most public and humbling form of foraging happened in the very heart of commerce, the marketplace at closing time. As the stalls were packed away, the ground was littered with the day's rejects, bruised apples, their brown spots soft to the touch, wilted cabbage leaves torn from the heads and discarded, carrots too twisted for sale, potatoes with deep eyes cut out by the vendor. For children and women, this was the final harvest. You had to be swift, competing with others in the same plight, and you had to be inconspicuous, avoiding the scornful gaze of the stallholders or the beat constable who might move you on for causing an obstruction. There was no triumph in this gathering, only a grinding necessity. The produce was often of poor quality, requiring meticulous cleaning and trimming. Yet, in the hands of a skilled cook, these discards could be revived. The soft fruit went into a steamed pudding or was stewed into a tart paste. The vegetables were chopped finely for soup. Nothing was wasted because nothing could be. This practice was a daily lesson in the hierarchy of consumption. You were eating what the market had deemed unfit for those who could pay. It was nutrition filtered through the sieve of commerce and collected from the dirt. Yet, in the communal misery, there was sometimes a brittle solidarity, a silent agreement among the gatherers not to crowd one another too much, a shared glance that acknowledged the mutual fall from grace. This urban foraging, born of absolute need, painted a vivid picture of resilience. It showed a population using every shred of knowledge, every ounce of courage, and every last tolerance for humiliation to patch together the caloric deficit of their official diets. They were not passive recipients of starvation. They were active, if desperate agents in their own survival, scouring the man-made and lingering natural world for the fragments that would allow them to see another week. While the poor conducted their daily chemistry of survival over a single flame, another world existed in the terraced houses and suburban villas where a different kind of fire burned. The fire of aspirational propriety For the Victorian middle class, the merchants, clerks, solicitors and successful shopkeepers, food was not merely fuel. It was a relentless tri-daily performance of stability, morality and hard-won status. Theirs was a universe governed by the clock and the rule-book, where meals were not responses to hunger, but affirmations of a place in the social firmament. The day began not with a gnawing void, but with the confident, fragrant sizzle of a ***, substantial breakfast ***. This was a meal that announced a household with resources and orderly domestic management. The table would be laid with a certain crispness, a white cloth, individual place settings, perhaps a small vase of flowers. The centrepiece was the sideboard, bearing covered dishes kept warm over spirit lamps. Here lay the theatre of morning sustenance, rashers of bacon, properly lean and curling at the edges, eggs fried or scrambled in butter, plump pork sausages, kidneys simmered in a rich brown gravy. There was toast, made from a fine white loaf, kept warm in a silver rack, accompanied by porcelain pots of marmalade and fresh butter. Coffee or tea, of a quality that actually bore the name of its region, like Kongu or Assam, was served from a polished pot. This meal was a declaration. It said the man of the house engaged in mental, not manual, labour, and required good sustenance to fuel his discernment. It said the woman of the house commanded a well-run kitchen with a competent servant or two. It was eaten with a measured pace, the morning newspaper propped against the coffee pot discussing the day's plans. The hunger it satisfied was secondary to the statement it made. Asterisk. We are regular. We are provided for. We are civilized. Lunch, or luncheon, was often a lighter, more feminine affair, especially if the men were at their places of business. It might consist of cold meats left from the previous night's dinner, a slice of ham, some chicken, arranged on a platter with pickles and chutney. A salad of lettuce and cucumber dressed with oil and vinegar spoke of an interest in delicate digestion. There might be a simple pudding, like a baked apple or a slice of sponge cake. This was not the heavy, stodgy fuel of the labourer, but a refined pause. For the children and the mistress of the house, it was a moment of quiet repast, often in the breakfast room or a sunlit parlour, reinforcing the separation of the home's gendered and generational spheres. The very lightness of the meal was a luxury, implying that a large, calorie-dense midday dish was the mark of a working-class need, not a middle-class preference. Then, in the late afternoon, came the most iconic and socially charged ritual of all. Asterisk, asterisk, afternoon tea, asterisk, asterisk. This was not the desperate, tannic infusion of the slums. This was a ceremony of porcelain and gossip, a performance of leisure that defined the class. The drawing room would be arranged just so. A tiered stand would display its edible jewels, thin, crustless sandwiches of cucumber or egg and cress, warm, buttery scones with clotted cream and jam, delicate pastries and fruit cake. The tea itself was brewed in a silver or fine china pot, using loose leaves measured from a caddy, the water at a precise temperature. It was poured by the mistress of the house, a ritual of hospitality and control. This meal had almost no nutritional necessity. Its purpose was purely social and symbolic. It was a display of cultivated taste and spare time. It was where marriages were subtly negotiated, alliances formed, and social standing constantly assessed through the quality of the cake and the fineness of the china. The ritual said, asterisk. We have the time for this. We have the refinement to appreciate it. We belong. The day culminated in asterisk asterisk, dinner asterisk asterisk, the most formal and didactic of the meals, served later in the evening, often after a change of dress. It was a multi-course journey through a carefully curated landscape of abundance. A soup course, clear, not thick and peasant-like, would be followed by a fish course. Then the main event, a joint of roast beef or leg of lamb accompanied by multiple vegetables cooked separately, buttered carrots, minted peas, roast potatoes, and gravies made from proper stocks. Following this, a pudding, a trifle, a fruit tart, a moulded blancmange would cleanse the palate. Finally, a tray of dessert, nuts, fruits, candies, and port wine for the gentleman. The order was sacrosanct, a culinary liturgy. Each course was served and cleared by a servant, the silent ballet of domestic labour that made the performance possible. Conversation followed strict rules, avoiding vulgar topics like money or politics in mixed company. This meal was the daily anchor of middle-class identity. Its regularity proclaimed economic security. Its complexity demonstrated the wife's managerial skill, even if executed by a cook. Its etiquette inculcated and displayed the family's grasp of the social codes that separated them from those below. Every bite was an act of belonging, a chewing over of one's own hard-won place in the world. The middle-class table was thus a fortress of routine and a stage for respectability, where food, meticulously timed and properly presented, was the primary script in the endless play of becoming and being seen as gentlefolk. To step from the world of the perpetual soup pot into the dining room of a great aristocratic house was not merely to change location, but to cross into a different realm of physics and meaning. Here, food ceased to be about sustenance altogether. It became a spectacle of power, a theatre of excess where the very laws of scarcity were triumphantly defied. A formal dinner was not a meal. It was a campaign, a calculated display designed to overwhelm the senses, cement alliances and draw a line in the sand of satin and damask that none could mistake. The setting itself was a weapon of intimidation. The long table, a lake of polished mahogany, reflected the light of 100 wax candles and crystal chandeliers and gilded sconces. The air was thick with the scent of beeswax, hothouse flowers, and the coming richness. Each place was a landscape of precision, a battalion of glistening glasses for different wines, a fan of heavy silver cutlery, crested porcelain plates laid upon plates. Liveried footmen stood as silent as statues against the walls, their very stillness amplifying the grandeur. This was not a room for eating, it was a temple for consumption, and the ritual was about to begin. The menu was a document of conquest, a culinary map of the empire. It began with oysters, brought live from coastal beds and opened moments before serving. Then, a parade of dishes that seemed to mock the very idea of sufficiency. A clear turtle soup, its essence distilled from rare imported creatures. Poached turbot, a massive delicate flatfish, served on a silver platter with elaborate shrimp and lobster sauces. Next, the pièce de résistance, perhaps a baron of beef, an entire double sirloin roasted to a crackling mahogany hue, carried in by 2 footmen, or a whole roast peacock, its feathers reattached in a dazzling inedible display. Around these central altars to protein were arranged satellites of the exotic, dishes of truffles from Perigord, asparagus forced in special beds, salads dressed with oil pressed from foreign olives. The service was à la française, meaning all dishes for a course were presented simultaneously, covering the table in a breathtaking, chaotic abundance. A guest faced not a plate of food, but a panorama of it. The purpose was choice, yes, but more so, it was the induction of a pleasurable helplessness. How could one possibly taste everything? The excess was the point. It communicated a simple, brutal truth. Asterisk. We have so much, we cannot possibly consume it all. As the courses progressed, the game birds, pheasant, grouse, the sweet soufflés and flaming puddings, the final dessert course of iced fruits, nuts and sweetmeats, arranged in elaborate pyramids, the initial awe turned to a kind of stupefied discomfort. Stomachs, however expansive, reached their limit long before the kitchen's ambition did. The contrast with the simmering single pot of the poor was absolute, and intentionally so. Where the poor's soup was a symbol of austerest continuity asterisk, never empty, ever evolving, the aristocratic feast was a spectacle of finality. Dishes were created, presented, and then swept away. Their purpose served the moment they elicited a gasp or a compliment. The pot used every scrap. The feast was defined by its asterisk, asterisk, waste asterisk, asterisk. Perfectly edible food was removed barely touched, destined for the servants' hall, then perhaps the pigs, then the midden. The beef bone that would have been boiled for a week in a worker's home was here discarded without a thought. This waste was not careless. It was eloquent. It was the most visible proof that the owners of this food existed beyond the economy of need. Their relationship to nourishment was not biological, but political and aesthetic. The rituals surrounding the feast further deepened the chasm. The strict order of seating by rank, the complex language of the tableware, the specific wines paired with each course, the rule that one must never speak of business or politics at the table, all of this transformed eating into a complex social cipher. Mastery of this code proved one's breeding, one's right to be there. It was a social test as much as a gastronomic event. For the poor, eating was a private, often hurried, act of fuel replenishment. Here, it was a profoundly public performance of one's place in a rigid hierarchy. Every sip, every bite was observed and judged. In this dazzling, oppressive room, food performed its ultimate social function, not to bridge, but to divide. The sheer, breathtaking cost of the meal, the imported ingredients, the army of chefs and servants, the priceless plate, was a fortress wall. The aroma of truffle and roasting game was the perfume of exclusion. The spectacle was a constant, unspoken reminder. The world that required a mother to plead for a knucklebone was the same world that, allowed a lord to send back a perfectly cooked saddle of lamb because the mint sauce was a shade too pale. The aristocratic feast was the apex of food as power, a deliberate and lavish performance of inequality meant to be admired, envied, and ultimately accepted as the natural order. It was the stomach of the empire on display, gorged, triumphant, and utterly divorced from the grinding hunger that fueled its engines. The most common and lawful bounty was wild greens, ***, nettles, ***, were a prized if punishing find. Gathered with thick gloves or a deft hand that grasped the stem without brushing the leaves, they were carried home to be transformed. Boiled vigorously, their stinging hairs melted away, leaving a dark green, spinach-like vegetable that could be stirred into the soup pot, adding a flash of colour and a valuable dose of iron and vitamins. ***, dandelion ***, leaves, picked young before the flowers bloomed, added a bitter, pungent note to a salad of stale breadcrumbs and vinegar. ***, chickweed ***, and ***, sorrel ***, might be found in damp corners. This knowledge, often passed down from rural grandparents, was a vital inheritance. It represented a thread of self-reliance, a way to add nutrition and variety without spending a farthing. The act of gathering them, bent double in a vacant lot while the soot settled on your back, was a quiet, solitary rebellion against the absolute power of the marketplace. Far more dangerous was the act of ***, poaching ***. This was not the romantic image of a lone hunter in a nobleman's forest, but a tense, furtive activity in the green spaces clinging to the city's periphery. The target might be a rabbit in a cemetery, a pigeon from a public square, or fish from a private stretch of river or an ornamental lake. The risks were extreme. Getting caught meant not just a fine, which was ruinous, but likely imprisonment or transportation. The act was one of calculated, terrifying risk. Yet the siren call of fresh, substantial protein was powerful. A single rabbit could mean a feast, its bones enriching the pot for days. Poaching was a collective secret in some neighbourhoods, a network of lookouts and silent exchanges. The meat, when it appeared, was never questioned. It was eaten quickly behind closed doors, the evidence destroyed. It was food tinged with adrenaline and shame, a testament to how the hunger for a full stomach could override the fear of the law and the ingrained respect for property. It was a direct, illegal raid on the resources that the geography of wealth had reserved for itself. The body of the Victorian poor was not just tired or thin, it was a living document, its very flesh and bone inscribed with the grim ledger of its diet. The consequences of the perpetual grinding scarcity manifested not as a single dramatic illness, but as a constellation of chronic, debilitating conditions that marked a person, and especially a child, for life. This was malnutrition not as an event, but as an environment, a physiological landscape in which the human form was subtly and cruelly reshaped. For children, the most visible and heartbreaking signature was *** rickets ***. This was a disease of absence, specifically the absence of vitamin D and calcium, nutrients crucial for building strong bones. Vitamin D came from sunlight on the skin and from fatty fish, eggs, and dairy, all rarities in the smoke-choked, indoors-focused life of the slums. Calcium came from milk and cheese, costly luxuries. The result was a softening of the growing bones. A toddler's legs, tasked with bearing weight, would slowly bow outwards under the strain, creating the painful, waddling gait that became a common sight in poor districts. The wrists and ankles swelled into bony knobs. The rib cage could become deformed, and the spine might curve. These children were not just small, they were architecturally compromised. Their bodies were literally bending under the weight of a diet dominated by phytate-rich, calcium-blocking coarse bread and devoid of the necessary building blocks for structural integrity. A rickety child was a walking indictment of an economy that could not, or would not, provide its most vulnerable with the basics for skeletal growth. Inside, a different kind of erosion was taking place. anemia, the bloodlessness, was a constant sapping companion for men, women and children alike. Its primary cause was a lack of iron, the mineral that gives blood its oxygen-carrying power. Iron came from red meat and green leafy vegetables. The poor ate meat rarely, and the wild greens they foraged, while helpful, were insufficient to counter the deficit. The body, starved of iron, could not produce enough healthy red blood cells. The symptoms were a portrait of life drained of its vitality, a pervasive, unshakable fatigue that made every task a mountain, a pallor that turned the skin and the inside of the eyelids a sickly, translucent white, breathlessness from the slightest exertion as the body struggled to oxygenate itself, dizzy spells and a constant hollow feeling of cold. This was not simple tiredness from long hours. It was a cellular exhaustion, a profound biological slowing down that made concentration difficult and despair easy. The anemic worker was not just poor, he was physically incapable of the vigorous labour that might lift him from poverty, trapping him in a cycle of inefficiency and enervation. On the docks and among sailors, but also striking the utterly destitute in cities, scurvy could appear. A brutal disease of pure vitamin C deficiency. Vitamin C, which prevents the breakdown of collagen, the body's connective tissue, is abundant in fresh fruits and vegetables. In a diet of bread, potatoes and boiled, days-old scraps, it was virtually absent. The onset was deceptively simple: lethargy and sore limbs. Then the body began to dismantle itself. The gums would swell, turn spongy and purple, and bleed profusely. Teeth loosened and fell out. Old wounds reopened, the skin bruised from the slightest touch, blossoming into livid purple patches as capillaries burst beneath the surface. The victim would become weak, racked with pain, and succumb to infections their immune system could no longer fight. Scurvy was a particularly vicious mockery, as the cure, a lemon, an orange, a handful of fresh greens, was simple, yet entirely out of reach within the economic and dietary confines of poverty. It showed how the body, when denied a single specific nutrient found in fresh food, could unravel in the most grotesque and preventable way. Underlying all these specific ailments was the quiet, omnipresent reality of stunted growth and development This was the grand, silent summation of the caloric and protein deficit. Children of the labouring classes were consistently, measurably shorter and lighter than their wealthier counterparts. Their bodies, perpetually in energy conservation mode, diverted all resources to maintaining basic functions, leaving little for growth. They reached puberty later. Their frames remained slight, their muscles underdeveloped. This was not a genetic trait, it was a physiological adaptation to chronic hunger. A population of smaller, lighter people was the direct biological imprint of a social system. Their diminished stature was a fossil record of meals missed, of bones overboiled for broth, of plates dominated by starch, and of bellies filled with tea instead of milk. This stunting was a theft of potential, a guarantee that the next generation would enter the workforce already bearing the physical limitations imposed by the last. The body, in its silent language of inches and pounds, was telling the story that ledgers and sermons ignored. It was a story of systemic hunger, written in the very bone and sinew of a people. The true, brutal test of the diet came not in the quiet hunger of the morning, but in the roaring, physical crucible of the workday. Take the figure of a dock labourer. Call him John. He left his room with a taste of weak tea and stale bread in his mouth. Perhaps 300 calories already burning in his veins. By 10 in the morning that fuel was gone, metabolized into the sheer physics of his labour. The heft of a 100-pound sack of grain onto his shoulder, the strain of muscles as he rolled a cask of rum, the constant jarring impact of his boots on the stone quay. His body, a furnace built for hard combustion, was now running on fumes. The sensation that crept up on him was not mere hunger pangs, it was a systemic shutdown. First came the lightheadedness. As he straightened up from lifting, the world would tilt slightly, a grey haze swimming at the edges of his vision for a second before it righted itself. Then, a deep trembling weakness in the limbs. His arms, which had felt strong an hour ago, now seemed like foreign, heavy objects he had to will into motion. The sack felt twice as heavy. Each step required conscious effort. His mind, dulled by the body's diversion of energy to sheer survival, would narrow to a single desperate focus. The next break, the possibility of food. This cognitive fog bred a raw, prickling irritability. The shouted orders from the foreman grated. A clumsy bump from a fellow worker could spark a flash of rage that was at its core the fury of a biological system pushed to the brink. He was becoming a less efficient, more dangerous machine. His reaction slowed, his judgment clouded by a primal gnawing need. This midday crisis created a perverse economic trap. If John had the penny or tuppence to spare, he might spend it at a dockside stall on a hot pie or a mug of thick soup. This was calories purchased at a premium, money that would not make it home to his family's collective pot. It was a direct diversion from the household budget, a personal bailout for his failing body. If he didn't have the coin, he had to endure, his productivity plummeting. A weaker, dizzier man was more likely to drop a valuable cargo, to have an accident, to be passed over for work the next day by a foreman who saw his faltering strength. His low wages, which dictated the family's poor diet, were now further reduced by the very physical consequences of that diet. It was a perfect, vicious cycle. Asterisk, asterisk. Poverty, poor diet, low energy, reduced productivity, lower wages, deepen poverty. Asterisk, asterisk. The factory worker faced the same physics in a different hell. The constant standing, the fine motor skills needed to tend machines, the mental vigilance to avoid injury, all these cognitive and physical tasks drained glucose from the blood. The cotton dust in the air inflamed the lungs, making oxygen intake less efficient, compounding the fatigue. By the afternoon, her hands might shake slightly as she reached for a broken thread. Her concentration would flicker, a moment's lapse that could mean a spoiled batch of yarn and a docked wage. The factory bell for the dinner break was not a welcome sound. It was the line past which her body warned it could not go without fuel. The meagre meal she had brought, bread and a scrap of cheese perhaps, was a pit stop, a handful of sand thrown into a gearbox screaming from friction. It was enough to numb the worst of the tremors, to push the grey mist back from her vision for another few hours, but never enough to restore her to true capacity. But its true genius lay in its afterlife. The Sunday joint was not a one-time event. It was the launch pad for the next 3 days. Asterisk, asterisk. Monday, asterisk, asterisk, was cold meat day. The leftover slices, now grey and firm, were served with pickles, a crucial preservative and flavour bringer, and more bread. The fat congealed on the meat, offering a different, still welcome richness. Asterisk, asterisk. Tuesday, asterisk, asterisk, saw the final transformation. The now denuded bone, with all its clinging fragments of gristle and connective tissue, was returned to the pot. It joined onions, barley, and whatever root vegetables remained to be boiled into a broth that was substantially more robust and meaty than the usual fare. The last vestiges of flavour and nutrition were literally boiled out of the skeleton. By Wednesday, the ghost was gone. The pot returned to its baseline state, and the memory of the Sunday meat became a beacon getting fainter as the week stretched on. This cycle of the joint, roast, cold, broth, was a masterpiece of culinary economy, a lesson in extracting maximum value from a single precious investment. It stood in stark, almost cruel contrast to the wealthier household, where a roast might be eaten once, the leftovers given to servants, and the bone discarded without a second thought. For the poor, the bone was not waste. It was a second and third meal, a promise and a memory, the dry, hard proof that for one day, however briefly, they had eaten well. The city, for all its brick and smoke and iron, was not entirely barren. On its fringes, where the cobblestones gave way to rubbish-strewn ditches, along the banks of the polluted rivers, in the neglected churchyards and patches of waste ground between factories, a different kind of market existed. This was the forageable landscape of the desperate, a living larder that demanded no coin, only knowledge, effort, and a suspension of dignity. Here, the search for food became a direct physical dialogue with a dwindling nature. This chronic energy deficit defined the tempo of working-class life. It meant the most demanding physical labour was conducted in a state of persistent recovery, never peak strength. It stole the mental bandwidth for learning new skills, for planning, for anything beyond the moment-to-moment struggle to continue. The body's constant plea for energy became the background noise of existence, a biological reality that shaped temperament, limited opportunity, and locked individuals into the very economic conditions that created the hunger in the first place. Their empty stomachs were not just a personal suffering, they were the engine of an economic trap, ensuring that the energy needed to climb out of poverty was systematically consumed by the daily act of not falling deeper into it. The real battle for survival was not fought on the docks or in the factory aisles, but in the quiet, desperate calculus conducted every Friday night or Saturday morning in 1,000 rented rooms. This was the domain of the wife and mother, call her Mary, and her weapons were a handful of greasy coins, a frayed notebook, and a memory etched with the prices of everything. When her husband placed the week's wages on the table, it was not income. It was a finite, pitifully small military budget for a 7-day campaign against hunger. The moment the coins clinked down, the ledger in her mind sprang open. The fixed charges came first, a brutal subtraction. Rent, the implacable tyrant, took its huge bite. Coal for the fire, and a penny for the gas jet, maybe a payment on the pawned flat iron. What remained was the food allowance, the final, fragile sum upon which all life and morale depended. Now, the agonizing algebra began. It was never about what they wanted, but about what systems of energy and morale could be sustained. Asterisk, asterisk. The tea and sugar asterisk, asterisk were the first line item. They were non-negotiable. Tea was the mortar that held the family's spirits together. Sugar was the fleeting sweetness that made the greyness bearable. To cut these was to invite a despair more dangerous than a slight hunger. But how much? An ounce less of tea might mean a weaker, more bitter brew that failed to comfort. A smaller cone of sugar might mean the children's tea went unsweetened, their one small joy diminished. She would calculate to the quarter ounce. Then the asterisk asterisk bred asterisk asterisk. She knew exactly how many 4-pound loaves her family consumed. Could she risk buying a half loaf less, stretching the existing one with extra soup? That risked mutiny and left her men weak for work. The asterisk asterisk bacon asterisk asterisk was the great variable. A full pound was a dream. 8 ounces provided a few precious rashers for flavouring and a little dripping. 4 ounces was a crisis ration, a flavouring agent only. The decision hinged on everything else. A cheaper cut of meat for Sunday, doing without butter entirely. Her role was that of a triage nurse and a quartermaster. Asterisk, asterisk. The children needed milk asterisk, asterisk for strength and growth, but milk was dear. A pint a day for the youngest might be possible, but it meant forgoing an extra quarter pound of bacon or 2 ounces of cheese for her husband's lunch. Her husband asterisk asterisk needed beer asterisk asterisk, not for pleasure, but as a legitimate source of calories and a social necessity with his workmates. Denying him his pint could cause resentment that poisoned the home. Her own needs came last, always. A scrap of cheese for his midday piece, a herring for the pot. Each choice was a domino. Choosing the herring meant less fat for frying. Choosing the cheese meant less milk for the children. She was balancing physical nutrition against psychological fortitude, immediate energy against long-term health, her husband's capacity to labour against her children's capacity to grow. She shopped with the focused intensity of a spy on a mission. The market was a gauntlet of temptation and humiliation. She knew which butcher would throw in a soup bone for free with a purchase, which grocer's weights were honest, which stallholder sold slightly wilted vegetables at a farthing less. She bought in minute quantities, a pennyworth of bacon, 2 ounces of tea, a single egg. Her purchases were a portrait of her precarity. She deferred to the judgment of no one, her fingers testing the firmness of a potato, her eyes assessing the fat on a bacon strip. She haggled not with aggression, but with a weary, practised persistence that spoke of infinite need. "Throw in that bit of parsley, sir, it's fading," she might say, or "a halfpenny off for the crack in that bowl." Every transaction was a tiny victory or a small defeat in the weekly war. Returning home, her basket was not heavy with abundance, but precisely weighted with the outcome of 100-minute decisions. The coins left in her pocket were as important as the food. They were the buffer for disaster, the fund for when a child fell sick and needed a penny for a mineral, or when her husband's boots finally gave out. To be a poor man's wife was to be the family's economist, its nutritionist, its psychologist, and its quartermaster, fighting a silent, endless battle where the territory was the stomach, the currency was the penny, and defeat was measured not in surrendered land, but in the hollow eyes of her own children. The marketplace was not a place of plenty, but a cacophonous, pungent battlefield of negotiation and discernment. Stepping into its midst was an assault on the senses, the ripe smell of overripe fruit and fresh manure, the raw tang of blood from the butcher's block, the shrill cries of hawkers, the low rumble of 100 competing conversations, the clatter of carts over cobbles. For the poor housewife, it was a field of both opportunity and peril, requiring a specific hard-won intelligence. She moved with a purposeful, sceptical air, her eyes missing nothing. Her first tool was ***, selective vision ***. She ignored the bright, perfect pyramids of produce on the front of stalls meant for the well-off. Her gaze went to the back, to the baskets where slightly bruised apples, split cabbages, and yesterday's wilted greens were sold at half the price. She knew a brown spot on a potato could be cut away, and that limp carrots would revive in a stew. Her second skill was ***, forensic assessment ***. Every purchase was an investigation. At the baker's she would heft the loaf, judging its weight against the promised £4, her fingers probing for the telltale damp heaviness of excess potato filler. At the tea merchant's she would scrutinise the dark dust for the unnatural blue tinge of Prussian blue dye, used to mask inferior leaves. She would smell the butter for rancidity, pinch the bacon to feel the ratio of fat to lean. She was on constant guard against the alum in flour, the plaster in sugar, the watered milk. This knowledge was communal, passed in whispers between women, which chandler sold sanded pepper, which brewer watered his beer. To be cheated was not just a financial loss, it was a theft of precious nutrition, a betrayal that could mean an emptier pot. Her most vital art was the *** negotiation of poverty itself, ***. She mastered the language of the small purchase. "A ha'porth of bacon ends, missus." 2 pennyworth of pieces at the butcher's, meaning the scraps of meat and gristle. She knew how to ask, without words, for credit, a practice called tick or the slate. With a familiar vendor, she might secure a small amount of food on Saturday, promising payment from her husband's next wage. It bound her to that seller and came with a hidden premium of obligation, but it was a lifeline. Her ultimate leverage was her own visible need. A well-placed sigh, a glance at her thin children, a resigned turn away from an item just beyond her means. These were performances designed to elicit a sliver of mercy. An extra potato tossed into the bag, a bone offered for free. Every transaction was a high-wire act between assertiveness and supplication, a daily exercise in preserving both her dignity and her family's dinner. The market was where the abstract cruelty of the economy became personal, tangible, and where her resilience was forged in the gritty, unglamorous arena of the halfpenny and the ounce. Back within the four walls of her kitchen, the war entered its second alchemical phase. Here, the scant, often poor-quality purchases were subjected to a series of transformations designed to defy their own limitations. This was ***, culinary necromancy ***, raising more from less through patience, ingenuity, and outright deception. The goal was twofold: to extend quantity and to disguise efficiency. The *** extension of the meat *** was a primary sacrament. A single pound of cheap fatty minced beef was not formed into patties, it was stretched into a universe. First, a handful of stale breadcrumbs soaked in water and squeezed dry would be kneaded into the meat, adding bulk and absorbing precious fats. Grated raw potato, another excellent filler that bound the mixture, would be added. An onion, finely diced, provided flavour and volume. This amalgam might be pressed into a pan to bake as a meat cake, where the thin layer of browned meat on top gave the illusion of substance to a slice that was mostly bread and potato. Alternatively, it would be rolled into small balls and simmered in the eternal soup, where they swelled and absorbed the broth, becoming hearty-looking but far from pure meat dumplings. Nothing was wasted. The fatty water left from boiling bacon was saved to cook potatoes or cabbage, instilling a smoky taste. The crumbly, rendered-down bits left in the pan after frying, called scratchings, were used as a flavourful topping for bread. Yet this convenience came laced with danger. The *** penny poison *** was not just a joke. Hygiene was non-existent. Pies might be made from tainted meat, recycled from unsold stock. Flies swarmed over uncovered trays of cakes. The water used to boil shellfish or make jellies was often drawn from the same polluted rivers that carried the city's waste. The vendors themselves, often as poor and desperate as their customers, operated with no oversight. Eating from a street stall was a gamble. The rewards were immediate warmth, taste and energy. The risks were nausea, debilitating diarrhea, the quick step, or even deadly food poisoning like ptomaine. But for the poor the calculus was simple. The certain gnawing discomfort of hunger now was worse than the potential, if grave, risk of sickness later. The street fed them quickly and cheaply, and in the urgent economy of survival, that was a bargain many were forced daily to make. All the careful algebra, the market haggling, the kitchen alchemy, it was a magnificent, desperate castle built on a foundation of sheer luck. The luck that the dock foreman called your husband's name, that the factory bell rang for you each day, that no feverish cough took root in a child's chest. When that luck shattered, the castle collapsed with terrifying speed, and the fall was measured in the emptying of the pot. The crisis began with a terrible quiet. The husband's place at the table was empty, not because he was at work, but because there was none. An injury, a wrenched back from a slipped load, a hand mangled by a machine, or simple lack of work in a seasonal slump. The weekly coins ceased to clink on the table. The wife's mental ledger now contained only outgoings, no income. The first stage was a grim retrenchment. The bacon vanished entirely from the calculations. The tea was reboiled until it was little more than tinted water. The eternal soup pot grew transparent. The bone within had long since yielded its last ghost of flavour, and now only a few chunks of turnip and potato swam in a vast sea of greasy water. The bread ration was cut. The children's milk stopped. Meals shrank from 3 to 2, a piece of bread and dripping at noon, a bowl of thin soup at night. The family existed in a state of constant low-grade gnawing, the hunger no longer a periodic visitor but a permanent hollow resident. Then came the liquidation of the home itself. The pot, the very symbol of her alchemy, might be the first to go. Carried to the pawnbroker's shop, the uncle's as it was grimly known, it would fetch a few pence. The good skirt kept for Sundays, the husband's spare shirt, the blanket from the bed. Each transaction was a surgery, the removal of a piece of domestic flesh to buy another day or two of bread. The kitchen, once her command centre, grew barren. Without her pot, cooking became nearly impossible. Meals devolved to the most primitive state. Dry bread, perhaps a raw onion, a scrap of cheese if the pawn ticket had been generous. The fire in the grate grew cold to save coal, leaving the room damp and chill, mirroring the cold despair within. The children grew listless, their eyes large in thinning faces. Arguments born of fear and shame crackled in the stale air. The final public humiliation was the surrender to organised charity. This was the end of strategy, the admission of total defeat. It meant joining the ragged, silent queue outside the parish workhouse gate or a charitable soup kitchen. Here, the last vestiges of dignity were stripped away. You were inspected, often questioned, your worthiness judged by harried officials or pious volunteers. The sustenance offered was a cruel parody of food. The workhouse gruel * was legendary. A thin oatmeal-based liquid, so lacking in nutrition it was said a mouse could run across its surface without sinking. In charity kitchens, the soup was often little more than hot water, a few grains of barley, and a shred of carrot designed to stretch donations to cover as many deserving souls as possible. You received your portion in your own battered can, if you had one, or in a borrowed vessel. You ate it standing up, in the street or a barren yard, under the watchful eyes of those who provided it. This was not nourishment, it was a palliative, a minimal caloric input to prevent outright starvation and the civil unrest that might follow. It was food as social control, flavoured with shame and seasoned with condescension. The mother who had once strategized over ounces of tea now held a bowl of warm water. Her skills irrelevant, her role as provider annihilated. The transition from the dignity of her own thin soup to the charity of someone else's thinner gruel was the ultimate measure of collapse. It marked the point where the intricate, personal war of the kitchen was lost, and the family became mere statistics in the vast, impersonal economy of poverty, their fate determined not by their own ingenuity, but by the thin, bitter mercy of the outside world. The queue began in the dark, or at least in the grey, damp gloom that passed for morning. It formed not with conversation, but with a shared heavy silence, a line of shadows against soot-stained brick. These were the men in coats grown thin at the elbows, the women with shawls pulled tight over faces etched with a permanent worry, children who stood too still, their energy conserved. This was the procession to the soup kitchen or the parish relief office, a daily pilgrimage of defeat. The very act of joining the line was a public confession, a branding. You announced to your neighbours, to the street, to yourself, that your own powers had failed. The queue was a social purgatory, a space between the world of the struggling independent and the institutionalized inmate of the workhouse. You were not yet a pauper in law, but you were a supplicant in fact. The wait was an essential part of the ritual, a grinding down of pride before the transaction could occur. It was cold, it often rained, a fine, insistent drizzle that seeped through cloth. You shifted from foot to foot, not to warm yourself, but from a nervous energy born of shame and anticipation. Eyes were kept down, watching the puddles or the worn heels of the person ahead. Conversations, when they happened, were hushed, brittle things, speculations on how thin the soup was last Thursday, warnings about the particularly zealous inspector on duty today. The line inched forward with a sluggish, tortuous rhythm. This was not the brisk queue for a theatre ticket. It was a slow-motion filtration system, separating the truly desperate from the merely hungry, ensuring only those whose need could overpower their dignity would reach the front. Sunday dinner was a sacrament. The fire was built up, not just banked. The joint was roasted or pot-boiled with care, filling the entire dwelling with an aroma so rich, so fundamentally good asterisk, that it felt like a physical benediction. It was the smell of success, of having navigated another week. When it was laid on the table, even on a chipped plate, it commanded reverence. Portions were allocated with a semblance of ceremony. The father, the breadwinner, received the best slice. The children got smaller pieces, their eyes wide. The mother often took the ends or the bits clinging to the bone. For that half hour the grinding calculation ceased. There was hot gravy made from the pan drippings. There might be potatoes roasted in the fat. Conversation was easier, laughter less strained. This was more than a meal. It was a collective exhalation, a performance of normalcy and dignity. It was the family's weekly testament to their own endurance, a fleeting taste of the stability they fought for but could never hold. The satisfaction was profound, but it was always shadowed, even in the chewing, by the knowledge that this was the peak. The descent began tomorrow. The downward spiral was as predictable as the tide. Asterisk, asterisk. Monday. Asterisk, asterisk was the day of memory. The cold joint, now a greyish slab, was brought out. It was served with pickles, the sharp vinegar cutting through the fat, and more bread. It was a good meal, still substantive, a direct echo of Sunday's warmth. But it was a ghost, a culinary souvenir. The pleasure was in the remembrance, not the present sensation. The meat was tougher, the fat congealed. By asterisk, asterisk, Tuesday, asterisk, asterisk, the ghost had faded further. The now denuded bone, with every last thread of gristle and connective tissue clinging to it, was returned to the pot. It was boiled fiercely with barley, a single onion, and the last of the root vegetables, creating a broth that was the week's final, diluted tribute to the Sunday feast. It was still recognisably meat-flavoured, a hearty soup that felt like a legitimate meal. Asterisk, asterisk. Wednesday, asterisk, asterisk, marked the true return to baseline. The bone, finally empty of all virtue, was discarded. The pot now held only the cheap perpetual staples: potatoes, turnips, maybe a handful of split peas swimming in a thin, greasy liquid. The taste of meat was a memory, a faint rumour on the palate. The bread began to be rationed more strictly. Asterisk, asterisk, Thursday, asterisk, asterisk, and asterisk, asterisk. Friday, asterisk, asterisk, saw a gradual thinning, a qualitative decline. The soup grew more watery as ingredients ran low. The last scrapings of dripping were used. The tea was weaker. Reboiled leaves stretched beyond reason. A sense of tightening anxiety returned, a silent watch on the dwindling stores. Meals became purely functional, fuel to stave off the ache, with no pretense of pleasure or variety. By asterisk, asterisk. Saturday, asterisk, asterisk. The larder was a wasteland. If the wage was late or the week had held an unexpected expense, a medicine, a broken shoe, the collapse was absolute. The meal might consist of dry bread, dipped in a cup of the faintest, most bitter tea. Perhaps a single boiled potato, shared. The pot held only the hot water used to boil it. This was eating at the frontier of starvation. The children would be quiet, listless. The parents' conversation would die, replaced by a tense listening silence for the footstep that meant the wage had come. The diet had cycled from the celebratory protein of Sunday through the starchy sustenance of midweek, down to the bare, crude carbohydrates of Saturday. It was a perfect, cruel mirror of the financial week, a brief influx of resources followed by a steady, inexorable drain until nothing remained. The food on the table was not just a meal, it was a live, edible chart of the family's economic vitality, fading from robust colour to a desperate pale grey with each passing day. The weekend's fleeting feast was not a solution, but the starting pistol for another 7-day race against emptiness. In the harsh transactional world of Victorian poverty, where food was primarily a fuel for survival, its most profound power often lay in what it symbolised, not what it contained. Beyond the calories and the scant nutrition, the simplest shared meal performed a vital, invisible alchemy. It transformed a collection of exhausted individuals into a family, and a street of strangers into a community. It was the asterisk asterisk ritual of sharing asterisk asterisk, not the substance shared, that wove the social fabric tight enough to withstand the constant strain of want. Within the family, every mealtime, however meagre, was a tiny *** ceremony of belonging ***. The mother's act of ladling out the soup, ensuring each bowl held a piece of turnip, a fragment of potato, was not just distribution, it was an enactment of care and equity. Her gaze, meeting her children's as she passed the bread, was a silent communication. * you are seen, you are provided for. The father receiving the best slice of Sunday meat was a recognition of his labour, a reinforcement of his role. The children, waiting their turn, learned the rules of the unit: deference, patience, the shared fate of the table. The ** shared cup of tea. ** was the ultimate expression of this. It was almost never drunk alone. The pot was brewed for the household. To pour for another, to sweeten a child's cup with an extra grain of sugar, was a direct transfer of warmth and comfort. It was a pause where the struggle was collectively acknowledged and momentarily set aside. In that silent communion over steaming mugs, resentments could soften, weariness was shared, and a fragile sense of was reinforced against a world that treated them as anonymous disposable units of labour. The **, Sunday dinner ***, was the weekly high mass of this social faith. Its significance was vastly disproportionate to its nutritional value. For 1 hour the family performed the parts of a stable, thriving household. They sat together. They ate a recognised, culturally sanctioned meal. They might even converse about something other than sheer necessity. This performance of normalcy was a psychological lifeline. It was a collective defiance against the chaotic, demeaning forces of their daily lives. It said, **, however the world treats us, in this room, on this day, we abide by our own rules of order and respect." The taste of the roast was not just the taste of meat. It was the taste of dignity momentarily reclaimed, of a social contract within the family being honoured and renewed. The memory of that shared satisfaction, the warmth of the gravy, the crackle of the fat, became a cultural touchstone, a story to be told during the bleakness of Wednesday's thin soup, a promise that we had experienced goodness together and might again. The fray. When time was tighter than money, or when a sudden pang of hunger struck, the streets themselves became a moving cafeteria. Victorian street food was a vibrant, chaotic, and perilous ecosystem of instant gratification. At every corner and cry, heat and scent battled the city's chill and stench. The **, baked potato man **, stood over his can-like oven, selling floury, steaming potatoes split and dabbed with a salty smear of butter, or dripping for a halfpenny. The **, pieman **, offered hot, fist-sized pies of dubious content. Mystery meat, often being euphemistic for a mix of potato, onion, and whatever cheap offal was available. Their gravy scalding hot to hide any off flavours. For the truly adventurous, there was **, jellied eel **, or **, whelks **, sold from briny barrels, a cheap source of protein with a powerful oceanic tang. The ultimate symbol was the **, penny gingerbread **, often moulded into the shape of a man or a heart, its dark, spicy sweetness a burst of pleasure. These foods were engines of convenience. They required no preparation, no cooking fire at home, no utensils. They were **, edible fuel **, designed to be consumed on the move, in a doorway, or leaning against a wall. For a costermonger who had been up since dawn, hot pie was breakfast. For an errand boy, a baked potato was lunch. They staved off the immediate dizziness of hunger with a direct injection of cheap carbohydrates and fats. Then came the **, examination **. At the door, or at a trestle table shielded from the weather, sat the gatekeepers. They might be parish officials with ledgers, or well-meaning but morally rigid volunteers from a charitable society. Their role was not merely to distribute, but to **, investigate and judge **. The questions were a surgical probe into your failure. asterisk. Where is your husband? Why is he not working? How many children? Are they legitimate? Do you have any other means? Your answers were scrutinized for moral failing. A husband gone to seek work elsewhere could be viewed as desertion. Too many children was evidence of imprudence. The inspector's eyes would roam over your clothing, assessing its quality, judging whether you had pawned enough of your own possessions before daring to ask for theirs. This was the asterisk, means test of the soul, asterisk. You had to prove not just empty pockets, but a blameless character. You had to perform worthiness, trading your personal history and private grief for a ticket that granted access to a bowl of what lay within. The humiliation was meticulous, designed to make the receipt of aid feel not like a right, but like a stern conditional pardon for the crime of being poor. Finally you reached the source. The asterisk soup asterisk itself was the physical manifestation of this conditional mercy. It was served from a vast steaming copper cauldron into your own battered can or a borrowed tin bowl. It was rarely soup as one might imagine. It was a thin, greyish liquid, perhaps with a faint sheen of grease on top, through which a few isolated grains of barley or fragments of potato might be glimpsed, sinking like doomed ships in a vast sea. It was lukewarm, having travelled from a central kitchen. It tasted of little but salt and the faint metallic tang of the pot. It had one function, to create a sensation of warmth in the belly for an hour. It contained almost no nutritional value. This was not food to build strength, but to postpone collapse. The asterisk bread that might accompany it, if provided by the parish, was often the infamous workhouse bread, a damp, dense loaf of the poorest flour, notorious for causing indigestion. To eat it was to feel your body rebel against the very thing meant to save it. The act of consumption was the final stroke. You did not sit at a table. You stepped aside into an alley or a bare yard, and you ate standing, quickly, furtively, like an animal. You did not savour. You ingested. The warmth was a fleeting phantom. As you swallowed the last bland mouthful, the shame, which had been temporarily displaced by the mechanics of eating, rushed back in. You had been fed, but you had also been catalogued, judged, and diminished. The empty bowl or can in your hand felt heavier than when it was full. You carried away a few hundred useless calories in a renewed, crushing sense of your own powerlessness. The charity had addressed the biology of hunger while meticulously starving the human spirit of dignity. It was a transaction that left you alive but lessened, a reminder that in the eyes of the world that fed you, your greatest value lay in your ability to stand quietly in the rain and prove you were deserving of its most contemptuous scraps. If the diet of the poor was a relentless equation, then the weak was its solving, a grim narrative of depletion written in the language of the pot and the loaf. The story began, not with Monday, but with the fragile golden hour of Saturday night, or Sunday ***. This was the temporal oasis, the moment when the wage packet, still thick with coins, temporarily suspended the laws of scarcity. The air in the cramped room changed. There was a palpable lightened energy. The mother returned from the market not with the usual pennyworths, but with a small precious parcel wrapped in butcher's paper, the *** Sunday joint ***. It might only be a pound or two of the cheapest cut, brisket, flank, or a scrap end of mutton, but it was *** meat ***. Whole and uncut, a symbol of abundance so potent it felt almost magical. This bonding extended beyond the front door, the *** communal knowledge of the kitchen, which vendor was honest. How to revive stale bread, the secret of stretching a pennyworth of mince, was a currency of sisterhood, traded in whispers at the pump or the market stall. Sharing a recipe was an act of trust and solidarity. The *** street food stall ***, or *** cookshop ***, became a neutral democratic space of communal sustenance. Eating a hot pie on the same corner, standing in the same soup queue, created a silent fellowship of circumstance. You were not alone in your hunger or your strategies to quell it. The shared experience of these humble public meals forged a powerful, unspoken class identity. The food itself might be poor, even dangerous, but the act of consuming it together, of enduring the same conditions, was a powerful social glue. In a society that relentlessly atomized and judged them, these shared rituals of eating, from the intimate tea ritual to the public pie, were the stitches that held the fraying edges of their world together, proving that even when nourishment was scarce, meaning and connection could with immense effort be crafted from the thinnest of broths and the hardest of crusts. So we've walked through that week, from the fleeting Sunday fullness to the Saturday emptiness. We have stood in that soup line, felt the weight of the adulterated loaf, and witnessed the quiet war fought over a pennyworth of bacon. This history can feel distant, a stark black and white photograph of a misery we have outgrown. But before we close the album, we must ask an uncomfortable, necessary question. Asterisk, asterisk. Is our modern world of cheap, convenient abundance not the direct heir to their world of calculated scarcity? Consider the origins of the very systems that feed us today. The asterisk asterisk, Victorian industrial diet. High in cheap carbohydrates, bread, potatoes, supplemented with minimal animal protein, reliant on stimulants like tea and sugar, was not an accident. It was the most efficient caloric engine to power the human component of the Industrial Revolution. It was about fueling labour at the lowest possible cost. Now, fast forward. The asterisk asterisk modern industrialised food system asterisk asterisk perfected this logic. The cheap, calorie-dense, nutritionally poor foods that line supermarket aisles, the refined white breads, the sugary snacks, the processed meats, are they not the spiritual descendants of the standard loaf and penny pie? Their goal remains strikingly similar: to deliver maximum calories and shelf stability for minimum cost. The cheap food policy that underpins much of modern agriculture and economics can be seen as a grand systemic project to keep the modern asterisk workforce fed just well enough to remain productive, just cheaply enough to maximise profit, echoing the exact calculus of the mill owner and the dock company. This leads to the second, more personal question. Asterisk, asterisk. What is the true nature of our celebrated food choice? The Victorian poor had no choice. Their diet was dictated by the price of bread and the whims of the market. We stand in supermarkets under dazzling arrays of 30 kinds of yogurt, 100 breakfast cereals, and we feel the zenith of free choice. But is this freedom, or a more sophisticated form of constraint? Our choices are funneled through the same economic and industrial structures born in that earlier age. We choose from options pre-selected for profitability, from global supply chains that rely on modern forms of cheap labour, from marketing that exploits our cravings for fat, sugar and salt. Cravings honed in an evolutionary past but weaponized by a system born from the need to pacify and fuel a population. Our ability to choose an avocado from Mexico or a pre-made meal is a privilege, but it rests upon a historical foundation of asterisk, mass dietary deprivation, asterisk, that created the blueprint for feeding populations at scale and at low cost. Their lack of choice built the machine that now presents us with our illusion of endless choice. Finally, we must ask, asterisk. Have we merely medicalized the consequences they simply endured? They suffered from rickets, scurvy, and anemia, visible physical collapses due to specific nutrient deficiencies. Today, in our abundance, we suffer from epidemics of diabetes, heart disease, and obesity, diseases of overconsumption of the wrong kinds of calories, often stemming from those same cheap processed foodstuffs. The pathologies have flipped from diseases of absence to diseases of toxic presence but the root remains a food system optimized for economic rather than human health. The poverty that once dictated an empty plate now, in a cruel twist, often dictates a full one, filled with the cheapest, most damaging calories available. The legacy of the Victorian poor's hunger is not just in history books, it is in the very DNA of our global food infrastructure. It asks us to look at our own plates, our own grocery bills, our own health crises, and see not just personal choice or failings, but the long shadow of a system built to solve the problem of feeding the masses as cheaply as possible so that other engines of industry, of finance, of growth could run unimpeded. Their struggle was for enough to eat. Our inherited challenge is more complex. To recognise that having enough of the wrong thing, built on a history of denying others enough of the right thing, is not progress, but a continuation of the same story in a different, more insidious chapter. The question they leave us with is not, did you have enough? But, what has your enough cost, and who has borne that price across time? The ** disguise of quality ** was equally crucial. Cheap, coarsely ground tea, often little more than dust, was subjected to treatments to make it resemble a more respectable brew. A common trick was to add a few dried, blackened currant leaves to the mix which darkened the liquor. A tiny drop of caramel colouring bought for a farthing could deepen the hue to mimic strength. For those who could afford the spice, a single clove or a fragment of dried orange peel added to the caddy lent a faint exotic aroma that distracted from the tea's essential harshness. ***, bread ***. When it became too stale to chew, was not discarded. It was grated into raspings for puddings, or soaked in milk or water to form the base for a bread pudding, sweetened with a smear of jam or a drizzle of treacle. Stale cake crumbs could be layered with whatever fruit was available to create a humble tipsy cake, moistened with the dregs of sweet tea. The most profound alchemy was reserved for the ***, bone ***. A single knuckle bone, begged or bought for a penny, was not used once. It was boiled for hours on Saturday for the weekend soup. On Sunday it might be scrubbed and reboiled with a handful of barley and a leek for a separate broth. By Monday it would be returned to the main pot, its minerals and gelatin slowly leaching out over days. Only when it literally began to crumble would it be discarded. This relentless extraction was the kitchen's answer to the body's relentless need. Every practice, from the stretching of meat with fillers to the tinting of tea, was a testament not to dishonesty, but to a desperate creative will. It was a science of survival, developed by generations of women who had learned to fight scarcity not with money they didn't have, but with time, knowledge, and an unshakable determination to conjure sustenance from the very brink of nothing. For the working-class man, the midday meal was often a choice between a cold wrapped parcel from home and the warm communal refuge of the cook shop, or the working man's ***, cafe ***. These establishments were as far removed from the genteel tea rooms of the middle class as a coal barge is from a yacht. They were bustling, steam-clouded, fragrant caves of necessity. The most common was the penny plate house. For a single penny, a man could receive a bowl of hot, thick soup, peas pudding, kidney bean, or a murky vegetable broth, and a hefty wedge of bread. For 2p, he might get a slice of boiled beef or mutton with potatoes. The food was simple, hearty, and designed to fill a cavity. There was no menu, no choice. You ate what the vast simmering pot yielded that day, but its value was more than caloric. For the labourer living in cramped multi-occupancy lodgings, the doss house, or for the married man whose wife had no fire to cook a hot midday meal, the cook shop was an essential replacement for the absent hearth. It provided the hot, savoury food his body craved after a morning's manual labour. More importantly, it served as a vital ***, social decompression chamber ***. Here, away from the foreman's eye and the family's needs, he was among his own. The air rang with the clatter of thick crockery, the scrape of benches, and the robust talk of work, horses, and politics. He could laugh loudly, complain freely, and share a moment of camaraderie. In a life of grinding anonymity and powerlessness, this collective breaking of bread or sopping of soup reaffirmed his identity as part of a community, a class. It was a sanctuary of masculine solidarity, a place where the pressures of being a provider could be temporarily set down with his tools. The cook shop didn't just feed the man, it maintained the social networks and mental resilience that allowed him to return to let the final image be held in the mind's eye, split like a diptych. On one side, the grand dining room. The conversation is a low, satisfied hum. A footman, his expression blank as marble, approaches the table. Before him rests the asterisk, peacock asterisk, redressed in its iridescent plumage, a masterpiece of culinary vanity. Its breast is untouched, the delicate meat beneath the skin grown cold. No fork has marred its presentation. With white-gloved hands, the footman lifts the vast platter. He turns, and the splendid uneaten bird is carried from the light of the candles into the shadows of the serving corridor, destined for a dissection in the kitchens, a few choice bits, perhaps for the upper servants, the rest for oblivion. Its purpose, to inspire awe, to signify boundless excess, is gloriously fulfilled. Its value is never in being consumed, but in being displayed and then removed, a perfect symbol of wealth so profound it could afford to treat sustenance as scenery. Now, shift the frame, a cellar dwelling in St. Giles. The single tallow candle throws a guttering light. The meal, a scant spoonful of potato and gravy scraped from the bottom of the shared pot, is long over. A child, perhaps 4 or 5, sits with a tin plate on her lap. Her fingers, small and thin, trace the cold, greased pattern left behind. She brings her fingertip to her mouth, licking the last faint trace of fat and salt from the metal. Her eyes are closed in concentration, extracting the final, infinitesimal sensation of nourishment, of flavour from the vessel itself. The plate, now truly empty, reflects the hollow gloom of the room. Here, nothing is too insignificant to be consumed. Every molecule of food energy is hunted down. Value is not in display, but in absolute desperate utilization. These two moments, occurring perhaps within a mile and an eternity of each other, are the alpha and omega of the Victorian world. They define the extreme poles of what food asterisk meant asterisk. In the hall, it was asterisk power, made edible asterisk, a performance of dominance over nature and men. The untouched peacock proclaimed, we command life and spectacle, and we are so secure we need not even eat it. In the cellar, food was asterisk, life itself, quantified to the last smear asterisk. The licked plate whispered, existence hangs on this. This was the most fundamental theatre of the age, playing out daily on 1,000 tables and 1,000 bare floors. The distance between the platter and the plate was the true measure of the empire, not in miles of territory, but in the chasm between one human experience and another. The grand feast and the empty lick plate were not just different meals, they were different realities, proof that, in the basest of human needs, the need to eat, society had engineered its most stark and unforgiving hierarchy. We've travelled from the silent, pre-dawn calculations of hunger to the roaring halls of grotesque plenty. This journey through the Victorian stomach is more than a history lesson. It's an invitation to look at our own plates, our own systems, with new eyes. I'm curious about the echoes of this history in your own lives. First asterisk. Did a parent or grandparent ever pass down a habit, a recipe, or a saying born from a time of scarcity? A secret for stretching meals, a distrust of waste, a particular way of using leftovers? Share those fragments of family wisdom in the comments below. They are living history. asterisk asterisk. And second, let's bring it to the present dot asterisk asterisk. In your view, what food, drink or dining experience in asterisk, our asterisk modern world, most starkly symbolises the divide between social classes? Is it the $100 tasting menu versus the dollar store pantry? The organic farmer's market versus the food desert? The workplace lunch ritual? Tell me what you see. Our exploration of hidden Victorian lives continues. Asterisk asterisk. Next time, we will step into a world of both innocence and exploitation. The world of the Victorian child. Asterisk asterisk. We'll move from the dinner table to the street and the workshop, examining the toys they cherished, the brutal games they played, and the heavy labour they performed. What was it like to grow up when childhood itself was a luxury few could afford? To make sure you don't miss it, subscribe and ring the bell. For now, as you prepare your next meal, remember the sheer, monumental history embedded in that simple act. The past is not just behind us, it's embedded in our rituals, our tastes, and the very structures that bring food to our tables. Thank you for watching and for thinking deeply. Until next time, keep questioning the world on your plate. Hi guys! Tonight let's step into the pre-dawn silence of Windsor Castle. Picture this: deep carpets, portraits of ancient kings, and a queen sleeping soundly upstairs. It looks like the ultimate picture of peace and power, doesn't it? The kind of stillness you'd pay to experience on a museum tour. But that silence is a lie. A perfect, profound deception. Because at this exact moment, while the monarch dreams, her empty stomach has already set an entire empire in motion. From the tea hills of Assam to the cane fields of the Caribbean, from Scottish highlands to steamships cutting through the Atlantic fog, thousands of lives, thousands of miles away are roaring to life for one reason: to make a single breakfast. This isn't just a meal, it's a daily, silent summoning of the world, and the distance between that gilded breakfast table and the reality of how that food got there is the true, chilling story of empire. You've probably never thought about your morning cup of tea this way, and by the end of this, you might not be able to taste it the same way again. So before we dive into how a queen's appetite ruled the world, take a second to like this video and subscribe, but only if you're into stories that unravel history's hidden threads. And if you're listening right now, drop your location and the local time in the comments. I always love seeing where in the world my fellow history minds are tuning in from. Let's begin. The silence that hangs over Windsor Castle in the pre-dawn gloom is a profound deception. It is a blanket laid gently over the surface of things, muffling the ancient stone, the vast carpets, the portraits of ancestors staring into the perpetual twilight of their frames. Upstairs, in the heavily draped bedchamber, Victoria sleeps, a small, bundled form beneath layers of linen and wool. Her breathing is steady. The empire at this precise moment does not require her conscious thought, but her stomach, soon to stir, has already set continents in motion. For while the monarch dreams, the great silent machine built to anticipate and cater to her most basic physical need is roaring to life. It is 5:30 in the morning, and the empire is preparing breakfast. The vibration begins thousands of miles away, in the humid, green hills of Assam. Hours earlier, under a different sun, a tea picker's calloused fingers plucked the flush that will, by this afternoon, steep in a porcelain pot at the queen's side. That plucking set off a chain. The leaves were withered, rolled, oxidized and fired, then packed into airtight chests stamped with the insignia of the East India Company. Now, as the first grey light touches the Thames, a steamer from Calcutta is easing into the London docks, its hold heavy with those very chests. A telegram has already been sent to the royal household. The shipment is confirmed. Simultaneously, on a mist-shrouded estate in the Scottish Highlands, a gamekeeper examines a stag culled the previous evening. The beast is bled, cleaned and packed in ice for the swift rail journey south. In the steaming glass houses at Kew and at the royal residence of Osborne, a gardener with hands soft from constant humidity selects the most perfect hothouse grapes and peaches, their skins unblemished, placing them carefully into a padded basket. The dairy at Windsor's home farm has been active since 4, separating cream so rich it stands in yellow peaks. The quiet of the castle is an illusion. The Queen's first meal of the day is a global event, a daily, quiet summoning of the world's resources to this single point in Berkshire. Her appetite, however modest, is a gravitational force, pulling the products of field, forest, ocean and colony towards her table. Downstairs, in the labyrinth of service corridors and offices that pulse beneath the castle's genteel facade, the day's first strategic council is already in session. The Queen's personal attendants have relayed from the previous evening any hints of her mood or inclinations. The mistress of the robes may have mentioned a slight chill. This intelligence is passed to the chef de cuisine, a general in the army of sustenance. He confers with the master of the household, the quartermaster who controls the budgets and the sprawling staff. Their conversation is not merely about food, it is about statecraft, medicine and theatre. The menu they finalise on crisp, embossed paper is a diplomatic communique. Is a cousin from the German courts visiting? Then the breakfast table will feature a selection of Westphalian hams and dense, dark asterisk, Schwarzbrot asterisk. A taste of home and a nod to alliance. Did the Queen express a fondness for a particular Highland marmalade after a recent visit from a Scottish laird? Then it shall appear a subtle reinforcement of her connection to the Northern Kingdom. Is she in mourning as she was for so many long years after Albert's death? Then the fare will be deliberately plain, almost austere, a public performance of grief and abstinence through the medium of consommé and plainly boiled fowl. Every dish is a word in a silent language of power, affection, and political calculation. The ritual of the meal begins not with the clink of silver on china, but with this hushed pre-dawn meeting where her body's needs are translated into the Empire's logistical and symbolic imperatives. As the castle's kitchens begin to fill with the scent of baking bread and roasting meat, as scullery maids polish acres of silver and the finest spode china is laid out on linen as white as alpine snow, another scene unfolds a mere 50 miles east, in the heart of London itself. In a damp single-room dwelling in Seven Dials or Bethnal Green, a different woman is awake. She's also been stirred by the cold, not by the distant promise of a banked fire in a grate, but by the pervasive, bone-deep damp of poverty. Her first thought is not of global supply chains, but of the empty shelf. Her cabinet is not a well-stocked larder, but a few inches of splintered wood holding a half-loaf of yesterday's bread, hard as brick, and a twist of paper containing a teaspoon of tea dust. Her calculations are not symbolic, but brutally arithmetic. She must divide that loaf to last the day for herself and her children, must decide if the last penny in her pocket should go toward a gill of milk for the youngest or a handful of coal to take the chill off the room. The silence here is real, and it is the silence of exhaustion and dread. The steam rising from the royal kitchens is a vast invisible cloud of privilege. The faint breath from her mouth in the cold room is the only proof of her own fragile warmth. We will move between these two worlds throughout this journey. For to understand the true nature of the feast at the peak of the pyramid, one must never lose sight of the trembling foundation upon which it rests. Every sip of tea, every slice of venison, every spoonful of cream is a measure of distance, a testament to a world engineered to deliver abundance to one while demanding desperate calculus from the millions. The table is set. The audience, both at the peak and the base, is waiting. Let us now observe the performance of the first and most intimate act, the breaking of the royal fast. The cup placed beside Victoria's right hand each morning held a universe. Its contents, a deep amber liquid steaming gently within translucent bone china, emitted a fragrance that was the very scent of her realm, rich, earthy, and sweetened to a precise, comforting degree. This was not merely tea with sugar. It was the distilled essence of two vast parallel streams of conquest and commerce, a daily libation made from the harvested labour of distant continents. To understand its true flavour, one must follow each ingredient back to its source, to the places where imperial ambition took root in the soil. The tea began its life as a delicate flush of green on a bush in the humid monsoon-fed hills of Assam. This landscape was not a natural garden, but a carefully imposed order, a colonial plantation. British planters, having wrested control of the land, demanded a vast, subservient workforce. They found it through a cruel alchemy of contract and coercion. Thousands of impoverished peasants from central India were recruited with promises that dissolved upon arrival. They found themselves in a fever-ridden frontier, bound by debt, housed in squalid lines, their bodies becoming extensions of the plantation itself. The women pluckers, their fingers a constant blur, worked from first light to meet crushing daily quotas, their backs permanently angled, their lungs filling with the fine green dust of the processing sheds. The leaf they harvested carried this truth within it. The verdant luxury of an English tea time was founded on a system of transported and indentured labour, a calculated echo of the slavery it publicly condemned. Once processed, the dried leaves were packed into lead-lined chests, each stamped with the planter's mark like a brand. They began a long, slow waltz with geography, down the Brahmaputra River on barges, into the hold of a steamer in Calcutta, across the Indian Ocean, around the Cape and north through the Atlantic. Their destination was the commercial heart of the empire, the auction rooms of Mincing Lane in London. Here, in a world of polished wood and precise etiquette, brokers who would never smell the jungle damp or hear the cough of a tea plucker would sample and slurp, judging the brightness and body of the crop. The highest grades were destined for specific, illustrious buyers. A select portion, the very pinnacle of this global harvest, was quietly set aside, purchased by agents of the royal household. It arrived at the palace not as a commodity but as a tribute, yet this tribute was bitter. It required its perfect counterpart, the crystal that would transform its astringency into a palatable sweetness: sugar. If tea's story was one of transplanted labour, sugar's was the original template of colonial horror. Its journey began under a harsher sun, in the cane fields of the Caribbean, though by Victoria's reign, the brutal zenith of the sugar slavery complex had passed. Its legacy and its patterns simply shifted to new locales like Mauritius and Natal. The cane itself was a ruthless plant, its sharp leaves cutting skin, its harvest back-breaking. For over 2 centuries, the equation was absolute and grotesque. Sugar meant slavery. The fortunes that built Bristol and Glasgow, that financed the very insurance Lloyds of London, were distilled from the sweat, blood, and endless suffering of enslaved Africans on these plantations. While Victoria sipped, the ghosts of that system were in the cup. The abolition of slavery did not end the logic. It merely changed the accounting. Indentured labourers from India and other parts of Asia now filled the fields, their conditions often differing in name rather than in brutal substance. The harvested cane was crushed in mills, whose rollers were said to be insatiable, its juice boiled in vast coppers until it crystallised. This raw sugar, muscovado, was shipped to refineries in East London, where it was bleached white with charcoal and lime. The whitening process was a powerful metaphor. It stripped the product of its bloody brown origins, presenting a pure, civilized, crystalline commodity. The finest, whitest loaves or granulated sugars were, like the tea, selected for the palace. The bitter truth was thus perfectly disguised. The brutality of production was chemically erased, leaving only a sweet, innocent, and essential powder. The magic and the profound historical irony occurred in the royal breakfast room. Here, in a ceremony of serene domesticity, these 2 streams of imperial exploitation, one from the east, one from the west, were poured together into a single cup. The fiery bite of the Assam tea, born from indentured hardship in India, was mollified by the blinding sweetness of Caribbean sugar, whose crystals held the echo of the Middle Passage. This combination was more than a personal taste. It was the taste of geopolitical strategy. The British state had actively encouraged tea consumption, slashing taxes in the 18th century to create a national habit. It was a stroke of genius. Tea drinking demanded sugar, and together they created massive, captive markets for the products of the colonies, enriching the state through tariffs and binding the metabolic rhythms of the nation to the imperial project. What was a luxury for Queen Anne had become, by Victoria's time, a necessity for her middle-class subjects and a desperate comfort for her poor ones. The palace, therefore, was not just consuming luxury, it was performing the apex of a national ritual it had helped to engineer. Every sip was a silent affirmation of the system, a daily sensory reinforcement of the rightness of a world where Britain commanded the fruits of the globe. The Queen's Cup was a microcosm. In its steam rose the ghosts of 2 continents. Its sweetness was built on a foundation of profound bitterness, and its comforting warmth was fueled by the controlled heat of distant, sun-scorched fields. These farms was thus the product of enlightened stewardship, a testament to the Crown's role as a promoter of progress and national self-sufficiency. It was power presented as benevolence, control expressed through careful breeding and soil management. Beef, the iconic *** roast beef of Old England ***, held the central place, both on the table and in the national mythology. A baron of beef, a massive double sirloin, was more than a meal. It was a spectacle of abundance. Its sheer size proclaimed that the island kingdom was fertile, its pastures rich, and its people strong. For the Queen to serve the finest beef from her own estates, or from famed regions like Hereford, was to align herself with the most deep-seated symbol of British prosperity and independence. It harked back to a time before global trade, to a mythical, self-contained England of sturdy yeomen and contented cattle. In an age of industrialization and urban doubt, this dish was a culinary anchor to a purer, more stable past. The ritual of carving it at the table, a task often performed by the host with solemn expertise, was a secular communion, distributing the strength of the land to the gathered company. Each perfectly cooked slice, with its border of golden fat and its juices running pink, was an edible promise of national vitality and continuity. Yet this symbolism of controlled landscapes and perfected husbandry existed in a universe parallel to the daily reality of her subjects. For the vast majority of Victorians, meat was not a symbol but a scarce and expensive fuel. The poor man's meat was not a haunch of venison or a tender cut of spring lamb. It was the very opposite of the royal ideal. It was the *** fragment, the offcut, the preserved scrap ***. It was a few ounces of fatty bacon used primarily to flavour a vast pot of potatoes or beans. It was tripe, the washed stomach lining of the animal, requiring hours of boiling to become chewable. It was a sheep's head boiled for broth, its cheeks and tongue providing a minuscule amount of flesh. It was a single scrawny rabbit poached at great risk. For the urban labourer, meat often came in the form of a dubious pie from a street vendor, its filling a gristly, greasy mystery, or as a thin smear of potted meat on bread. The contrast was absolute. Where the royal table showcased the prime central cuts of the animal in their whole majestic form, the poor accessed only the periphery, the organs, the extremities, the scraps, and even those were stretched beyond recognition. The political dimension of the royal hunt was mirrored, in a grotesque inversion, by the poacher's desperate crime. The monarch hunted by ancient right for sport and symbolism. The peasant who snared a rabbit on the same land was transported to Australia. The Queen's ownership of the game was absolute and sacred. The labourer's need was criminal. The royal farms demonstrated the ideal of plenty. The urban slum demonstrated the economics of want. The smell that wafted from the palace kitchens, the rich, complex perfume of roasting joints and reducing sauces, was a world apart from the acrid smell of a single piece of bacon frying in a crowded tenement, a smell that was less about nourishment and more about the poignant, fleeting memory of it. Thus, the meat on Victoria's plate served a triple function. It was, first, a personal sustenance. Second, it was a dense cluster of political symbols, the wild stag of sovereign authority, the tended lamb of peaceful integration and improvement, the mighty beef of historic national strength. But third, and perhaps most significantly, it was an ***, silent, unconscious boundary marker ***. Its quality, its provenance, and its very form drew a line as clear as any law. One side of that line was a world of whole cuts and symbolic consumption, where eating was a performance of power. The other side was a world of fragments and desperate utility, where eating was a calculation of survival. The monarchy did not just consume the finest meat in the land. By the very act of consuming it in that particular ceremonial way, it helped define what finest meant, and in doing so it helped define the social order itself. Every silent, graceful motion of the silver carving knife was a reaffirmation of who in the realm had the right to the heart of the feast, and who was left waiting, hopeful for the scraps that might trickle down from it. The royal table was not merely a showcase of domestic abundance. It was a permanent, rotating exhibition of global reach and cultural aspiration. Among the familiar roasts and stews, certain items served a higher purpose. They were not just food, they were arguments made edible, trophies of influence, and delicate instruments of diplomacy. To consume them was to perform a narrative of British supremacy, not through conquest alone, but through the sophisticated mastery of nature and the assimilation of the world's treasures. Consider the ***, pineapple ***. In the depths of an English winter, its appearance was a minor miracle. This tropical fruit, once so rare and costly it was rented for parties as a centrepiece, had been tamed by Victorian engineering. It was the child of the glass house, a triumph of coal-fired heat and meticulous humidity control over a hostile climate. The great estates competed to produce the most perfect specimen. The pineapple presented at court, its spiky crown intact, its flesh a radiant gold, was a testament to a very specific kind of power. It symbolized the empire's ability to bend even the most exotic natural laws to its will, to recreate the tropics under a pane of English glass. It was colonialism in miniature, a foreign wonder uprooted, transported, and made to flourish under controlled British conditions. Eating it was an act of consumption that tasted of technological arrogance and botanical dominion. The sweetness on the tongue was the sweetness of victory over geography itself. Then there was the ***, French wine ***, that glimmered in the crystal decanters. This was a more complex statement. It was an admission, however grudging, of a cultural rival's superiority in one refined arena. Choosing to serve a fine Bordeaux or Champagne was an acknowledgement of French savoir-faire a nod to a shared aristocratic heritage that transcended political squabbles. Yet, in the British context, it was also a display of superior discernment and purchasing power. The British aristocracy and merchant class were the greatest consumers of fine French wines, their cellars deeper and more extensive than many in France itself. To serve it at the royal table was to demonstrate that Britain could not only command the produce of its own empire, but could also curate and afford the very best from its competitors. It spoke of a confidence so profound it could afford to indulge in the luxuries of a historic foe. The claret served with the beef was therefore a double signal, one of cosmopolitan taste and another of economic might, proving that British wealth could effortlessly co-opt the pinnacle of European craft. Perhaps the most revealing culinary import was the ***, curry ***. Its presence was intimately tied to Prince Albert, the intellectual forward-looking consort. He was a proponent of what we might now call multicultural engagement, seeing the empire's diversity as a source of strength and knowledge. The introduction of lightly spiced Anglo-Indian curries at court was a gesture of enlightened interest. It was an attempt to domesticate the overwhelming sensory experience of India. Its heat, its complexity, its foreignness, into a manageable, palatable form for the European palate. The curry served was never the fiery, complex regional dish of Madras or Bengal. It was a mild, creamy, golden concoction, often involving pre-cooked meat, apples, and a measured spoonful of commercial curry powder. This was empire as a theme park. It allowed the diner to feel connected to the distant, mysterious jewel in the crown, to partake in a sanitized version of its culture without confronting any of its challenging realities. It was consumption as a form of benign ownership, a way to say, "We appreciate your culture," while simultaneously refining it according to one's own rules. It turned a vast, ancient, and often rebellious civilization into a pleasant side dish, making the foreign safe, familiar, and subordinate to British taste. Together, these items formed a powerful trilogy of imperial messaging. The pineapple said, "We can master your environment." The French wine said, "We can acquire and appreciate your finest achievements." The curry said, "We can understand and improve upon your culture." Each bite or sip was a small sensory lesson in hegemony. They transformed the dining room into a cabinet of curiosities, where global power was not discussed in treaties or maps, but experienced directly on the palate. This was soft power in its most literal form. It cultivated an image of Britain as not just a military and economic giant, but as a civilized, discerning, and technologically advanced curator of world culture. The message to foreign guests was one of intimidating breadth. The message to domestic subjects was one of pride in their nation's encompassing reach. And underlying it all was the quiet, unshakable conviction that the world, in all its variety, existed ultimately to be selected, arranged, and served up on a British plate. The most intimate meal of the royal day was also its most deceptive. Breakfast, taken in a private sitting room or a small dining parlour, presented the illusion of domestic informality. The setting was deliberately scaled down, the furniture less monumental, the light from the window allowed to play a more prominent role than the glitter of candlelit chandeliers. Here, with only her closest family or a solitary lady-in-waiting in attendance, Victoria could seemingly relax. Yet the framework of ritual was unyielding, its presence felt in the very silence of the servants, in the precise arrangement of items on the sideboard, in the unspoken rules governing who could speak and when. This was not a family breakfast as her subjects might understand it. It was a curated performance of family life, enacted within a gilded cage of protocol. The table, though smaller, was laid with the same exquisite attention. A silver rack held toast, cut into delicate fingers and kept warm under a linen napkin. Covered dishes on a sideboard contained scrambled eggs, perhaps a grilled trout from the estate river, bacon and sausages. The tea service was of the finest porcelain, but the pot was smaller, more personal. The Queen would be served first, her plate assembled by a servant who knew her exact preferences for the doneness of an egg or the crispness of a rasher. Conversation, if any, was hushed. Before Prince Albert's death, this was the closest Victoria came to ordinary happiness. With him present, the meal gained a different quality. His methodical, intellectual nature imposed a different, more purposeful rhythm. He might discuss the day's plans, comment on a letter from a German relative, or inquire after the children's lessons. The food was secondary to this brief, structured communion. It was fuel for governance and family management, consumed efficiently but within a shared space that felt, in their constrained world, genuinely companionable. The fare was robust, reflecting Albert's own tastes and his belief in the virtue of a sustaining start to a busy day. The atmosphere, while never casual, carried a hum of productive energy, a quiet partnership breaking its fast. His death shattered not just a life, but the meaning of every daily ritual. The breakfast table became the first and most cruel reminder of the void. The chair opposite her was empty. The voice offering a quiet, logical observation was gone. The shared purpose that had animated the meal evaporated, leaving only the hollow shell of the ceremony itself. The transformation in the food mirrored the cataclysm in her heart. The robust, varied selections vanished. In their place came an austere, repetitive and deliberately plain fare that was less about nourishment and more about a public and private performance of grief. Where once there might have been eggs and fish, now there was often just a boiled egg or a simple bowl of porridge. The toast remained, but without appetite. The tea was still poured, but it was a prop in a tableau of mourning. She ate little, picking at the food without interest. The meal was no longer a prelude to the day's work. It was an ordeal to be endured, a daily silent confrontation with loss made concrete by the empty place setting. This dietary abstinence was a powerful language. In a world where royal consumption was a spectacle of abundance, her deliberate, visible rejection of that abundance spoke volumes. It was a refusal of comfort, a corporeal echo of her famous withdrawal from public life. The court, and by extension the nation, watched this change not through grand pronouncements, but through the whispered reports of what the Queen did or did not eat for breakfast. The sparse meal became a symbol of her eternal widowhood, a way to keep Albert's memory physically present through the denial of the pleasures he once shared. The warmth of the tea could not penetrate the chill she cultivated. The simplicity of the porridge was a penance. For years, the breakfast ritual was stripped of all its former connotations of partnership and gentle sustenance, becoming instead a bleak personal monument. Even as she gradually resumed some public duties, the shadow over the private table remained, a permanent alteration in taste and habit. The meal showed that for Victoria, food was never just fuel. It was a deeply emotional conduit, a language of love in its abundance and a language of despair in its absence. The breakfast table, that stage for limited familial warmth, had proven to be the most sensitive barometer of her inner world, its changing menu a stark diary of possession and loss. The transformation was absolute. The private parlour of breakfast with its ghosts and personal sorrows was now a world away. As the hour for the state banquet approached, the palace ceased to be a home and became a machine for the production of awe. You would not simply walk to the dining hall, you processed through a gauntlet of your own insignificance. Grand staircases meant to diminish the human form, galleries of armour that seemed to watch with hollow eyes, corridors where the portraits of Tudor and Stuart monarchs judged your modern worth. By the time you reached the antechamber, a bubble of murmuring silks and stiffly brushed wool, you were already a component in a pageant. The air smelled of beeswax, perfume, and a faint anticipatory sweat. Then the doors opened. Your place in the universe was determined before the first spoon was lifted. The arrangement of guests at the impossibly long, mirror-like table was a frozen diagram of global politics. Proximity to the Queen was the ultimate currency. To her right, the highest foreign ambassador or most esteemed royal relative. To her left, perhaps the Archbishop of Canterbury or the Prime Minister. Every chair down the line marked a careful calculation of title, influence, and current diplomatic necessity. A Balkan prince might find himself seated below a British duke, a silent lesson in realpolitik. An industrial magnate whose new wealth was reshaping the nation might be granted a place, but not too prominent a one, a nod to change without surrendering to it. You took your assigned seat under the gaze of everyone else, your social and political value publicly quantified by the distance between your chair and the sovereign. Conversation was a minefield. You could not speak to the person directly across from you. The table was too wide, a deliberate moat of silver and crystal. You were wedded to your immediate neighbours for the duration, forced into polite discourse with allies, rivals or bores, all while being meticulously observed. The seating chart was the first and most silent speech of the evening. Then came the menu, a heavy card placed beside your plate. Its language was not English, it was French, the lingua franca of European aristocracy. This was a deliberate act of cultural affiliation and exclusion. It declared that this gathering belonged to an international caste of rulers, separate from the vernacular world outside the palace walls. It also served as a subtle barrier, a test. Could you decipher consommé de faisan asterisk or asterisk sorbet au champagne asterisk? Your fluency or lack thereof quietly placed you. The dishes listed were not mere suggestions of food, they were a program for the evening, a sequence of orchestrated sensations and symbolic gestures. A clear turtle soup spoke of expensive imported ingredients. A fish course like turbot implied command of the seas. The main roast, often beef or venison, anchored the meal in British soil. Each item was chosen for its seasonal perfection, its rarity, and its ability to convey a message of controlled abundance. The service itself was a ballet of precision, performed in the new, modern style known as asterisk service, à la Russe asterisk. This was a crucial distinction from the older asterisk service à la Française, where all dishes for a course were placed on the table at once, creating a chaotic panorama of food. Here, the power dynamics were even more tightly managed. You were not a free agent at a groaning board, you were a recipient. Footmen in full livery moved in ghostly silence, presenting each platter for your inspection before serving you a precise, pre-portioned amount onto your plate. You had choice, but it was a constrained choice offered from on high. This method elongated the meal, turning it into a series of discrete theatrical presentations. It also magnificently showcased the palace's assets. The endless procession of servants, the match Sèvres porcelain, the regiments of gleaming silver. Every time a covered dish was lifted with a synchronized flourish, it was a display of logistical might and flawless discipline. You were not just being fed, you were being administered to, your consumption managed by an invisible, impeccable hierarchy. And so, the performance of eating began under the unrelenting spotlight of collective scrutiny. The first spoonful of soup was a perilous moment. Did you sip from the side or the tip of the spoon? Did you make the slightest sound? Every gesture was passed. The way you handled your knife and fork spoke of your upbringing. The pace at which you ate marked you as either greedy or disinterested. The food on your plate was almost secondary. The primary act was the maintenance of impeccable composure while being watched. The dishes themselves were messages on a plate. A haunch of venison garnished with Scottish thistle was a nod to the Highlands. A pudding named Peach Melba, after the Australian soprano Nellie Melba, was a clever, modern tribute to empire and art. For a visiting German delegation, the appearance of a perfectly rendered Schwarzwälder Kirschtorte asterisk would be a calculated gesture of cultural flattery. Each course was a statement, and your reaction to it, a pleased nod, a murmured compliment to a neighbour, was part of the diplomatic return. The sheer duration of the event was a weapon. 3, 4, sometimes 5 hours at table, the body rebelled. Feet swelled in tight shoes, backs ached against rigid chairs, the weight of rich food and multiple wines induced a stupor that had to be fought with sheer will. This endurance test was part of the ritual. It weeded out the weak, proving the stamina of the ruling class. The Queen herself, a small, often mournful figure at the head, was the still centre of this storm. Her consumption was minimal, her movements economical, setting the sober, relentless pace for all. To rush was vulgar, to lag was disrespectful. The banquet was a marathon of etiquette. When the final dessert was cleared and the signal given for the ladies to retire, leaving the men to their port and cigars, a different but equally coded ritual began. The withdrawal was not a release. It was a transition to another stage, the drawing room, where alliances were softened by tea and music, and where the men would later rejoin, their conversations presumably franker for the fortification of alcohol. Finally, the departure. You left not with a full stomach as your primary memory, but with an overwhelming sensory and psychological imprint. The glare of candlelight on gold, the crush of silks, the taste of prescribed perfection, and the bone-deep awareness of having been measured, placed, and performed for. You had not attended a dinner. You had been a living prop in a slow, majestic, and exhausting theatre of state, where every sip and every bite was a silent, carefully rehearsed line in the endless play of power. The meal was over, but its performance would be dissected in diplomatic dispatches and society columns for days to come, its true meaning lying not in nourishment, but in the magnificent, burdensome spectacle of its own consumption. The public image Victoria carefully cultivated, especially in her later decades, was that of the grandmother of the nation, a figure of homely, almost austere virtue, weary of pomp and connected to the simple tastes of her people. She spoke, and her advisers spoke for her, of a preference for plain food. Roast beef, boiled potatoes, rice pudding, these were the staples she was said to crave, a culinary reflection of her famed dislike for elaborate ceremony and foreign frippery. It was a powerful and politically useful narrative. In a time of rapid dislocating change, of gross inequality and rising socialist thought, the monarch who wanted nothing more than a slice of honest beef was a monarch who understood, at some fundamental level, the core of British identity. It made her seem safe, familiar, and morally aligned with the Protestant work ethic that valued substance over show. This was the myth, clean and digestible as the white meat of a chicken. The reality behind this myth was a universe of meticulous, unattainable specificity. Her plain roast beef was not a cut from the local butcher. It was a specific joint, from a specific breed of cattle, raised on a specific royal farm or estate, whose soil and husbandry were deemed perfect. The animal's diet, age, and even temperament were considered. The cooking of it was not a matter of throwing it in an oven. The heat had to be precisely managed, the rotation exact, the basting performed with a particular fat or butter. The resulting slice on her plate was the product of 100 years of agricultural refinement and the labour of dozens of unseen experts. It was plain the way a Stradivarius violin is a plain piece of wood. Its simplicity was the pinnacle of a complex craft. The same was true of the humble potato. It was not just any potato. It was likely a variety grown in the royal gardens at Osborne or Windsor, chosen for its texture and flavour. It would be uniformly sized, meticulously scrubbed but not peeled to a wasteful degree, and boiled in water that was perhaps drawn from a particular well. Its plainness was the result of fanatical curation. Even her reported fondness for a simple boiled egg for breakfast in her widowhood was a study in controlled perfection. The egg came from a pampered flock of hens, collected at a precise interval, cooked for a time measured not by a clock, but by the intuition of a chef who had performed the task for decades. The shell would be removed without a blemish, the white set but not rubbery, the yolk a specific shade of gold, its consistency neither runny nor chalky. This was simplicity as an aristocrat understands it, the removal of all variables, all imperfections, all chance. It was the luxury of absolute consistency, a luxury far more costly than any exotic spice. This dissonance served a profound political purpose. By publicly aligning herself with simple British fare, Victoria performed a brilliant act of symbolic bridging. She connected the crown to the nostalgic rural ideal of a vanishing England, the England of the sturdy farmer and the hearty meal. It was an emotional anchor in a sea of industrial change. When a newspaper reported that the Queen enjoyed a good mutton chop, it created a phantom bond with every clerk or tradesman who similarly sat down to his dinner, however inferior the chop. She could be both the remote Empress of India and the down-to-earth matron who shared your taste in puddings. This narrative also acted as a shield. It deflected criticism of royal extravagance. How could one accuse a woman of wasteful luxury when her stated desires were so modest? The immense, costly apparatus required to deliver that modesty remained hidden behind the palace walls. The public saw the output. The Queen eats boiled chicken, not the input. The teams of gamekeepers, gardeners, dairymaids, brewers and chefs, whose sole purpose was to make that chicken the most flawless boiled chicken in the world. Thus, the royal palate was a site of constant negotiation between the private person and the public symbol. The food itself was a language. Her choice of a simple dish over a French concoction was a statement of national pride. Her visible enjoyment of a helping of trifle at a Highland servant's ball was a performance of gracious condescension, a temporary staged suspension of hierarchy that ultimately reinforced it. The myth of simplicity allowed her to have it both ways, to exercise godlike control over her material world, demanding perfection in every detail, while presenting herself to the nation as a woman of unpretentious, almost middle-class tastes. It was a delicate, sustained fiction that required the entire machinery of the monarchy to maintain. Every perfectly plain potato on her plate was, in truth, a monument to the immense invisible distance between the ruler and the ruled, a distance that her public narrative worked so hard and so cleverly to obscure. The news of Albert's death did not merely break Victoria's heart, it shattered her body's fundamental relationship to the world. The instinct to eat, that basic animal rhythm of need and satisfaction, was severed. In the first blinding weeks of widowhood, food became an offence. Its very existence was a cruel mockery of a world that could still produce smells and flavours, while her reason for living lay cold in the tomb at Frogmore. The sight of a laden plate nauseated her. The act of chewing felt like a betrayal, a mechanical process belonging to a creature who still had a future. She pushed food away, picking at it like a bird, consuming just enough to sustain the shell of her body, which she now saw as a mere vessel for suffering. The robust breakfasts of her married life were unthinkable. The state banquets became torture chambers of enforced performance. Her weight, always a solid maternal presence, dropped alarmingly. Her cheeks hollowed, her dresses hung loose. This physical withering was not an unfortunate side effect of grief. It was its primary visible expression. She was erasing herself, course by course, in a prolonged fast of despair. The palace kitchens, those engines of abundance, fell into a kind of bewildered paralysis. Elaborate dishes were prepared out of habit and sent back untouched. The culinary language of power and celebration had become a silent, uneaten accusation. Yet, the human body and spirit cannot sustain a total vacuum. Into this void of denial rushed a strange and contradictory force, a craving for a specific childish sweetness that came to symbolize both her regression and her sole comfort. This was her dependence on colon hydrate asterisk, the German almond sugar sweets, a tangible link to Albert's homeland. In the depths of her melancholy, these confections became a lifeline. They required no ceremony, no elaborate preparation. They were a direct, visceral hit of sugar and fat, a momentary balm for a nervous system rubbed raw by grief. She would consume them not at the table, but in her private rooms, often secretly, a furtive, guilt-ridden transaction between her pain and a fleeting sensory relief. This was not eating for nourishment or pleasure. It was eating as self-medication, a desperate attempt to patch the cracks in her composure with pure condensed sweetness. The contrast was grotesque. The monarch who publicly rejected the grand feast would privately, compulsively seek solace in a nursery treat. It revealed a fracture in the royal facade, a glimpse of the raw, ungovernable need beneath the black crepe. Her body, however, was not her own. It was a site of national interest. Every fluctuation in her appetite became a subject of state concern and public gossip. The court physicians fretted over her nervous dyspepsia, prescribing bland diets and strength-giving tonics, trying to manage a spiritual crisis as if it were a faulty digestion. Her ministers, led by the relentless Disraeli, were desperate to coax her back to the public table, understanding that her visible participation in the ritual of dining was synonymous with her engagement with the business of rule. Their concern was not for her soul, but for the stability her healthy appetite would represent. The media, meanwhile, performed its own relentless autopsy. Newspapers reported on her failing health based on the scantiest evidence. A glimpse of a thin figure at a window, a rumour from a servant about uneaten meals. Her refusal to eat publicly was interpreted as a refusal to rule. Her potential overindulgence in sweets, if it leaked out, could be spun as either a charmingly feminine weakness or a sign of dereliction. There was no private corner for her grief. Even her most personal rebellion against food, or her secret surrender to it was political fodder. The royal body was a public text, and every skipped meal was a troubling paragraph. Every rumoured pound lost a cause for national anxiety. This extreme oscillation between starvation and secretive, compulsive consumption defined her middle years. It showed the terrible paradox of her position. The protocols that had always governed her eating, the times, the places, the approved foods, were meant to demonstrate control. Now, in grief, they became a cage. She could not simply not eat asterisk. Her failure to do so caused a constitutional crisis. She could not simply eat what she wanted asterisk. Her cravings, if indulged too visibly, would be deemed unbecoming. Her digestive system became a battleground where personal sorrow warred with public duty. The meals she did forced down during official functions were acts of sheer will, performances of normality that left her exhausted. The almond sugars she hid in her drawers were a tiny stolen territory of autonomous desire. In this, she was both utterly unique and profoundly representative. Her experience magnified a universal truth, that grief attacks the appetite, that comfort is often sought in the flavours of childhood. But for her, there was no anonymity in this process. Her stomach's emptiness and its clandestine fillings were affairs of state, measured, discussed, and judged by a nation that demanded its monarch be both an icon of fortitude and a relatable human being. An impossible demand that played itself out in the most intimate theatre of all, the daily relentless need to put food in one's mouth. Her long mourning was, therefore, a digestive as well as an emotional event, a decades-long negotiation between the unbearable weight of memory and the irreducible, complicated demands of the flesh, all conducted under the unblinking gaze of the world she was supposed to be governing. The silent wars waged over the Queen's table were not confined to the geopolitical implications of the menu, but began much earlier in the windowless, steam-shrouded corridors of power far below stairs. The royal kitchen was not a sanctuary of culinary art, but a parliament of competing interests, a pressure cooker where professional pride, personal ambition, and class prejudice simmered together. Here, the question of what the Queen would eat was a constant low-grade conflict, a three-way tug-of-war between the chef de cuisine, the master of the household, and the senior ladies of the bedchamber. Each held a fragment of sovereignty over the royal palate, and their struggle for dominance was a perfect miniature of the court itself. The chef, often a Frenchman or a man trained in the exacting traditions of French haute cuisine saw himself as an artist. His domain was the sensory and the spectacular. His reputation, and thus his future employability in the highest echelons of society, rested on his ability to produce meals of breathtaking complexity, elegance and modernity. He viewed the royal table as his canvas, a perfectly glazed ballotine a soaring piece montée of spun sugar, a consommé so clear it seemed to hold light itself. These were his arguments for prestige and increased budget. He chafed against what he saw as the dull British preference for plain roasts and starchy puddings, seeing in Prince Albert's more cosmopolitan tastes a patron and ally. The chef's power derived from his irreplaceable skill and his network of suppliers who could procure the elusive truffle, the first asparagus, the plumpest quail. His weapon was the menu, a document he drafted as a manifesto of his artistry. Arrayed against him was the master of the household, a gentleman of high social standing, often a retired military officer or a younger son of the aristocracy. His loyalty was not to gastronomy, but to the ledger. He was the steward of the Queen's civilist funds, the enemy of waste and extravagance. Where the chef saw a necessary ingredient for a sublime sauce, the master saw an unjustifiable expense. Their confrontations were clashes of fundamentally different worlds, the artistic versus the administrative, the continental versus the pragmatic, the professional versus the amateur gentleman. The master wielded the power of the purse. He could veto a menu for being too costly, question the provenance of an invoice, or insist on substituting a costly imported ingredient with a domestic one. His victories were measured in shillings saved, his defeats in the chef's silent scorn and the potential for a mediocre meal that might reflect poorly on his management. Then, operating in a separate sphere entirely, were the Queen's personal attendants, the mistress of the robes, and the senior ladies-in-waiting. Their authority was intimate, subtle, and therefore immensely powerful. They possessed the one piece of intelligence everyone else craved, the Queen's unguarded moment. They heard her sigh over a dish that was too rich, her casual remark that she fancied a simple stew, her nostalgic memory of a dessert from her childhood at Kensington Palace. This was the gold standard of culinary intelligence. A lady could, with a quiet word to the housekeeper, or even directly to the master of the household, trigger a seismic shift. Her Majesty found the foie gras rather overwhelming last night. It was not a comment. It was a decree. It could see a French chef's signature dish struck from the repertoire for months. Conversely, the Queen mentioned a longing for the baked apples cook used to make at Claremont could send the kitchen staff on a frantic historic research mission to recreate a taste of 50 years past. Their power was the power of proximity and confidence. They did not command the kitchen, but they held the key to the sovereign's whim, and in that court the whim was law. A single menu change, therefore, was never just about food. It was a diplomatic cable revealing which faction had the Queen's ear. If, after a period of budgetary scrutiny, a series of lavish, French-inspired dishes suddenly reappeared, it signalled the chef had found a powerful ally, perhaps through Albert, and the master's fiscal authority was in retreat. If the menus became stubbornly, repetitively British and economical for a prolonged period, the master was clearly ascendant, possibly with the support of officials worried about public perception of royal spending. And if odd, personal, or seemingly simple dishes began to feature prominently, a specific type of biscuit, a particular preparation of eggs, it was a clear sign the ladies were exercising their influence, shaping the royal diet to soothe a personal mood or ailment. The arrival of a German-style dish might indicate the political need to please Albert. Its subsequent disappearance could mark a subtle reassertion of British courtiers' influence after his death. These battles left scars on the kitchen staff, a rigid hierarchy mirroring the one upstairs. The chef's underlings, the sauciers, and rotisseurs, lived in terror of his temper, but shared his contempt for the amateurs upstairs who dared question their craft. The British undercooks and scullery maids, meanwhile, might secretly sympathise with the master's push for plainer fare, seeing the French chef's elaborations as foreign frippery. Spies and informants were everywhere. A kitchen maid might earn a favour by reporting the chef's wasteful use of cream to a housekeeper aligned with the master. A valet might pass a comment from the Queen about a dish directly to the chef, bypassing the lady-in-waiting in hopes of a reward. It was an ecosystem of whispered alliances and quiet betrayals, all orbiting the central silent mystery of what the small woman in the upstairs sitting room would or would not deign to eat. The food that finally emerged, perfectly presented, was not merely cooked, it was negotiated, a fragile and temporary treaty in a cold war that began anew every single morning with the first light in the kitchens and the first quiet footsteps of a maid outside the royal bedroom. The banquet, once the doors were closed, was only half complete. Its true culmination occurred not in the palace dining hall, but in the inky, mechanised world of Fleet Street, and then, explosively, in the minds of the public. For the Victorian era witnessed the birth of the mass media as a relentless shaping force in public life, and nothing fed its more reliably than the intimate details of royal existence. The monarch's table, that most exclusive and guarded of spaces, was pried open by the printing press. Newspapers, from the solemn Times to the burgeoning pictorial weeklies and the more sensationalist dailies, understood that a royal menu was not a mere list of dishes. It was a portal, a sacred text offered up for secular interpretation. It allowed a nation of millions, from the industrialist in his Manchester villa to the clerk in his London lodgings, to engage in a collective act of imaginative participation in the life of the Crown. The process began with a carefully controlled leak. A clerk in the Lord Chamberlain's office, perhaps for a fee or out of a sense of privileged connection, would provide the menu for a state dinner to a favoured reporter. By the next morning, it would be typeset and published, often verbatim in its original French. This was a deliberate act of staged transparency. The palace understood the publicity value. The menu was a safe document. It revealed spectacle, not state secrets. For the reader, it was an invitation to a phantom feast. Sitting in a cramped parlour smelling of coal smoke and cabbage, one could read Consommé de faison aux quenelles asterisk and asterisk sel de venaison, grand veneur asterisk, and construct an entire sensory world. The mind's eye could visualize the glittering table, the silent footmen, the jeweled guests. The mind's palate could almost taste the rich, clear pheasant broth, the grand, peppery sauce on the venison. This was vicarious consumption on a national scale. A factory worker who had never tasted turtle soup could debate its merits based on its frequent appearance on these lists. A middle-class housewife planning a modest dinner party might be inspired by the asterisk entremet asterisk, the sweet course, attempting a humble anglicised version of a asterisk Charlotte Russe asterisk. The menu democratised the fantasy of access, creating a nation of armchair courtiers who felt they knew the rhythm and taste of royal life. But this act of collective imagination was fraught with political peril. The menu was a double-edged sword, a precise instrument that could measure the pressure of public opinion. Every line of French script was scrutinised not just for glamour, but for meaning. A lavishly long menu detailing 12 courses with multiple wines was a provocation. In the hands of Republican critics and radical newspapers, it became a damning inventory of extravagance. Cartoonists would lampoon the feast, drawing the Queen and her ministers as gluttons gorging themselves while emaciated workers looked on. Reformist MPs might cite the cost of a single banquet in debates about the civil list, arguing that such opulence was an insult to a nation where many still starved. The menu became a fiscal and moral document, proof of a monarchy out of touch, its decadence symbolising a broader systemic rot. The palace was acutely aware of this. A sequence of overly extravagant menus could trigger a quiet but firm intervention from the master of the household, leading to a period of visible, published austerity. Yet the pendulum could swing too far in the other direction. When the Queen retreated into deep mourning after Albert's death, the menus that leaked, or, more tellingly, the lack of detailed menus, sparked a different kind of crisis. Reports of her picking at plain chicken, state dinners being cancelled, of a pervasive culinary gloom hanging over the palaces, were not celebrated as thrift. They were interpreted as symptoms of a broken will, of a dereliction of duty. The monarch's body, and by extension her table, was a symbol of the body politic. If she was not eating, the nation itself was being starved of leadership. Newspapers switched from criticism to concern, then to impatience. The menu's simplicity was no longer a virtue. It was a worrying blank space, an anorexia of state. The public, which had imaginatively feasted with her, now imaginatively shared her fast and found it politically terrifying. Their fantasy of participation had curdled into a fear of abandonment. Thus, the humble menu evolved into the most sensitive barometer of the monarchy's relationship with its people. It was a communication in a code everyone believed they could crack. A sudden inclusion of Scottish venison might be read as a gesture of unity after political tensions in the Highlands. The appearance of a hearty British pudding after a series of French asterisk entremet asterisk could be a nod to a populist anti-French sentiment in the press. The choice of wines, French versus German, or, later, Empire vintages from Australia or South Africa, spoke silent volumes about foreign policy and trade. The public and the press became expert semioticians of the supper table, passing each meal for clues about the Queen's health, her political inclinations, her state of mind, and the nation's standing. This phenomenon created a feedback loop of profound intensity. The palace, watching the newspapers watch it, began to craft menus with the press in mind. A banquet for a foreign dignitary was no longer just a diplomatic act. It was a press release in edible form, designed to project a specific image of power, stability, or alliance. The knowledge that the menu would be public shaped its creation, leading to a cautious, often conservative curation that aimed to inspire awe without inviting ridicule, to display wealth without inciting rage. The royal kitchen, for all its isolation, was now cooking for two audiences, the few dozen guests in the dining hall and the millions of readers who would devour the description the next day. The public's imaginative participation had become so powerful, so real in its consequences, that it actively shaped the reality it sought to observe. The feast was forever altered by the gaze of those who were not there, their hunger for connection and meaning transforming the act of royal dining into a continuous, delicate and often perilous public performance. The table was always set, the candles always lit, not just for the dignitaries in the room, but for the shadow banquet of the national imagination, where every course was tasted, judged and found, either worthy or wanting. The architecture of Victoria's power was built not upon grand decrees alone, but upon the relentless, predictable rhythm of the clock, and that clock was set by the demands of her table. Her day was not a blank slate of possibility, but a series of chambers, each defined and bordered by a meal. These were the hinges upon which the massive door of state swung, the private and public selves rotating in a precise daily orbit. The first hinge was breakfast, that private, often melancholy affair. Its conclusion did not mean a sudden leap into public business. Rather, it initiated a period of transition, a bridge from the inner world to the outer. After the last sip of tea, the table was cleared not just of dishes, but of the residual intimacy of the morning. She would retire to her writing desk, the famed mahogany travelling desk that accompanied her everywhere. Here, in the quiet hour following sustenance, she attended to her correspondence. The letters were a torrent, from ministers, ambassadors, family across Europe, and a select few subjects. This was the work of the sovereign as administrator, the head of a vast personal bureaucracy. The meal beforehand was crucial. It provided the physical fortitude for the mental labour, the calm centre from which to confront the world's demands. The breakfast, in its simplicity or austerity, set the emotional tone for this first act of governance. The morning's work would flow uninterrupted until the approach of the next temporal marker, luncheon. This meal was a pivot. It could be a private family affair, a small gathering of household officials, or, on occasion, a semi-public engagement with a visiting dignitary needing a less formal audience. Its function was both restorative and social. It broke the intensity of the morning's solitary focus. Afterward, again in that transitional space, she would prepare for the afternoon's public duties. These were the levees, the investitures, the official receptions, the sustenance of lunch, never too heavy, never too lavish, was calculated to provide energy without inducing lethargy, to fortify her for the performance of being seen, of shaking hands, of making small talk. The food was a fuel for the performance of majesty, and the schedule ensured she entered that performance from a position of physical equilibrium. The meal framed the act, providing a clear boundary between the private work of reading and writing and the public work of gesture and symbol. Then came the great encompassing ritual of the evening. As afternoon faded, the entire household shifted its axis towards the culminating event, dinner. Whether a simple family dinner at Osborne or a gargantuan state banquet at Buckingham Palace, the hours leading up to it were consumed by preparation. This was the dressing period, a ceremony almost as elaborate as the meal to come. Her maids would help her into the chosen gown, black crepe for decades, later sombre silks, and for state occasions, the full regalia of diamonds and orders. This was the transformation of the private widow, the busy administrator, into the iconic figure of the Queen Empress. The act of dressing was a somatic prelude to the feast, a tightening of corsets, an arranging of skirts that physically prepared the body for the hours of upright, formal presence required. The anticipation of the meal structured this time utterly. Every choice of fabric, every piece of jewellery was made with the dining room in mind. The dinner, therefore, did not simply happen. It cast a long shadow backwards through the day, its impending arrival dictating the pace and purpose of the late afternoon. Finally, after the feast, whether it lasted 2 hours or 5, came the collapse of the public frame. The withdrawal from the table, the retirement to the drawing room, the eventual good nights, these were the rituals of decompression. A final light supper might be offered in her private rooms, a tiny personal echo of the grand meal, a return to the scale of the breakfast. And then, sleep. Thus the cycle closed, only to begin again at dawn. From the solitary cup of tea to the state banquet's blaze of crystal, every act of consumption was a chapter heading in the daily narrative of her rule. Time itself was not hers to command freely. It was passed and distributed by the ceremony of the table. To control the royal schedule was to control the monarch, and that schedule was written in the immutable language of meals. Her life, and thus the pulse of the empire's ceremonial heart, beat to the steady, metronomic rhythm of breakfast, lunch and dinner. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. To witness a state banquet from its conception to its dissolution was to observe the monarchy functioning as a total institution, a machine designed to produce awe. The process began not in the kitchen, but in the hushed, carpeted offices of the Lord Chamberlain's department, fully 3 days before the event. The guest list was a diplomatic puzzle, each name a careful calculation. Once settled, it was sent to the master of the household and the chef de cuisine. The menu planning was a tense collaboration, as we have seen, but it was also a logistical blueprint. The chosen dishes dictated a cascade of orders, to the royal farms for meat and butter, to the markets for the finest seasonal produce, to the wine cellars for specific vintages. Every item was sourced, its provenance as important as its quality. At the same time, the royal greenhouses were consulted for floral designs, the theme of the arrangements often subtly reflecting the occasion or the guest of honour. Roses for England, thistles for Scotland, perhaps orchids for an exotic ally. The day before the banquet, the palace transformed into a silent hive. The great dining hall, often the picture gallery at Buckingham Palace lined with old masters, was cleared. An army of servants polished the endless expanse of the table until it became a still, dark lake. The gold plate and porcelain were brought from vaults, each piece counted and inspected under the eyes of the yeomen of the glass and china pantry. Footmen rehearsed their movements, carrying heavy books on their heads to ensure a statuesque posture. In the kitchen, stocks were simmered, pastries pre-baked, sauces reduced to their essential nectars. The chef moved through this controlled chaos like a general, tasting, criticising, commanding. On the day itself, the activity reached a fever pitch. By afternoon, the table was laid, a staggering feat of geometry. Each place setting was measured with a ruler, each glass, each piece of cutlery perfectly aligned. The floral arrangements, low so as not to impede sightlines, were placed at intervals, explosions of colour against the white linen. As dusk fell, the palace exterior was illuminated by gaslight, a beacon of celebration. Guests began to arrive, their carriages crunching on the gravel, and were ushered through a series of increasingly grand rooms, their awe mounting with each step, until they were assembled in the final drawing room, a glittering tapestry of uniforms and tiaras. The entrance of the Queen was the trigger. A silence fell, then the national anthem. She would lead the procession into the hall, a slow, stately parade observed by servants lining the route. The moment of sitting was a synchronized rustle, Then the ballet of service began. From hidden doors, phalanxes of footmen emerged, each knowing his exact station and duty. The soup, in its delicate gilded bowls, would appear as if by magic. The silence of their service was absolute, a stark contrast to the rising murmur of conversation. The meal progressed with glacial majesty, course after course, each plate a masterpiece presented, served and cleared with military precision. The conversation at the table was itself a managed substance. Topics were light, avoiding controversy. Art, music, harmless gossip, the health of mutual relatives. It was sound as a social cushion, designed to facilitate the real work, the visual binding of an elite through shared ritual. After the final remove, the Queen would rise, signalling for the ladies to follow her back to the drawing room, leaving the men to their port and political talk, a brief, sanctioned interval where real business might be murmured. Later, reunited, there would be coffee, perhaps a musical performance, and then the slow, gracious unravelling of the evening as carriages were called. But the banquet was not over. As the last guest departed and the Queen retired, the machine began to work in reverse. In the hall, servants moved in with quiet efficiency. The linen was stripped. The silver and porcelain, now bearing the faint marks of use, were counted again and returned to their safes. And the food, the mountains of it, faced its final fate. The untouched delicacies from the sideboards, the remaining joints, the perfect, uneaten pastries did not go to waste. They entered the elaborate hierarchy of the servants' hall. The upper servants, the housekeeper, the butlers, the ladies' maids would have their pick, a luxurious perk of their station. Then the leftovers would cascade down through the ranks to the junior footmen, the kitchen maids, the stable hands. A piece of royal venison might end its journey on the plate of a scullery maid in the basement, a tangible if humble taste of the glory above. Thus the state banquet achieved its final symbolic act. It physically nourished the very pyramid that made it possible, from the apex down to the base, every layer sustained by the carefully managed surplus of the spectacle. The last candle extinguished, the palace would finally fall silent, the great machine at rest, having once again successfully transformed food, service and ceremony into the pure, enduring substance of power. The rituals we perform around food today, the codes and ceremonies we accept as markers of sophistication, did not emerge from a vacuum. Sit in the hushed, linen-draped silence of a modern-tasting menu temple, where the lighting is calculated and the waiters move with the gravity of priests, and you are in a direct line of descent from the state banquet at Buckingham Palace. The relentless sequencing of courses, the presentation of each dish as a singular plated event, the fetishization of the correct utensil. This is service à la Russe democratized, its aristocratic pacing and theatricality now sold to us as the pinnacle of culinary experience. We have inherited the Victorian insistence that how we eat is a signal of who we are, that a meal can be a curated journey, a performance of discernment separating the initiated from the common. Observe our obsession with provenance, the menu that reads less as a list and more as a deed of ownership. Heirloom tomatoes from a named farm in Kent, saltmarsh lamb from a specific Welsh estuary, wild forage mushrooms from a secret Scottish wood. This is the geographical pride of the royal farms amplified and commercialised. Victoria's table showcased the empire. Ours showcases a curated, artisanal kingdom, a network of exclusive terroirs where the story of the ingredient is half its price. We do not merely consume food, we consume the narrative of its origin, a narrative of purity, tradition and ethical stewardship that often serves to obscure modern industrial realities just as the royal menu obscured colonial ones. The food media, the glossy magazines, the televised competitions, the influencer reviews are the spiritual heirs to the Victorian newspapers that publish the royal menus. They create our modern pantheon of chef gods, just as the court anointed its chef de cuisine. They dictate taste, frame extravagance as art, and invite us the public to participate imaginatively in a world of culinary excess we cannot afford, replicating the very same dynamic of vicarious consumption and critique that characterised the public's relationship with Victoria's feasts. We are still passing menus for social meaning, still using the dinner table as a stage for personal and economic identity. The profound Victorian innovation was to make dining a comprehensive media event, a fusion of politics, theatre, and status. In that, we are all unmistakably her children. We have not abandoned the ritual, we have simply found new liturgies and new gods to worship at the same altar. Now, hold the two images in your mind, separated by an ocean of experience, yet bound by a single crystalline substance. In a Berkshire sitting room, the morning light slants through the window. A small, aged hand, bedecked with the sober rings of widowhood, reaches for a silver tongs. It selects a single perfect cube of white sugar, its edges catching the light. With a soft, precise clink, it is dropped into a cup of steaming amber dark tea from Assam. The cube dissolves, a slow, sweet cloud spiralling through the liquid, mitigating its bitterness, transforming it into a comforting, civilized brew. The gesture is quiet, automatic, a tiny private pleasure in a life of crushing public duty. It is the epitome of ordered domestic refinement. Simultaneously, in the blinding insect-thick heat of a Jamaican cane field, half a century earlier, a different hand swings a machete. The arm is muscled, slick with sweat, and likely scarred. The blade arcs down with a wet, woody asterisk, thwack asterisk, severing a stalk of bamboo-like cane at its base. The air is heavy with the cloying smell of crushed vegetation and ferments. The worker straightens for a second, a bolt of pain shooting through a back permanently bent. His world is one of monotony, violence, and exhaustion. His body is machined for converting sunlight into sucrose for a distant market. The sugar he harvests is not yet white, not yet pure. It is sticky, brown, and inseparable from the dirt and the blood of its production. The distance between the clink of the silver tongue and the thwack of the machete is the true measure of the empire. It is a distance not just of geography, but of humanity. That one dissolving cube in the Queen's Cup is the ghost of an entire system. The middle passage, the auction block, the sun-scorched field, the crushing mill. The sweetness on her tongue was the final refined product of a long and bitter algebra of violence. Globalization, in its infancy, was this: the ability to separate the consumer from the consequences of consumption by a chasm so vast it became invisible. The pleasure here was made possible by the pain there. The refinement in this room was purchased with the raw brutality in that field. The simple, daily act of sweetening tea was, in truth, a profound political and moral act, though few in the sitting room would have, or could have, framed it as such. It was the consumption of distance itself. The weight of that sugar cube, therefore, was immeasurable. It was not the weight of sucrose, but the weight of history, of lives purchased and landscapes transformed, all distilled into a form so pure, so innocent, so small that it could vanish on the tongue without a trace, leaving only a fleeting, ghostly sweetness behind. And so the final course is served, not on a plate, but as a question laid before you. We have traced the capillaries of power that led to a single royal table, but that table's shadow is long. Look around at your own world of food. When you sit down to a multi-course tasting menu where the waiter describes each ingredient with hushed reverence, do you see the ghost of service à la Russe and its theatrical control? When you choose a product because of its story, its single estate origin, its artisanal method, do you recognise the Victorian urge to consume a curated geography, a narrative of purity? Our food media anoints celebrity chefs with the fervour once reserved for royalty, turning their creations into events to be dissected and desired. The DNA of Victoria's dining room, its ritual, its performance, its marriage of the personal and the political, is woven into our modern gastronomic culture. I invite you to share in the comments below Which modern dining ritual or food trend do you believe carries the faint, unmistakable echo of the Victorian age? This exploration leads us to a deeper, more unsettling reflection. The old adage says you are what you eat. If that is so, what empire did Victoria's diet define? It was an empire of stark contrast, where private simplicity masked a global machinery of exquisite extravagance. It was an empire of extraction, where the sweetness in a cup was the final refined product of distant suffering. It was an empire of performance, where every bite at a state banquet was a silent speech about power and alliance. It defined an empire that was both insatiable and deeply anxious, using the ritual of the table to bind together a sprawling, unequal world under the symbolic act of consumption. Her diet was the empire, vast, interconnected, hierarchical, and sweetened with the refined sugar of domination. This foray into the world of the living, through the intimate lens of appetite, naturally draws our gaze towards its counterpart. In our next journey, we will step from the dining room into the funeral parlour, from the spectacle of consumption to the spectacle of mourning. We will examine the elaborate, pervasive funeral culture of the Victorian era, the strict etiquette of grief, the cult of the relic, the architecture of cemeteries, and the booming industry of death. If food revealed how they sustained power and identity in life, their rituals of death reveal how they sought to conquer the final frontier, using ceremony to navigate the great, terrifying silence. The age that perfected the feast also perfected the funeral. What did their worship of death say about their understanding of life? Until then, as you sit to your next meal, consider the journey on your plate. Taste not just the ingredients, but the history. Listen for the echoes of old ceremonies in the clink of your cutlery. For the past is never truly past. It is merely digested, transformed, and waiting to be remembered with every bite we take. Thank you for joining me at this historical table. Hi guys! Tonight we begin not in silent stone corridors, but at the roaring mouth of a Victorian factory. The air shakes with the final piercing shriek of the Saturday whistle, a sound that doesn't fade so much as fracture, leaving your ears ringing with a sudden hollow silence. You step out into a twilight-stained orange by 1,000 coal fires, the cobbles underfoot slick with a perpetual damp that smells of horse, smoke, and distant muddy river. It's the kind of scene that feels like history, grim and dramatic in a painting. But if you had to actually live here, to be a human cog in that monstrous machine, you'd understand that the true drama wasn't in the work itself. It was in what came after. The reality is simple. Life was a grind, and if you had to find a reason to keep going, to push through the exhaustion and the grime for another week, you'd discover quickly that your salvation wasn't in a church pew or a philosophy book. It was in the noise. You probably couldn't survive the relentless pressure, at least not without a few vital, raucous, glorious tricks. So before we dive into the smoky, beer-soaked, singing heart of it all, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy these journeys into the forgotten corners of the past. And if you're listening right now, post your location and the local time in the comments. I love seeing the map of where in the world people are joining this expedition into a Victorian Saturday night. The sound does not so much end as it fractures. It begins as a single sustained metallic shriek that seems to tear the very fabric of the smoky afternoon air, a note of pure authority issued from the brick lungs of the factory. It vibrates in your back teeth, a physical invasion, but its purpose is not to start but to cease. And as its echo decays against the soot-blackened brickwork of the surrounding mills and warehouses, a different sound rushes in to fill the vacuum. Not silence. Never silence here. It is the collective release of 1,000 held breaths, a vast rustling sigh that manifests as the scrape of benches, the clatter of tools being set down with finality, the shuffle of boots on sawdusted floors. For 12 hours your world has been defined by rhythm, the deafening repetitive song of the loom, the forge, the stamping press. Its beat has entered your bones, a phantom percussion that continues now inside your skull, a tinnitus of industry. You do not yet hear the city, not truly. You hear the absence of the machine, and in that hollowed-out space within your ears, the memory of its roar still pulses. This is the first gift of the day, this auditory wound. It is the prelude to transformation, the ringing bell that marks the end of one state of being and the tentative, fragile beginning of another. The city awaits with its own symphony, one of clattering hooves and hawkers' cries and distant laughter. But you must first step out of this shell of noise. You push through the heavy, iron-framed door, and the world greets you not with a picture but with a blow. The air, thick and damp, slaps your face, carrying its familiar catalogue of stenches, coal tar and horse manure and the sweet rotten tang from the river. But it is the act of stepping forward that truly demarcates the change. Your body announces itself piece by piece as a thing separate from the apparatus it served all day. A deep ache blooms across your shoulders, a map of tension drawn by repetitive motion, the ghost of the weight you lifted, the lever you pulled. Your lungs, accustomed to breathing air hazed with cotton dust or metal filings, expand with a raw, protesting sensitivity. You feel the grit on your skin, a fine powder of effort ground into your pores, mingling with the dried salt of your sweat. Your hands are repositories of the day, the nails outlined in a permanent dusk of grease, the palms calloused into specific landscapes that mirror your tool's handle. You glance down at your clothes, the uniform of your station. The rough wool of your trousers is worn shiny at the knees, a testament to stooping or kneeling. Your jacket cuff is frayed from friction against a bench, stained with a splash of dye or a smear of oil that has become part of its fabric, a badge of the day's work that no amount of scrubbing by a weary wife or landlady will fully erase. The soles of your boots are worn thin in a particular pattern, the leather shaped by the specific stance your labour demands. This body, this assemblage of fatigue and residue, is what you have to offer the evening. It is not a vessel of rest, but one of potential energy, wound tight by toil, now seeking a different kind of expenditure. You carry the factory with you in your muscles and your stains, and the night's promise is to transfigure that weight, to alchemize the ache into something that feels, however briefly, like vitality. The twilight in this part of the city is a slow, smudged affair. The sun, unseen behind a perpetual ceiling of cloud and smoke, bleeds a diluted orange-grey light across the rooftops, catching the rising plumes from 100 chimneys and turning them into towers of dusky gold. It is a beauty both real and pathetic. The streets, which were merely conduits for labour this morning, now undergo a subtle shift in purpose. The tide of drab figures pouring from factory gates does not disperse but converges, flowing with a new, purposeful languor towards the brighter, louder arteries of the town. Faces, locked in neutral masks of endurance all day, begin to show cracks of animation, a quick smile, a shouted joke, the lighting of a pipe. You pat your pocket, feeling the small, hard geometry of coins, your week's wages. Their presence is a dull weight, a finite reservoir of possibility. They represent choices, a modest power. The clink of them is a more intimate music than the factory's din, a sound that speaks of ale, of warmth, of a few hours of borrowed autonomy. The exhaustion in your limbs is deep, but it is a familiar companion. A different hunger stirs beneath it, not for food but for immersion, for noise that you choose, for laughter that is yours, for a space where you are not a function but a person. You turn your back on the monolithic shadow of the mill, its windows already darkening, and let the human current pull you into the gathering dusk. The machine's shadow is long, but the night is yours to walk into, to fill with a different self-directed kind of clamour, to prove for a few precious hours that you are more than the sum of your labour. The light at this hour performs a kind of alchemy upon the ugliness it touches. It is not the clean, golden wash of a country sunset, but something thicker, more substantive. The sun, buried somewhere behind the great banks of cloud and smoke that forever hang over the city, manages only to bleed a diffuse tarnished radiance through the gloom. It turns the soot in the air into a visible drifting medium, each particle glowing faintly as it floats downward. The brick of the factories, soot black and grim by day, now absorbs this light and re-emits it as a sombre bruised purple. The windows of the taller mills, already dark and sightless on their lower floors, catch the last of the grey-yellow sky on their upper panes, flashing for a moment like dull coins before winking out. This twilight does not descend. It rises from the cobblestones, seeping up from the damp ground to meet the descending haze, until the world is enveloped in a monochrome of shadows tinged with amber and ash. The air grows cooler, but the smells of the day, intensified by the moisture, become more personal. The chemical tang from the dye works mixes with the earthy odour of wet horse and old straw. From a basement bakery, the scent of burning coal and baking bread pushes against the general miasma, a note of domestic promise. It is a time of profound ambiguity, this industrial dusk. The rigid order of the workday has dissolved, but the chaos of the night has not yet fully commenced. You stand in the parenthesis between them, and within this softening world the human river begins to fork and channel. The crowd from your factory gate merges with others from the ironworks, the print shop, the docks. For a moment it is a single sluggish flow of tired humanity. Then, at the first major crossing, the current fractures. A group peels way towards the narrower, louder lanes, where the warm glow of gaslight already spills from tavern windows. Another stream, mostly younger men and women, moves with quicker steps in the direction of a distant, brighter glow and the faint, tinny sound of a brass band, the music hall, a palace of paper and pasteboard glamour. Some, often older, or with a more subdued bearing, turn towards the modest lights of the coffee house or a reading room, seeking a quieter transaction. Others simply linger on corners, watching the flow, their entertainment to be found in conversation and observation. Each divergence represents a different answer to the same urgent question posed by the empty hours ahead. Each destination promises a different flavour of forgetting, a different currency of joy. Your hand goes to your pocket again, a reflexive gesture. The few coins there, earned shilling by painful shilling, feel warm through the cloth. They're not just money, they're tokens of time, each one representing a fraction of your life's energy solidified. To spend them is to spend yourself. This knowledge imposes a sweet, anxious pressure. It forces choice, calculation, prioritization. Will you invest in the deep, forgetful immersion of the pub, the shared spectacle of the hall, or the simpler, more lasting comfort of a full meal? The weight of the coins is the weight of your freedom, beautifully, terribly finite. So now, you stand with me at this crossroads, the factory's shadow still cooling at your back, the myriad lights of the evening beckoning ahead. The sounds are changing, the industrial drone replaced by a rising human murmur, punctuated by laughter, a shout, a snatch of song. This is where our journey truly begins. I invite you to walk these cobbled streets with me, not as a distant observer, but as a companion in this search for light. For the next hours we will step into the smoke-wreathed warmth of the pub, feel the collective roar of the music hall crowd, lose ourselves in the chaotic wonder of the street fair. We will see how joy was manufactured, traded, and clung to in an age of iron and steam. This is not merely a tour of past amusements. It is an excavation of a fundamental human impulse, the relentless, ingenious pursuit of breath, of connection, of meaning in the narrow spaces between the gears of obligation. It is the story of how people, when the machine finally stopped, fought to remember the sound of their own voices. Where in the world are you listening from tonight? Leave your city, your town in the comments below. Let us see the map of our modern companionship as we venture together into this Victorian night. The transition is complete. The threshold is crossed. Let us follow the light and the noise and see what we find. The pull of the light leads you to a solid, unpretentious building on a corner where two narrower streets meet. Its windows, made of many small panes of glass, are fogged from within by a condensation of warmth and breath, turning the gas flames inside into soft, diffuse orbs of yellow. The painted sign above the door, swinging slightly in the evening damp, proclaims it the Bricklayer's Arms, though the clientele streaming in and out suggests a more varied congregation. The door itself is a barrier of worn oak, dark with generations of polish and the press of hands. You pause for a heartbeat on the threshold, the cold public air of the street still on your back. Then you lean your weight against it and cross over. The transition is not a step, but a submersion. The first wave is sound, a solid wall of it that rolls over you the moment the door gives way. It is not a single noise, but a composite organism, the deep, constant rumble of dozens of overlapping conversations, a percussive clatter of pottery and glass, a burst of laughter that erupts like a geyser from one corner only to be absorbed into the general din, the sharp call of a barman. Underneath it all, if you listen closely, is the low, vital hum of humanity at ease. Close on the heels of sound comes heat, a moist, enveloping warmth that immediately begins to thaw the street's chill from your cheeks and hands. It is the heat of packed bodies, of coal fires burning in cast iron grates, of gas lamps, and it carries with it the third wave, smell. This is the pub's true signature. It is the rich, earthy scent of spilled ale soaking into sawdust on the floor. It is the sweeter, more pungent aroma of pipe tobacco, a blue haze hanging in strata at head height. It is the smell of damp wool drying, of hot human skin, of meat pies and pickled eggs from a tray on the bar. The light, once you adjust, is a kind of golden gloom. The gas jets hiss softly behind their frosted glass shades, casting a light that is both intimate and theatrical, pooling on tabletops, glinting off the brass footrail, carving faces out of the shadows with highlights on brows and cheekbones, leaving eyes in friendly darkness. In this atmosphere, sight, sound and smell fuse into a single immersive experience. The sharp edges of the outside world dissolve. Your eyes, adjusting, begin to map the social geography of the room. The bar itself, a long scarred fortress of mahogany, is the central altar, tended by a shirt-sleeved barman with a magnificent waxed moustache. Around it, men stand shoulder to shoulder, their posture easy, one foot on the rail, engaged in the direct, uncomplicated communion of drinking and talking. This is the most democratic space. Deeper into the room, a constellation of small, dark wood tables and benches hosts more settled groups. Here you might see a clerk, his stiff collar slightly loosened, sharing a pint with a carpenter whose hands are still marked with his trade. In a snug corner booth, partially shielded by a frosted glass partition, a group of women, factory girls, and perhaps a shop assistant lean together in confidential conversation, their shawls draped over the back of the bench. Near the fire, older men claim territorial rights, their pipes glowing like beacons, their talk slower, more ruminative. There is a hierarchy, but it is fluid, based on tenure and confidence rather than pure class. A skilled artisan might command more respect here than a penny-pinching bookkeeper. For a few hours, the rigid stratification of the factory or the city street is softened by mutual need and the equalizing currency of a shared pint. The man who might be your foreman by day is here, simply another thirsty soul waiting his turn at the bar. A silent, temporary truce is in effect, governed by the unspoken rules of the public house. You find your place at the bar, the polished wood smooth under your palms. Before you, the ritual begins with a choice, one that speaks volumes without a word. The barman catches your eye, a silent question in his raised brow. Your order is a small declaration. A pint of ale, drawn from a cask, is the common currency, a hazy, amber liquid with a frothy head that tastes of toasted grain and a subtle, refreshing bitterness. It is the drink of the everyday worker, sustaining and familiar. But next to it, you see the darker options. a porter, nearly black, viscous as engine oil, with a deep roasted flavour that carries notes of coffee and dark bread. This is the fuel of porters and labourers, a meal in a glass, thick enough to stick to the ribs through a long cold shift. For those with a few extra pence, there might be a stout, even denser, a drink of contemplation and shared pride. The very colour of your drink paints a faint signal of your trade, your means, your mood. The clear, sharp distinction of gin belongs to a different, more desperate world altogether. But here, among the ale and porter, a subtle hierarchy of malt and hops plays out in every round ordered and served. You watch as the barman expertly pulls the pewter handle, tilting the glass to build the perfect head, a creamy cap on the liquid sunshine or liquid night below. The first sip is a moment of profound sensory realignment. The bitterness cuts through the lingering dust in your throat, the cool liquid a shock that becomes a comfort, spreading a calming warmth from your stomach outward. It is more than refreshment, it is an unwinding, the first tangible loosening of the day's tight coil. But this world of malt has a sharper, clearer shadow. Not all who seek escape in the pub do so through the communal, filling medium of beer. For the truly poor, the broken, the utterly desperate, a different kind of establishment offers a swifter, more sinister oblivion. The Gin Palace, with its glaring plate-glass windows and gaudy, gaslit interiors, stands as a temple to a different god. Here, for a penny, one can purchase a measure of clear, fiery gin that promises not camaraderie, but a swift and total negation. It is the drink of isolation in a crowd, a scorching path that burns away feeling and thought with brutal efficiency. In the pub, the haze is from tobacco and talk. In the Gin Palace, it is from the sheer, volatile spirit hanging in the air. The laughter there is higher, shriller, often tipping into violence or tears. The warmth it offers is a cheat, a chemical fever that leaves the soul colder than before. It is the dark twin of public house conviviality, a reminder that for some the pressure of existence is too great to be eased by slow sips and conversation. They seek not to join a tribe, but to annihilate the self. You feel the pull of its dangerous simplicity even as you reject it, understanding that the deep, slow comfort of the ale in your hand is a harder-won, more precious piece. The drink before you is not an end, but a key. It unlocks the social machinery of the room. You are not alone with your pint for long. A nod, a comment on the weather, or the quality of the beer, and you are drawn into the flow. The most sacred rule governs the circle you join, the round. When a man buys a drink for his companions, he's purchasing his place in the temporary fellowship. The obligation passes, inevitably, to the next in the circle, and then the next. To refuse your turn is a grave social sin, a breach of the contract that binds this fleeting community. The coins you spend are not just for liquid, but for membership. As the rounds progress, the space between you and your new companions shrinks. The talk, initially cautious, grows louder, more expansive. It might turn to sport, to the injustices of a foreman, to politics, to memories of a countryside left behind. Along the bar, other rituals unfold. A game of darts proceeds in a corner, the soft thud of the dart in the corkboard punctuating the murmur. Men wager pennies on the outcome, the stakes trivial, the competition fierce but good-natured. On a damp tabletop, a simpler game involves sliding worn ceramic coasters, trying to edge an opponent's off the side. The shared pipe makes its round too, a clay tavern pipe offered with a gesture, its smouldering bowl a tiny shared hearth. You take it, feel the warm stem, draw in the pungent earthy smoke and pass it on. This is not mere habit, it is a sacrament of trust, a literal sharing of breath. In these actions, the bought round, the played game, the passed pipe, the abstract idea of community becomes physical, practiced and real. You're no longer an individual atom of fatigue. You're part of a molecule, bonded by amber liquid, trivial competition and spoken stories. The weight in your pocket lightens, coin by coin, but a different weight, the weight of solitude, is being lifted in return. The pub is not selling you drunkenness, it is selling you connection, woven one sip, one game, one shared laugh at a time. The transaction feels, in this golden light, like a rare bargain. The talk that flows around you, lubricated by the ale, is far from idle. This public house is the central nervous system of the neighbourhood, a live wire of information crackling with more immediate truth than any newspaper. In one ear you catch the low, urgent murmur of a man who knows of a job. Not an advertisement, but a real position, a bricklayer needed on a site in Islington starting Monday, the foreman a friend of a cousin. The intelligence is passed like a secret over the rim of a glass to a man whose face suddenly tightens with hope. In another corner, politics is being dissected with a passion that would be dangerous in the factory yard. Opinions on the Prime Minister, on the new union organising efforts, on the injustices of the poor law are debated with a fierceness that is both intellectual and deeply personal. This is where the working man educates himself, where ideas are tested against the rough consensus of his peers. Rumours too have their currency. You hear whispers about a downturn at the mill, about a shopkeeper who's cheating on weights, about a scandal in a respectable house nearby. The air is thick with narrative, a collective weaving and mending of the social fabric. To sit here quietly is to receive an education in the practical, unvarnished state of your world. The barman, a fixed point in the shifting crowd, is the archivist of this oral tradition. He hears everything, confirms little, and knows exactly who needs to know what. In an age before telephones, this steady hum of shared knowledge is of vital utility, more reliable than the post. This network of trust extends beyond information into the tangible realm of finance. For men whose wages are counted in shillings and whose lives are one accident away from the workhouse, the formal banks with their marble columns are alien planets. Here, in the pub, a different kind of banking thrives. You see it in the quiet word between two men, a slight nod, a hand briefly touching another's shoulder. A loan is being arranged, perhaps 2 shillings to tide a mate over until payday, or 5 to cover a doctor's bill for a sick child. There is no paper, no interest, only the binding collateral of personal honour and the public witness of the community. To default is not just a financial failure, it is a social one, exiling the offender from this warm circle into a cold loneliness. The credit is based on character, assessed nightly in these very interactions. Can he hold his drink? Does he pay his rounds? Is his word good? The pub is also the site of the slate, the running tab kept in chalk behind the bar for trusted regulars, a tiny line of credit that acknowledges a man's rootedness in this place. And in the most organised form, there are the friendly societies and sick clubs that often meet in the back room. For a few pence a week, pulled together, a man can buy a guarantee against the terror of a pauper's funeral, or a small income if injury strikes. It is mutual aid stripped to its essentials, administered not by clerks but by comrades over a pint. Your coins, when you spend them here, are not vanishing. They are circulating within an ecosystem of support, binding you to others through a web of subtle, crucial debts and obligations. As the evening deepens and the street outside grows dark and chill, the pub reveals its most profound role. For you, and for hundreds of thousands like you, this is not merely a place of refreshment, it is your true sitting room. Think of the space you return to after this, if you return to a room at all. It is likely a single damp chamber in a warren of a lodging house shared with a family or other lodgers. The air is close, smelling of cabbage and old bedding. The fireplace, if there is one, is meagre, the warmth fought over. There is no space to stretch, no real privacy, only a different kind of crowding, one fraught with domestic tension and the oppressive weight of poverty. Here, in the pub, you have space. The ceiling is high, the room expansive. The fire in the grate is generous, its heat offered freely to all who gather near. The light is bright and welcoming. You have a seat, a claim to a small territory of table and bench. You have companionship that you choose, not that which circumstance forces upon you. For a few hours, you can experience a simulation of domestic comfort without its burdens, without the crying infant, the nagging worry, the four walls that seem to close in. This is where you can be a man of leisure, not a drudge or a tenant. The barman and the serving girls become a kind of substitute family, familiar and undemanding. The rituals of the round, the game, the shared pipe, are the rituals of a home you have built for yourself. A home made not of brick and mortar, but of consensus and amber liquid. When you finally step back out into the night, the coins in your pocket are fewer, but your spirit has been, in a vital way, replenished. You have not just been drinking, you have been dwelling. You have traded the physical confinement of your rented room for the spacious, if noisy, belonging of the public house, and for a working man in Victorian England, that is often the better bargain. Your moment arrives. You catch the barman's eye with a slight lift of your chin, the universal signal. He gives a short nod, his hands already moving. The glass he pulls down is thick, heavy, and pleasingly cold to the touch, beaded with a faint moisture. You watch the ritual with a focus that feels almost sacred. The pewter handle is pulled, and a stream of deep amber liquid, glowing like captured light, arcs into the tilted glass. It fills with a creamy rush, the foam rising in a perfect cloud-white crown. He sets it before you with a solid thunk on the wet bar, a pint of ordinary bitter. You lay your coins beside it, the transaction complete. Your hand closes around the glass, the chill a shock against your work-warmed palm. You lift it, feeling the satisfying weight, the balance of liquid and vessel. The first sip is not a taste, but a sensation. The coolness floods your mouth, the bitter hops cutting through the day's dust, the malt a smooth, nutty warmth following behind. You swallow, and a wave of simple, profound well-being spreads from your core. This is the first, purest pleasure of the night. A tactile and gustatory anchor in the swirling room. A man to your left, an older fellow with the broad shoulders and ingrained grime of a stoker, notices your deliberate savouring. He raises his own glass slightly in your direction. "Cures the thirst, don't it?" he says, his voice a gravelly rumble. You nod, meeting his gaze. "Cures more than that," you reply, and he gives a short, understanding laugh that ends in a cough. "Aye, washes the mill out of your lungs." He asks no name, no trade. The questions are of a different order. "Busy over at Clayton's?" he inquires, naming a nearby works. You share what you know, a rumour of new orders, the temperament of a foreman. He, in turn, offers a nugget about a pub near the river, where the beer is a penny cheaper but just as good. The conversation is not deep, but it is real. It is an exchange of tokens, of small, useful truths cementing a temporary alliance. Another man leans in, a younger, sharper-faced individual with the quick eyes of a machinist. He scoffs lightly at the older man's penny-saving advice. "Cheaper beer for cheaper men," he says, not unkindly, but with a certain pride. "You get what you pay for in this world." A brief debate on quality versus economy ensues, good-natured and fueled by the shared context of the glass in hand. You contribute an opinion, and it is heard. For these minutes you're not invisible. You're a voice in a chorus. As the second pint follows the first, a gentle alchemy works upon you. The sharp edges of the room soften further. The noise, once a wall, becomes a tapestry in which your own laughter is now a thread. The faces around you, once strangers, are now familiar landmarks in a friendly landscape. The weight on your shoulders feels lighter, as if the ale has subtly diluted the leaden fatigue, transforming it into a mere pleasant heaviness. You belong to this tableau. You have paid your coin, shared your word, absorbed the talk of work and weather and petty grievances. You are, for now, a member of this tribe of the temporarily reprieved. A deep, unspoken contentment settles in your chest, warmer than the fire. This is the belonging you purchased, and it feels genuine. Yet, as you raise your glass for another sip, a sliver of cold reason pierces the warmth. Your fingers, trailing down the side of the glass, touch your pocket. It is perceptibly lighter. You calculate, almost without thinking, the cost of this pint, the next one you will be obliged to buy in return, the possible pie for the walk home. The looming spectre of Monday is still there, beyond the fogged windows. The machine will start again. The foreman's voice will replace the friendly banter. This warmth, this easy fellowship is a leasehold, not a freehold. It expires with the last call. The thought brings a faint, familiar melancholy to the edge of your happiness. The knowledge that this sanctuary is built on a foundation of spent wages and borrowed time. But you push the thought down, not with despair, but with a practiced resolve. That is tomorrow's problem. For now, the glass is still half full, the fire is bright, and your voice is part of the choir. You take another sip, choosing, for this moment, the belonging over the worry, the present amber glow over the uncertain grey dawn to come. The call of the music hall is a different siren song than the pub's low hum. It pulls you through streets growing livelier, guided by the distant rhythmic thump of a bass drum and the bright brassy skirl of a cornet. The building announces itself long before you arrive, a fortress of popular entertainment plastered in a glorious, gaudy riot of advertisements. Gigantic, brightly painted posters, illuminated by flaring gas jets, depict a world of exaggerated emotion. A comic in check trousers pulls a face of impossible idiocy. A tragedian in a classical gown clutches her breast in feigned agony. A strong man in leopard skin flexes impossible muscles. The lettering is bold, urgent, promising, screaming farce. Pathetic ballad, astonishing acrobats, and the one and only. The facade itself is a false front, a theatrical flat of brick and stucco, all towers and arches and crenellations that try to evoke a palace or a castle, succeeding only in creating something thrillingly its own, a palace of dreams purchased for sixpence. You pay your coins at the little window, the transaction granting you access not to a seat but to a realm. Pushing through the heavy, velvet-draped entrance, you're struck not by quiet awe, but by a magnificent, overwhelming vulgarity. It is an assault of imitation grandeur. The interior is a dizzying homage to the West End theatres of the rich, but rendered in a cheaper, louder key. Gilt is everywhere, but it is thin, flaking in places to reveal the plaster beneath. Massive crystal chandeliers drip from the ceiling, their candles replaced by hissing gas jets that cast a fierce white light, leaving no shadow untouched. The walls are a chaos of painted nymphs and swirling arabesques, the colours slightly too bright. Plush crimson velvet drapes the boxes and balconies, but its nap is worn shiny by countless hands. The air is already thick, not with the organic smell of the pub, but with a manufactured haze, the dust of the crowd, the bite of gas, the perfume of cheap scent from the flower girls, and the ever-present acrid cloud of tobacco smoke from 1,000 cigars and pipes. It rises in layers, pooling around the chandeliers, softening the harsh edges of the gilt. This is not a place of refined contemplation. It is a machine for generating collective feeling, and its decor is the gaudy fuel. And within this cavern of light and smoke, the social hierarchy of the street is recreated, then deliberately scrambled. High above, in the private boxes that ring the auditorium, sit the better-off shopkeepers, the junior clerks with ambitions, the occasional daring family from the suburbs. They are separated by a velvet rope, a physical barrier, but they are not immune. They look down upon the heaving, restless mass below, the pit and the gallery. The pit directly before the stage is a sea of standing men, caps on heads, faces upturned. Above them, steeply raked and reachable by a separate, narrower stair, is the gallery, the domain of the poorest and most vociferous, young apprentices and factory girls who have saved their pennies for this weekly escape. They hang over the railings, a cascade of eager humanity. The gaze travels both ways. Those in the boxes look down with a mixture of curiosity and faint alarm at the raw energy below. Those in the pit and gallery look up, not with envy, but with a kind of defiant ownership. They know instinctively that the performers on the stage are not singing for the boxes. They're singing for them. The real power, the electric current that will make or break the evening, emanates from the floor and the heights. The wealthy spectators are merely guests in their cathedral. In the shared anticipation, a peculiar democracy of expectation takes hold. For the next 2 hours, the maid in the gallery and the warehouseman in the pit hold a veto power over the success of the performance that the man in the box, for all his extra shillings, does not possess. The architecture imposes class, but the ritual of the performance promises, however briefly, to invert it. The curtain shudders and rises, not with graceful silence, but with a hearty creak of pulleys, a sound that sends a fresh wave of anticipation through the crowd. The evening is not a single drama, but a mosaic of small worlds, each its own complete universe built from song, word and motion. The first to stride into the glare of the footlights is often the comic, a man in a suit just a shade too tight, with a bowler hat perched at an angle of permanent astonishment. He needs no set, only the vast empty space of the stage and the living wall of faces before him. His world is built from words, twisted and polished into weapons of mass laughter. He speaks of the foreman, that petty tyrant of the workshop, imitating his strut and his nasal whine with a cruelty that is both recognition and revenge. He jokes about the relentless, soul-grinding monotony of the machine, reducing it to an absurd dance, a silly little motion he performs with his hands until it seems not terrifying, but ridiculous. His true genius, however, lies in the domestic sphere. Marriage, that sacred Victorian institution, is laid bare as a battlefield of petty skirmishes. He plays the henpecked husband besieged by a wife obsessed with cleanliness, social climbing or his whereabouts. The jokes are full of double meanings and knowing winks, phrases that sail over the heads of any children present but land with perfect accuracy in the understanding of the adults. Every sarcastic remark about a wife's new hat, every exaggerated sigh about domestic confinement is met with roars of laughter that are half agreement, half catharsis. He gives voice to the unspoken frustrations of daily life, validates them, and by making them funny, makes them bearable. In his 5-minute universe, authority is always foolish, pretension is punctured, and the little man, through wit alone, triumphs. When he takes his final bow, swaggering off to thunderous applause, the crowd has not just been amused, they have been armed, however briefly, with the weapon of shared ridicule against their common irritants. The mood shifts as the gaslights are dimmed, save for a single tender spot. A woman steps forward, her dress perhaps a simple clean white, her face softened by the gentle light. She needs no introduction. The first plaintive notes from the piano in the pit tell the story. This is the ballad. Her voice, clear and tinged with a deliberate, heart-breaking tremor, fills the hall. She sings of green fields and babbling brooks, of a thatched cottage and a mother's face, all left behind for the hard pavement and grinding noise of the city. She sings of lost love, a sweetheart drowned at sea, or led astray, or simply faded with time. The lyrics are simple. The melodies designed to be remembered and hummed tomorrow at the workbench. This is not entertainment, it is communal mourning. As she sings, you see hard faces in the gallery soften. Men stare into the middle distance, seeing not the painted backdrop, but some personal, half-remembered landscape of childhood. Women dab discreetly at their eyes with handkerchiefs. The song gives them permission to feel a sorrow that is too vast and vague for daily speech. The sorrow for a simpler past, for innocence, for connections severed by progress and poverty. It is a sanctioned nostalgia, a collective weeping for a paradise lost, whether that paradise was ever real or not. The applause that follows her song is different, slower, deeper, more grateful. It is the sound of a shared wound being gently acknowledged. She has not made them laugh. She has made them feel together, knitting the audience into a single sentimental body, united by the ache of remembrance. Then, the tempo quickens again. A man in a military-style tunic, perhaps adorned with braid that would make a real colonel blush, marches on. The pianist strikes up a rousing, familiar tune. This is the patriotic song, full of bold declarations about the nation, the flag, the pride of being British. The audience swells with it, shoulders back, voices joining in the chorus with a gusto that shakes the rafters. It is a powerful, unifying force, this pride. Yet, woven into the verses, if you listen closely, is another thread. The singer, with a deft turn of phrase, might praise the heart of oak that is the British sailor, while his eyes gesture to the gallery, implying that the true heart of oak is not the admiral, but the common tar who suffers the storms. He might sing of England's green and pleasant land, and the very sweetness of the phrase becomes a subtle indictment of the soot-choked, greenless place his listeners actually inhabit. It is patriotism, but a patriotism of the people, not the palace. In other turns, a more overtly comic singer might offer a satire of a politician, a send-up of a police officer, a ditty about the absurdities of the law. The criticism is veiled just enough to pass the censor, but the audience needs no translation. The laughter that greets a line about a gentleman who lines his pockets while we line the streets is sharp and knowing. It is a permitted rebellion, a way of shaking a fist at power while standing safely within a crowd of thousands doing the same. The music hall does not preach revolution. It offers the therapy of collective grumbling set to a catchy tune. And between these worlds of words and shared sentiment come the wordless wonders, the acts that speak directly to the nerve and the eyeball. The stage is transformed into a zone of pure physics and astonishing flesh. Acrobats, dressed in spangled leotards, build human pyramids that defy gravity, their bodies trembling with strain, yet their faces fixed in grinning masks. Jugglers send a universe of clubs, balls, and flaming torches into a whirling, hypnotic orbit, the audience holding its breath at the inevitable, never-arriving disaster. A magician in tails and with dramatic flair produces doves from empty hats, silks from his fingertips, and makes a woman seemingly vanish in a puff of smoke and a crash of cymbals. These acts require no shared language, no common experience of factory life or lost love. Their appeal is primal. They are celebrations of what the human body, trained to an impossible degree, can achieve. For an audience whose own bodies are used as tools, as sources of brute force or endless repetition, these performers present the body as art, as instrument, as a thing of wonder and limitless possibility. The gasps that ripple through the hall are pure, unmediated awe. In a life governed by routine and constraint, these moments of spectacular skill offer a glimpse of a different kind of order, one of precision, grace, and breathtaking risk. They are the sugar rush of the evening, a sensory bombardment that leaves the mind delightfully empty, ready to be filled again by the next comic or the next ballad singer. Each act, whether a 3-minute joke or a death-defying leap, constructs a complete transient world on the boards, and the audience voyages into each one, willingly, gratefully, leaving the weight of their own world at the door. The true magic of the music hall does not reside solely on the stage. It lives in the space between the footlights and the first row, in the charged air that crackles back and forth. The audience is not a passive receptacle. It is the second greater performer in a vast responsive duet. This becomes clearest in the choruses. When a popular singer leans into the familiar refrain of a well-known song, a palpable shift occurs. She opens her mouth, but the sound that fills the colossal room does not come from her alone. It erupts from 1,000 throats simultaneously. The singer becomes merely the conductor of a human orchestra. The melody is carried by a roaring tidal wave of voices from the pit and a piercing descant from the gallery. You feel it before you hear it clearly, a vibration in the floorboards, a pressure change in your chest. You open your own mouth, and your voice, insignificant alone, is caught up and magnified, becoming part of this colossal organism of sound. It is a physical sensation of power, of unity, a momentary erasure of the self in something vastly larger and more vibrant. The singer on stage grins, waving an arm to encourage the din, but she is no longer leading it. She's riding it, a figurehead on a ship powered by the collective lungs of her people. This power has a sharp edge, a democratic ruthlessness. A performer who fails to please does not suffer in quiet disgrace. The verdict is delivered instantaneously, publicly, and with brutal clarity. A comic whose timing is off, whose material is stale, is met not with polite silence, but with a rising tide of jeers, whistles, and ironic shouts of "get off." From the gallery, a hail of harmless but symbolic projectiles might rain down, orange peels, nutshells, even a rolled-up program. It is the crowd's justice, swift and unappealable. There is no critic in a newspaper whose opinion matters more than this visceral collective thumbs down. Conversely, a performer who captures the crowd's heart is welcomed as family. The call and response between star and audience is a liturgy of intimacy. A beloved comedienne might be greeted with shouts of "Hello, Marie!" as if she were a neighbour popping in for tea. She will shout back, ad-libbing about the weather or a front-row patron's large hat, weaving the audience into her act. The great star Marie Lloyd was a master of this. She would pause, hand on hip, and address the gallery directly. "I know what you're thinking up there." The gallery would roar back its affirmation. This wasn't performance, it was conversation on a grand theatrical scale. The star derived their authority not from a manager, but from this direct, noisy mandate from the crowd. The music hall was a radical democracy of taste, where every sixpenny ticket was a vote, and the applause or catcalls were the immediate deafening tally. Then comes the moment that crystallizes it all. The lights seem to burn brighter. The smoke itself holds its breath. It is the final number, the singer's signature tune. Let us say it is Burlington Bertie, that sly, strutting anthem of the Cockney dandy who lives on nothing but style. The piano strikes up the instantly recognisable jaunty intro. A wave of knowing laughter and cheers sweeps the house before a word is sung. The performer, let us say it is the great Vesta Tilly in her impeccable male attire, gives a knowing smirk. She doesn't even need to sing the first line. She holds the microphone, or rather, she simply opens her arms, and the entire hall from the dusty pit to the dizzying gallery takes it from her. "I'm Burlington Bertie, I rise at 10:30. The words thunder forth, not from one source but from the walls, the floor, the very air. You're shouting the words your neighbour is, the stern-faced man 3 rows over is. The sound is immense, a physical force of shared identity and shared joy. In this moment, you're no longer a single, weary worker. You're not even just part of a crowd. You're a cell in a single, roaring, joyous creature. The clever lyrics about pretending grandeur on a shoestring become a collective boast, a shared wink at the world. All divisions, pit, gallery, box, melt in the unison of the lyric. The performer on stage is no longer separate. She is the focal point of this collective energy, the spark that allowed it to combust. This is the primal root of every stadium rock anthem, every pop concert where thousands sing as one. The modern mega concert, with its laser lights and thunderous amplification, is the direct, gaudy descendant of this exact moment in the smoky, gaslit hall. It is the ancient human need to lose oneself in a shared voice, to be alone together in a song, to build a temporary cathedral of noise where everyone is both congregation and priest. The last note hangs in the air, followed by a roar of applause that is itself a kind of music. And as you spill back out into the night, your ears ringing, your throat rough, the melody still looping in your head, you carry with you the proof that you were, for a time, part of something magnificent. The roar of the music hall still echoes in your bones as you step back into the night. But the city has not stood still in your absence. The formal, ticketed spectacle is over, but a different, more anarchic exhibition is in full perpetual swing. The transition is not into silence, but into a symphony of a lower, wilder order. You leave the curated sentiment and collective roar for a world where entertainment is grabbed in handfuls from the chaotic air. paid for in the smallest coin or sometimes just in the currency of your attention. The street itself is now the stage, and its performances are as fleeting and varied as the shadows cast by the flickering gas lamps. Beneath the jaundiced glow of a lamppost, a small crowd has gathered in a silent, captivated circle. At its centre, a man with a battered suitcase has unfolded a miniature proscenium, a simple wooden frame with a white cloth screen. He lights a small oil lamp behind it, and the world transforms. His hands, suddenly alive, enter the light. They are no longer hands, but creatures. A wolf with gnashing jaws chases a trembling rabbit. A sly fox converses with a foolish crow. The shadows are sharp, dramatic, imbued with a life that the crude cutouts should not possess. The story is wordless, told through the eloquent dance of silhouettes, and the children watching gasp in unison at the predator's lunge, sigh with relief at the narrow escape. It is epic and intimate, a pocket-sized Iliad played out in pantomime on a linen sheet. A few doors down, a different rhythm claims the air. A swarthy man in foreign-looking clothes turns the crank of a barrel organ. It wheezes and clatters, producing a tinny, cheerful tune that seems both alien and instantly familiar. At his feet, a small monkey, dressed in a ridiculous red jacket and cap, capers and jigs on a leash. It holds out a tiny tin cup with a human-like plaintiveness in its eyes. The music is jaunty, but the creature's performance is a complex portrait of trained pathos, an echo of the sentimental ballads you just left, rendered here in hops and gestures. You toss a halfpenny, the monkey snatches it with a quick mechanical gesture, and the organ grinder nods, his expression unreadable. From the mouth of a darkened alley, a purer, more haunting sound cuts through the din. It is a man's voice, raw and untrained, singing a hymn or a folk melody of such profound sorrow it seems to slow the very traffic of the street. You approach and see he is blind, his eyes milky and unseeing, his hat on the ground before him with a few pathetic coins. His performance is one of unadorned suffering, a direct withdrawal from the bank of pity. He offers no dance, no comedy, only the naked evidence of his misfortune set to a mournful tune. It is a stark counterpoint to the monkey's artificial sadness, a reminder that on these streets, reality and spectacle are often perilously close neighbours. Further on, the temptation is of a different kind. A barrow lit by a naphtha flare displays a riot of cheaply printed pamphlets and periodicals. The headlines scream of murder, betrayal, and supernatural horror. The String of Pearls, A Romance of the Fleet Kitchen, or Varney the Vampire. This is the literature of the people, the penny dreadfuls. For a single penny you can purchase not a few minutes of spectacle, but hours of lurid escapism. The vendor, seeing your interest, might recite a chilling snippet, his voice dropping to a theatrical whisper as he describes the glide of the vampire's shadow, or the gleam of the murderer's blade. The purchase is a contract for a private terror, a story to consume in the solitude of your lodging, extending the street thrill into the silent hours of the night. Here, entertainment is not witnessed but imagined, the spectacle unfolding in the theatre of your own mind, seeded by the sensational words on the cheap pulpy paper. The street does not discriminate. It offers nourishment for every sense and every temperament, from the visual poetry of shadows to the auditory punch of the organ, from the visceral pull of real misery to the intellectual thrill of imagined dread, all available for the price of a moment's pause or the smallest coin in your pocket. But to truly step into the grand bazaar of dreams, you must pass from the free gallery of the street into a space where wonder has a fixed price. This often means a narrow entrance between two buildings, a painted banner strung above promising marvels of the world or nature's greatest curiosities. You hand over a penny and the curtain is drawn back not on a stage, but on a series of small curtained booths or a larger crowded tent. This is the empire of the extraordinary, where the logic of the everyday is suspended for the price of a copper coin. The first booth you approach is shrouded in a particular heavy silence. A sign proclaims the Earth's most colossal woman. Inside, on a reinforced platform, sits a person of unimaginable scale. The air is close, smelling of talcum powder and a sweet, unfamiliar perfume used to mask other odours. The spectacle is not one of action, but of sheer, overwhelming being. The audience files past, their faces a study in contradictory impulses. There is a crude, undeniable fascination, a horror at the body pushed so far beyond its known boundaries. But in the dim light, you also see something else in the eyes of the spectators, a flicker of recognition. Here, made monstrously literal, is the consequence of consumption, of excess, but also of a biology run amok in a world that itself feels distorted. The lobster boy in the next booth, his hands formed into claw-like appendages, prompts a similar turmoil. The initial shock gives way to a quieter, more uncomfortable feeling. Is this a divine punishment, a medical mystery, or simply a cruel twist of nature? You pay to see the anomaly, but you leave carrying a vague unease about the very definitions of the normal and the human. This is not simple exploitation. It is a dark communal meditation on the fragility of form, where pity and voyeurism are inextricably linked, and the penny you paid feels like admission to a forbidden church of flesh. Next, the air changes, growing thick with a pungent animal smell that cuts through the smoke and sweat. This is the menagerie. In cramped, iron-barred cages, creatures from the edges of the map languish. A lion, its majesty reduced to a dull, pacing rhythm, its great head hanging low. A tiger, stripes like imprisoned shadows, stares with yellow eyes that hold a continent of distance. These are not animals as they exist in the wild. They're symbols rendered passive. They represent the distant empires from which they were plucked, the reach of British commerce and conquest. To see them is to see the world shrunk, contained, and made safe for contemplation. The fear they inspire is delicious, controlled by the stoutness of the bars. For an audience whose own world is confined by factory walls and city streets, these caged monarchs offer a thrilling glimpse of a terrifying beautiful elsewhere, now subdued and brought before them, proof that even the most savage forces of nature could be mastered by the age of iron and steam. The growl that rumbles from the tiger's cage is not a threat, but a testament to human power. In stark contrast to this passive animal grandeur is the celebration of active human power. In a cleared space, perhaps on a rough wooden platform, stands the strong man. He's not a distant, abstract force like the steam hammer. He's flesh and blood, magnified. Dressed in a leopard skin or tight leggings, he oils his muscles until they gleam in the torchlight. He lifts impossible weights, iron balls, dumbbells, sometimes even a willing volunteer from the crowd. Each bulging sinew, each grunt of effort is a visible defiance of gravity and limitation. Nearby, the sword swallower performs a quieter, more intimate miracle. He tilts his head back, and with a terrifying, slow deliberation, inserts the gleaming length of steel down his throat. The crowd holds its breath, a collective knot of sympathetic tension in their own gullets. These acts are a direct romantic rebuttal to the industrial world's use of the body. In the factory, the body is a component, its movements repetitive, its strength channeled into making things for others. Here the body is the entire show. Its strength is for display, its endurance is for awe, its very interior is made a stage. This is the human form reclaimed as a source of wonder, not profit. The applause for the strongman is not just for his feat, but for this symbolic reclamation. And finally, amid the flesh and the fur, glimmers of a different future flicker. In a tent that smells of oil and ozone, you encounter machines whose purpose is pure play. An early strength tester, a forerunner of the arcade game, where you swing a hammer to ring a bell, a diorama with a crank making a painted scene of a naval battle come to life with jerky motion. The most profound of these is the Magic Lantern Show. In a darkened booth, a projector throws painted glass slides onto a white sheet. The images are miracles of colour and light, a train rushing headlong, A voyage to the moon, a fairy tale castle. The operator narrates, his voice a dramatic whisper. This is not a living performer nor a captured beast. It is a ghost, a projected dream. It hints at a world where stories would not just be told or sung, but would move, where entertainment could divorce itself entirely from the physical presence of the performer. The flickering, luminous images are a prophecy of cinema, a whisper from the 20th century in the heart of the 19th. In this chaotic marketplace of curiosities, between the tragic flesh of the human oddity and the majestic imprisoned flesh of the beast, between the glorious sweating flesh of the strongman and the cool mechanical promise of the lantern, you see the full spectrum of Victorian wonder. It is a hunger that devours everything, the abnormal, the exotic, the superhuman, and the nascent technological, and converts it all, for a penny at a time, into the fuel for dreams. Beyond the sanctioned marvels, in the shadows cast by the fairground flares and down crooked alleys, thrills of a more elemental kind are traded. Here, the currency is risk, and the entertainment is the raw, unfiltered spectacle of chance and violence. You might be drawn by a low, urgent murmur into a hidden courtyard. The air is thick with the smell of damp stone, cheap tobacco, and a sharper bestial scent. In the centre, a ring of men forms a tight breathing wall. Inside, two gamecocks, their natural aggression honed to a vicious edge, slash at each other in a whirl of feathers and blood. The bets are placed in hissed whispers, coins passing quickly from hand to hand. There is no pageantry here, only the brutal ancient calculus of survival and money. The fascination is not in beauty, but in pure savage consequence. A mirror of the city's own dog-eat-dog logic played out in miniature with feathers and spurs. It is a guilty secret pleasure, a communion of shared transgression. For a more human, but no less brutal contest, you might follow a different crowd to a makeshift arena in a vacant warehouse, or a roped-off patch of riverside ground. This is the world of prize fighting, illegal but wildly popular. The fighters are often men from the docks or the brickworks, their bodies their only capital. There are no gloves, only knuckles wrapped in rough cloth. The rules are few. The crowd, a mix of butchers' boys, labourers, and the occasional sporting gentleman in disguise, roars with each meaty thud of fist on flesh. It is not the science of boxing, but its raw essence. The appeal is primal, a celebration of endurance, pain, and the transformative possibility that a man with nothing but his own body and courage can win a purse that might change his life. The violence is not sanitized. It is the point. It is the human drama stripped to its most basic components: force, will, and the chance for a dramatic, tangible rise. And everywhere, woven through the fabric of the street, are the smaller, quicker consolations of chance. 3-card Monty dealers flick their cards on upturned crates, their hands a blur of deceptive grace. Dice games spring up in doorways. A man with a painted wheel invites you to spin for a prize that always seems just out of reach. These are not grand spectacles, but intimate transactions with fate. They promise a shortcut, the intoxicating idea that a single penny, through luck alone, can be multiplied tenfold. The odds are, of course, a trap, but the dream they sell is potent, that the rigid, grinding economy of wages and toil can be overthrown in an instant by fortune's smile. In these games, the entire philosophy of the working man's life, slow accumulation, deferred reward, is delightfully, dangerously inverted. This is the entertainment that flourishes without license, without curtains, without an admission ticket that promises a seat. It is the city's ID, loud, dirty, and thrillingly alive. To step into the polished drawing room of a Mayfair salon after this is to enter a different universe. There, amusement is a finely calibrated social ritual. It is conversation, a game of whist, a performance of a Schubert lied on a well-tuned piano. The violence is verbal, the risk is social, the thrill is one of exclusion and nuanced approval. The street knows nothing of nuance. Its pleasures are democratic, paid for in the smallest coins, available to anyone with the nerve to step into the circle. They're cruel, yes. They can be exploitative and bleak. The cock will die. The fighter may be broken. The coin will be lost to the sharper's trick. But they are also honest in their desperation, vibrant in their immediacy. They do not pretend to uplift. They exist to make the blood pump faster, to offer a shock to senses dulled by monotony. In the salon, entertainment aspires to be art, a reflection of cultivated taste. On the street, it is a pure, roaring expression of life's chaotic will, a testament to the fact that, even in the grimmest corners, the hunger for excitement, for risk, for a story to tell burns fiercely and finds its own ragged way to be fed. The first hint is not a sound, but a quality of silence. The roaring chorus of the music hall, the bawdy shout from the pub, the cacophony of the street fair, all have drained away, leaving behind a hollow resonance in your ears, like the echo in a seashell. You find yourself on a quiet greystone street, the gas lamps hissing lower now, their light thinning as a dirty grey washes into the sky from the east. The transition is not gentle. With the ebbing of the collective noise, your own body steps forward to present its bill. A dull, persistent ache has taken root behind your eyes, a physical souvenir of the smoke and the shouts. Your mouth feels lined with ash and wool, your tongue a foreign object. You breathe in and the cool dawn air, sharp with the coming day, feels abrasive in your raw throat. Your limbs, which hours ago felt light with excitement, now hang with a leaden fatigue, a deeper weariness than the mere physical exhaustion of the factory. This is the depletion of spirit, the cost of so much feeling compressed into so few hours. Your hand slips into your pocket. The cheerful jingle of coins that accompanied your departure is gone. Instead, your fingers brush against a few solitary sticky pennies and farthings clinging to the lint in the corner. They feel pathetic, a meagre remainder. In another pocket, you find unexpected debris. A crumpled music hall program, grease-smudged and torn, a nutshell from the gallery, a ticket stub for a peep show you barely remember. These are the archaeological fragments of your night, the physical proof of your journey. They feel like evidence, not of joy, but of expenditure. A slow, cold wave of calculation washes over you. You tally the pints, the entrance fee, the penny for the dreadful, the lost bet on a dice game. You convert them back into hours of labour, into the number of looms you tended, the tons of coal you shifted, to earn what you have just spent. The word waste asterisk forms in your mind unbidden, carrying the stern voice of a Sunday school teacher or a frugal parent. Was it worth it? The warmth of the pub, the thunder of the song, the gasp at the acrobat's leap. They feel like dreams now, insubstantial against the solid reality of your empty pocket and throbbing head. A vague shame mingles with the physical discomfort. You have indulged the animal self, the hungry, shouting creature that wants noise and light and forgetfulness. The responsible self, the sober wage earner, now awakens and surveys the damage with a disapproving eye. You have stolen from tomorrow to pay for tonight, and the creditor is at the gate, hammering in the rhythm of your headache. This inner conflict is not yours alone. It is the subject of a great ongoing sermon preached from pulpits, printed in tracts, and debated in Parliament. The voices of moral reformers cut through the fog of your personal regret with a far sharper blade. They see not community in the pub, but degradation, not catharsis in the music hall, but vulgarity, not wonder in the street fair, but a dangerous dissipation. They preach that these pleasures are the devil's workshop, leading inevitably to idleness, drunkenness, and the neglect of family. The man who spends his wages at the bricklayer's arms, they argue, robs his wife and children of bread and coal. The girl who laughs in the gallery of the gaiety risks her virtue and her future. This entertainment is a thief of time, money, and moral character, a centrifugal force spinning the working class away from the sober, industrious, God-fearing path that leads to improvement and salvation. Their condemnation is absolute, and in the clear, cold light of morning their arguments can feel uncomfortably like truth, adding a layer of societal guilt to your personal unease. A more cynical, though perhaps more accurate, analysis whispers from the direction of the mill owner and the factory manager. They might, in private, take a different view. What if this whole vibrant, noisy ecosystem of escape is not a threat to their order, but a subtle pillar of it? The philosopher and the capitalist might see a vital safety valve. Let the man exhaust his passions in the pub, shout his grievances in a chorus of thousands, gawk at the strong man, and gamble away his shillings on a cockfight. Let him have his Saturday night explosion. By Monday morning, the pressures of a grinding life will have been momentarily relieved, the revolutionary energy safely converted into song and hangover. He will return to his loom or his lathe, not with a simmering rage, but with a subdued weariness, his desire for rebellion having been spent on entertainment rather than action. From this perspective, the entire night is a grand, unconscious scheme of social control, a pageant provided by the city itself to ensure the smooth, uninterrupted functioning of the machines come sunrise. Your leisure is not your own, it is merely the rest phase in the cycle of your exploitation. And the state, in the form of the constable on his beat, maintains the boundaries of this sanctioned release. The unlicensed gin palace operating in a cellar may be raided. The street bookmaker might be moved on. A riotous crowd spilling from a music hall could be dispersed with measured force. The line between popular amusement and public disorder is fine, and it is policed. The authorities tolerate the pub, the hall, the fair, so long as they do not tip over into true chaos or political sedition. Your night of liberty exists within a cage of permissions, its shape dictated not just by your taste and your coins, but by the unspoken rules of what the powerful deem safe. The freedom you purchased so eagerly was, in fact, a carefully managed product. Yet, as your feet carry you towards home, a different vision of leisure flickers in the windows you pass. Through a gap in a curtain you might see a family gathered in a modest parlour. A father, home from a clerical job, is playing a simple tune on a hired piano, while his children sing along. A board game is laid out on a table. It is a scene of quiet, domestic contentment, the very picture of rational recreation promoted by the reformers. This is the approved alternative. Private, family-oriented, improving. But you also recognise its cost. It requires a certain kind of home, a certain level of income, a wife who does not work in a factory, a father whose job does not leave him too drained for gentle amusement. This respectable entertainment is itself a marker of class, a privilege of those who have climbed a few rungs up the ladder, away from the collective bodily riot of the pit and the gallery. For you, and for thousands like you, such a quiet parlour is as distant a dream as a lord's drawing room. Your community, your therapy, your cathedral is public, noisy, and shared with strangers. And on the horizon, even as you walk, new ghosts of future amusement are beginning to stir. In the window of a better sort of shop, you might see an advertisement for a phonograph, a machine that can capture a song from the music hall and replay it in a private home. A photographic studio's display shows frozen, solemn faces, suggesting a new kind of self-contemplation. In the back of a hall, a flickering, silent moving picture might be shown as a novelty. These inventions whisper a prophecy of more isolated enjoyment. They hint at a time when you might not need to jostle in a crowd to hear a song or share your laughter with 1,000 others. The entertainment of the future promises to be clean, private, and consumable at will. It will not smell of sweat and beer, nor will it demand your voice in a chorus. It will ask only for your individual attention. The collective, messy, profoundly human carnival of the Victorian night, with all its warmth, its cruelty, its democratic roar, carries within it the seeds of its own obsolescence. As you finally reach your own door, the last of the night's warmth gone from your bones, you carry not just a headache and empty pockets, but the vague melancholy sense that the very world which provided your escape is already fading, destined to be replaced by quieter, lonelier ghosts. The dawn completes its slow, grey work. The last shadows retreat into doorways and under arches, defeated by the flat, uniform light of morning. The street is empty now, or nearly so, occupied only by the professional early risers, the milkman with his clattering cart, a scullery maid scrubbing a front step, a stray dog nosing at the gutter. The magic has not vanished with a pop, it has simply evaporated, leaving behind the residue of its passing. Your eye catches a scrap of colour trapped against the curb, weighted by a pebble. It is last night's music hall poster, torn from its board. The grinning face of the comic is smeared with mud and the print of a boot heel. The bold letters promising screaming farce are wrinkled and bleached by the damp. It is just paper now, pulp and cheap ink, a ghost of last night's promise. A few steps away, in the mouth of an alley, lies the carcass of a glass, shattered into a dozen amber teeth. It winks dully in the weak light, holding no memory of the ale it contained or the hand that lifted it. These are the artefacts of the vanished kingdom, the mundane remains of the extraordinary. They possess a quiet, profound sadness. The raw that gave them meaning is gone, and they are left as meaningless as fossils from a forgotten age, waiting for the scavenger's broom. You look at them, and you see the night for what it truly was. A magnificent, temporary fiction, a collective agreement to believe in a world of heightened emotion and shared release. The agreement has expired. The fiction is over. All that remains is the evidence that it happened at all. A soiled advertisement, broken glass, and the peculiar silence that follows great noise. Yet, to dismiss this as mere ephemera is to misunderstand history. The smoke has cleared, but the architecture of our modern joy was forged in that haze. Look around you now, in your own time. The thunderous narrative spectacle of the music hall did not die. It put on electric lights and became the modern musical, where the crowd's roar is simulated by a sound system, but the heart of the story, the comedy, the ballad, the show-stopping number, beats with the same rhythm. The comic on his bare stage, working the crowd with words and timing, is the direct ancestor of the stand-up special streaming on your screen. The football stadium on a Saturday afternoon, with its anthems sung by tens of thousands, its tribal loyalty, its collective euphoria and despair, is the direct descendant of the music hall's gallery, the energy simply transferred from the stage to the pitch. The themed worlds of our amusement parks, with their stage spectacles and thrilling rides, are the logical conclusion of the Victorian fairground and menagerie, sanitised and corporatised but offering the same bargain. Pay a fee, enter a realm of wonder, and the pub remains a global constant. The ritual of the round, the shared space for talk that is neither fully public nor private, the search for community in a glass. This is a living fossil, unchanged in its essentials. Our entire popular culture, from the blockbuster film designed for a collective gasp to the viral video that provides a shared joke for millions online, is built upon the foundation laid in those gaslit halls and crowded taverns. The Victorians did not just have fun. They engineered the very blueprints for how industrial urban humanity would choose to play, to connect, and to forget. The DNA of our entertainment, for better or worse, carries their stamp. This inheritance, however, invites a difficult conversation across the centuries. They had presence, we have pixels. Their entertainment demanded the physical commitment of leaving the house, fighting the crowd, breathing the same thick air, feeling the vibration of the chorus in your chest. It was an ordeal of the body that culminated in transcendence. Ours is often an affair of sublime convenience and profound isolation. We have infinite choice, crystal clear digital sound, and personalised algorithms that feed us exactly what we desire before we even know we desire it. We can access the comedy, the music, the spectacle from the solitude of our own rooms. We've gained comfort, control, and hygiene. But stand for a moment in the silence of your own device-saturated space and ask, what have we lost in that transaction? Where is the rough, democratic magic of the crowd? Where is the transformative power of adding your own imperfect voice to 1,000 others, of being swept up in a sentiment so large it obliterates your private worries? Where is the shared, breathless pause before the acrobat's leap, the collective sigh after the ballad's last note? Our modern pleasures are often administered like medicine, perfectly dosed for individual consumption. Theirs were a turbulent communal bath. We've solved the problems of access and quality, but we may have inadvertently dissolved the very glue of shared physical experience that gave those early amusements their unique, therapeutic power. We have traded the smoky, noisy, messy cathedral for a pristine private chapel. The connection we now seek is often through a screen, a comment thread, a like button, a faint digital echo of the shoulder-to-shoulder, voice-to-voice communion of the past. So, as the final image of that Victorian night fades, the last gas jet extinguished, the last coin spent, the last song echoing into the cobbled streets, it leaves us not with mere nostalgia, but with a question etched in smoke. Their world was harder, colder, dirtier. Their pleasures were often desperate, always fleeting and paid for in the sharp coin of Monday's regret. But within that struggle, they forged a kind of joy that was, by its very nature, shared. It was a joy that acknowledged the grind of existence by defiantly, raucously celebrating the fragile, glorious fact of being alive together. We have inherited their world, transformed by technology and time. We have comforts they could not imagine. But in our quiet, curated, on-demand paradise of entertainment, let us occasionally remember the price of that progress. Let us remember the value of the crowd, the courage of the lead performance, the alchemy that turns a room full of strangers into a single, breathing, feeling entity. For in the end, their greatest legacy is not the specific song or the joke, but the enduring proof that, in the face of the machine, the market, and the grinding passage of time, human beings will always find a way to gather in the dark and make their own light, their own noise, their own meaning. The methods change, the hunger does not. Now, let the curtain fall on this long night, let the silence settle, and may your own rest, in your own century, be sweet. The final echoes of that distant Saturday night have long since faded into the silence of history. The specific pints have been drained, the particular songs have ended, the last lantern of the fair has been extinguished, the bricks of the music halls have been repurposed, the cobblestones smoothed over. What remains, then, of all that noise and striving? It is the pattern beneath the details, the constant hum beneath the changing tune. This journey through the Victorian night was never just about beer or ballads or curious beasts. It is a chapter in the perpetual, beautiful, and wearying story of what people do when the weight of the world is lifted, however briefly, from their shoulders. It is about the search for a spark of light in the gloom, for a hand to clasp in the dark, for a reason to laugh when there is every reason to weep. The methods are inventions of their time, the pub, the hall, the crowded street. But the mission is timeless. The smoke from 1,000,000 coal fires has cleared from the sky. The particular pressures of that age have transformed into new ones. But the essential longing, the human need to carve out spaces for joy, for belonging, for a feeling that is entirely and triumphantly one's own, has not faded and will not fade. It merely finds new costumes, new stages, new verses for its old persistent song. The struggle is the shadow, the search for light is the substance. Now, let this vivid panorama of a century past slowly roll itself up, its colours softening, its sounds diminishing to a whisper. The past retreats, leaving its lesson hanging gently in the air of your own present. Wherever you are, whatever your own world asks of you, may you too find your moments of light, your pockets of connection, your own defiant and necessary joy. The night both then and now is long, but it is never without its stars. Sleep well.